It's day 6 of the IAME World Finals 2021 from Adria Karting Raceway. We are an hour delayed due to the foggy conditions over the circuit, but we are ready to rock and roll for day 6 of the IAME World Finals 2021. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Kai Bacchini. We're going to launch straight in with the first race of the day, the X30 Juniors in qualifying heat A versus F, and it will be Ethan Faramond who will be on the pole position for this one. It's going to be a very exciting day. The fog makes things very interesting for the day because the track temperature has plummeted. The setups are going to be very, very different for the drivers today.
Yeah, it's been very cold this morning, and it was very cold, especially earlier on when there was a lot more fog than there was now. And visibility, it's gotten quite a bit better, so the drivers are able to drive in the conditions. That's obviously why we had the delay of 1 hour that we've had so far. But it'll be interesting to see how the drivers tackle this challenge.
Yes, indeed. The racing is about to get underway out on circuit. The drivers, as you can see, are on their rolling lap. It's going to be Ethan Faramond and Tibor Ramakers on the front row of the grid from Sebastiano Pavan and Gabriel Stilt, Oliver Stewart and Kanato Lee, Harvey Ryby and Marcus Luzio, Clement Outram and Chichen Roux, then Jack Hobson, Willi Hackler, Andre De Bia, Leo Robinson, Riccardo Cirelli, Victor Sundberg, Santeri Martikainen, Parker DeLong, Kevin Rabin, Maxi Lodman, Oskari Mikola, Victor Carlson, Joaquin Naranjo, Angelo Meli, Louis Comin, Marco Deanda, Max Anderson, Nico Atiainen and Vasilios Apostolidis. We're going to get ready for racing. 12 laps of the Adria Karting Raceway. Ready, boys and girls? Let's do this. And it is green, green, green this time. Yes, we go to the first corner. And into the lead goes Ethan Faramond. There's a big slide and a spin from Pavan. Sebastiano Pavan spins in turn 1. And drivers go all over the place trying to avoid. I think Gabriel Stilt was one of them that spun. As the field go through the first couple of corners, already there is drama and flotsam and jetsam around the course as the karts make their way past me. That looks to me like a big lead change. Oliver Stewart struggling for grip as they come through. It's still very greasy out there, don't forget. The fog has made the circuit surface moisture very tricky and quite treacherous as we've got a big battle up the inside. That is the move for third place from Marcus Luzio as he gets through on Oliver Stewart, but it is not Ethan Faramond leading away. That looks to me like the hard-charging Harvey Ryby that has come through into the lead of the race. Look, that is Ryby. What a start from him.
What a brilliant start there from Harvey Ryby to make his way through the field. And now down the home straight once again, we'll get an update on all the orders. So with that change and the incident that we saw from drivers spinning out, Harvey Ryby will be leading the way from Ethan Faramond, Marcus Luzio, Oliver Stewart in fourth position.
But the big drivers that's taken out, Sebastiano Pavan, Gabriel Stilt, Willi Hackler, and the championship leader of the IAME World Finals at the moment, Kanato Lee, has spun away down to the back of the field. So the man who was leading the interim standings overnight is now down at the back of the field. In fact, I don't think he's come through. So Kanato Lee appears potentially to be out of the race. He is. Kanato Lee is out. Now that is the man who was leading overnight. So in the very first lap of the first race of the day, Kanato Lee will plummet from the series leading standings, and Harvey Ryby is having an absolute jolly out front.
Yeah, Harvey Ryby with an amazing start there to pull away from the rest of the field. He'll now lead the way with a gap of just 6/10 of a second back to Ethan Faramond in second position right now. Watch out for Marcus Luzio. He's been so quick over the course of yesterday, and I'm sure he'll be looking quick this morning, but he's got a lot of pressure on the back of him in the form of Oliver Stewart and Patrick De Bia. So those two drivers will be trying to pressure the Tony Kart ahead of him. Luzio with a great start in the third position. Jack Hobson's had a brilliant start as well. He's got up in the sixth position. Just realised that as he went through our shot. But on the second lap of this race, everything has been mixed up.
Yeah, it's a proper shuffle of the deck. Timo Ramakers down to 18th place. Gabe Stilt to 21st. Sebastiano Pavan is now 24th. And Kanato Lee is out of the race. They're jockeying for position as they went into turn 1 has changed everything. And Harvey Ryby is now being chased down by the Frenchman Ethan Faramond. So Faramond is hoping to close in on Harvey Ryby. Third is Luzio, then Stewart, Patrick De Bia, the Irishman, and then it's Jack Hobson from Leo Robinson and Parker DeLong. The United States driver is there in 8th place. And then we've got Clement Outram, Riccardo Cirelli and Chichen Roux from Maxi Lodman, Kevin Rabin and Santeri Martikainen. A lot of big moves up through the order. But look at the fog. You really cannot see a thing as Oliver Stewart has now got into third place past Marcus Luzio. And that's a big dive from Clement Outram to get past 2 or 3 karts there. I think he was battling with Parker DeLong. And Leo Robinson is in the mix there with Riccardo Cirelli. So some big moves already on these opening few laps of the day. And this is the toughest conditions the drivers could hope for in terms of visibility. It's not quite clear, the fog, but it's enough that the drivers can basically see the apex in front of them, so that will have to do for the moment. And very tricky conditions, but very greasy, the circuit surface. We did walk it briefly this morning, and it definitely has changed dramatically compared even to yesterday when it was overcast all day long and very tricky. Up the inside, that's a good lunge from Patrick de Bayer. The Irishman gets through in a 4th position now, but Ethan Faramond is all over the back of Harvey Ryby and looking for a moment to pounce on the inside line. So Ryby and Faramond are going to go to battle any moment now, as up the inside, trying to defend his position there. Parker DeLong, the American, is trying to hold station. But Faramond is going for Harvey Ryby. 3rd place, Luzio. 4th is de Bayer. 5th is Oliver Stewart. So he is still there in the top 5. But look at just how thick the fog is even now.
Yeah, the fog is very thick, and it will be obviously hindering the driver's vision if they're looking for things like far in the distance, and drivers aren't able to see that far. But it is in a condition, and it is in a state where the drivers are able to see the apex, and the cars in front of him. Lucio's about to lose a position there, as up the inside there goes Patrick de Bayer. So de Bayer makes his way past Lucio there, and in the background just looked like Lucio also lost the other position to Oliver Stewart. But a change for the lead now, as Ethan Foreman goes up the inside and gets himself into the lead now, going down into hairpin 1. Nothing that Harvey Ryby could have done there about that situation. But we see that Marcus Lucio has lost 2 positions now, and Hobson is going to arrive onto the back of this battle.
Indeed he is. Hobson is not far away. It's going to be an interesting slide for him to get up into the top 5. He is catching this field. A couple of drivers were talking to me this morning saying this is actually paradise for them, because their karts weren't working in these slightly drier, more intense conditions, and they wanted rain or at the very least cold track temperatures, and having fog is absolutely perfect for them, because they now have a little bit more that they can do in terms of the pure grip of the circuit. But Ethan Faramond now leads the way from Harvey Ryby. The move on the inside from Luzio. He gets through on Oliver Stewart in the hairpin. So up into 4th position there for Luzio. Trying to close up now on the 3rd place man, Patrick de Bayer, the Irish driver, who is having a great weekend so far, has put on some great performances. Jack Hobson is now getting close to the back of Oliver Stewart. A great drive from Jack Hobson as well in very tricky conditions. Harvey Ryby has not given up on the race lead. In fact, any one of these 6 could still get the victory in this. We're only 6 laps in. We've got 5.5 laps left of this heat. So Ethan Faramond may hold the advantage, but it's Ryby, de Bayer, Stewart, Luzio and Hobson who are still very close in behind. Through the final couple of corners, Luzio ahead of Stewart and Hobson as they chase down the 3rd place man, Patrick de Bayer. As they come through again, Ethan Faramond from Harvey Ryby, 5 to go into turn 1. Still very greasy, still very tricky around the circuit. But you're going to start to see Patrick de Bayer close up on Harvey Ryby now as they come through their hairpin. And Harvey Ryby knows that Patrick de Bayer is close, so he'll want to make another push for Ethan Faramond down into the hairpin. He's got to try and pick his moment as Hobson dives for Stewart. Gets through in a 5th position. Good overtake from Jack Hobson as he now moves up into P5. And it's just going to keep getting better for him the way things are currently progressing. He needs to get back on terms with de Bayer and Luzio. But Hobson into P5, good run. But can Ryby do anything about Ethan Faramond up front before Patrick de Bayer makes a pounce?
Yeah, Patrick de Bayer, he's looking very strong so far in this race. But we have a look at the front of the field here. Ethan Foreman, he's caught onto the back of Harvey Ryby, but he hasn't managed to pull away from Ryby, though. So going through the first corner now in 3rd position, Patrick de Bayer looking to make an overtake as soon as possible on Harvey Ryby there. Marcus Lucio just about holding on to the back of this field right now. Hobson in the background and up the inside. There's Lucio to get a position for 3rd. So de Bayer makes his way to the back of the chain, and I'm sure we'll see quite a few switches in positions as we make our way through the laps.
There's only 4 laps to go as well, so they're going to get on with these overtaking moves quickly if they're going to. Look, you can barely see where the karts are out on the circuit at the moment. It is so tricky with the fog. But out in 2nd place, Harvey Ryby trying to make his bid for Ethan Faramond. De Bayer just holds station in 4th for the moment. Hobson and Stewart are trying to get back onto the toe of the quartet as they come into the final turn. Faramond, Ryby, Luzio, de Bayer, and then the last 2 in the mix are Hobson and Stewart. Behind them, you've got Robinson in 7th from Clement Outram. And then it is Parker DeLong, Riccardo Cirelli, Santeri Martikainen, Chi Ru. And this is the move from Ryby. Ryby and Luzio get there, as does de Bayer. So all 3 of them get past the leader, Ethan Faramond. Luzio's not waiting around. He gets the move on Harvey Ryby. De Bayer thought he could squeeze past Harvey Ryby as well. But Ryby is there in second position still. And Harvey Ryby now trying to get back on terms with Marcus Luzio. That little shuffle has brought Hobson and Stewart back into the contest. Hobson's having a look on the inside of Faramond, but Faramond's too busy dealing with Debaya. They run side by side. And is there a chance? Hobson's into P4 now. Hobson gets to fourth position. 3 laps to go, and he's just one step away. Big launch from Hobson as he crosses through, and Stewart goes into the back of Debaya. Oh my goodness. A big opportunity lost there. Was that Debaya or was that Faramond that he hit? I think it was Debaya. So Hobson is now P3. Debaya is in position. Ryby is holding his hand up in the air as he draws alongside Luzio. So Luzio and Ryby obviously having a very tough battle for the lead of the race. Was that a bit of an issue that Ryby's got with Luzio, or is he trying to tell them, let's get away from the others and then we can have our battle on the next lap?
Well, that would make sense there if these drivers try to pull away from the rest of, well, if we see Ryby and Luzio trying to work together to pull away from, there we see Hobson losing a position there, as it looks like that was going to be Debaya making his way through. So we look back to the front of the field right now. Luzio in the lead, but Harvey Ryby in a very close second position on the penultimate lap of the race right now through the final section of the circuit and down the straight once again. Now we are into the final lap. It's now or never for Harvey Ryby if he wants to get his first heat win.
Let's see if he's going to get the job done. He won in the first race yesterday morning. Can he get a second win of the week and his first of the day? But Luzio is not going to be an easy man to overtake. Luzio knows where to place the card at the best of times. Ryby's going to have to be the hunter while Luzio remains the hunted. And here comes Debaya and Hobson. They are going to close up as well, so this could be very interesting on the final lap. Into 5, Debaya has a look at Ryby. It's a little bit too eager. He comes from too far back, but Luzio's defending, so that's going to bring Debaya back onto the toe of Ryby. Ryby needs to dive for the move. Luzio's keeping it very tricky, and there goes Hobson through to third, and Debaya gets him straight back again. So brilliant racing all the way through for these top 4. Has Ryby got one more chance on Luzio? He's got to be very careful how he does this. Comes through into the final turn, but I don't think he's going to make it. Luzio will take the flag from Ryby, Debaya, and Jack Hobson. Brilliant racing from all 4 of them. Unfortunate that Oliver Stewart ended up having his tricky situation. He just spun. I think he clipped the back bumper of Debaya's car as he was trying to stay out of trouble. Hobson's move was so audacious for that third position that it just caught Oliver Stewart out. Nothing intentional there at all. Just a chain reaction kind of moment. But a victory for Marcus Luzio, and very well deserved indeed.
Well, that completely changes up the overall standings now. So Kanato Lee was in the lead on 5 points, and now he is outside of the top 8. It's Bart Harrison that is now leading the overall standings from Vinnie Phillips and Taya Field now. But Marcus Luzio doing a great job in overall 6th position and taking a win for a grand total of 0 points.
So the battle is going to be very interesting over the course of the day as the fog slowly lifts. But looking at how heavy it is, even at just gone 11 o'clock here in Italy, it's a good chance that we may still have this fog for a very long time. As normally it would be looking to lift at about noon, but it's looking like it could be here all day long the way things are currently stacked up. Some unfortunate faces and some very unhappy drivers coming in after a tricky race there, but Marcus Luzio is your race winner. But what that does mean is that Kanato Lee, who was out of the race on the first lap, will now plummet from the lead of the qualifying interim standings, and that's going to be handed now to Bart Harrison versus Vinnie Phillips. Marcus Luzio wins from Harvey Ryby and Patrick Debaya. Jack Hobson in a brilliant 4th place from Ethan Faramond and Leo Robinson. Clement Outram and Santeri Martikainen. Ricardo Leone, then Parker DeLong. Oliver Stewart recovers to 11th. Gabe Stilp fights back to 12th. That's impressive. Maxi Ludman and Kevin Rabin. Pavan comes home 15th in the end from Louis Comin, Jean Rucci and Angelo Melli. Oskari Mikola, Vili Hakala recovers to 20th. Joaquin Naranjo and Tibor Ramakas, who dropped to 22nd after his spin. Victor Carlson and Nico Aitiainen. And then we have Vasilios Apostolidis, Victor Sundberg, Max Anderson, and Marco Dianda. The one retirement from the race, Kanato Lee, who pulled off after a very, very tricky start to his race. He was off on the first bend, and you can see him there being recovered by the recovery crew. That is the leader of the interim standings before this heat, Kanato Lee of Japan, who races under a British license. And that is so unfortunate for Kanato Lee. He didn't deserve to be out of the first corner on the first lap, but there he is, climbing out of the kart now. And, well, the best laid plans of mice and men, as they say. But I'm afraid Kanato Lee, his week has just taken a massive plummet with that retirement in the first lap of the first race of the day for day 6. Let's have a look at it. This is what happened. A lot of jostling for position. Pavan spun. And then it's just drivers trying desperately to stay out of trouble. And Kanato Lee, you can see him there getting ploughed and punted. Unfortunately, drivers just trying to pick a direction to go in at that point. Once Stilp and Pavan connected, I think there might even have been a little bit of a connection with Oliver Stewart. I don't know whether he started it or not. I don't think it's fair to say that because you can't really see who was the starter of it. But at the ultimate end of it, it doesn't really matter. Who touched who first is irrelevant because it's ruined at least 5 drivers' races there.
Yeah, that was a big incident there. It's such a shame to see Lee out on the first lap. I think that could have been a good race for him there. And if he was keeping up the momentum from yesterday, Jack Hobson, a star of that race, though, with some brilliant maneuvers to make his way through the field, just put the car in the right place at the right time. There's a move for the lead there from Lucio, which got him in. There's Jack Hobson once again, and just over the rear end there was Oliver Stewart. There's nothing he could have done there. Racing incident, I'd say, just going 2 drivers going for the same piece of track, and didn't really work out there. Lucio defending from Ryby, but Ryby just not able to do anything about the strong force of the Tony
Well, that incident where Oliver Stewart spun out, I mean, that's what a racing driver is supposed to do. If someone goes for the overtaking move and the other driver in front is impeded, you're supposed to try and get the slingshot maneuver to come out and get through on the inside line. He just mistimed it. But it's not his fault. It's just the way that the momentum of the kart of Debaya just shifted. There was nothing he could do. He ended up having absolutely no choice whatsoever. He had to commit to that inside apex, but Debaya's kart was still there. He was hoping that Debaya's kart would move out of the way. But you have, as a racing driver, you have to go for that move. And it's just unfortunate that the front fairing just caught the back at the wrong speed, and it just pitched him around. Nothing Oliver Stewart did wrong there at all. You're a racing driver. You have to go for that overtake. But it's one of those things.
Not at all. That could have been a good race there for Stewart, and it's unfortunate to see it end like that, going round over the rear bumper of another car. But remember, this is just one of the heats. It will put him down in terms of the overall standings. He'll gain more points than he would have, unfortunately. But remember, there's still quite a few races more today for him to redeem himself.
Now, interestingly, during that race, there was an investigation and then a 10-second penalty handed out to Thibaut Ramakers. So he was the one who started on the front row of the grid, and essentially he was also one of the drivers involved in that incident. So I don't know whether they felt he was out of position at the start or whether they felt he was the instigator of that incident. I don't know, but he was certainly given a 10-second penalty, which is what dropped Thibaut Ramakers down to 20th at the finish. Without that, he would have finished just behind Chi Zhenru in 18th position. So he only lost 4 places, but still a 10-second penalty is never anything that you want. There is the man who is gearing up for a start for this one, Paul Alberto, as we get ourselves ready for the next heat, X30 Junior for drivers D versus E. They're an hour behind schedule because of the fog delay, so we have to absolutely crack on and crank it up. Henry Joslin and Andy Rattel from the front row, then Paul Alberto and Teofil Nal, Sacha Van Pad Bosch and Harry Burgoyne, Federico Al-Rifai and Patrick Sarapu, Tiziano Monza and Finley Harrison from Kalian Vavitsaliev and Rupi Silvanen, then Matteo Quintarelli and Giacomo Pedrini, Nathaniel Den Hont and Tobias Norman, Roberto Castellozzi and Zach Scular, Alessandro Minetto and Vasilios Michailidis, Andrea Dupé and Brandon Carr, Frederick Kierkegaard and Bianco Moreira, Julian Carmen and Lari Haivisto, Jean-Paul Carras, Carl Engelblad, Mira Alzabi and Ilias Kaliakmanis. So the 30 drivers make their way out of the circuit, 12 laps once again. This is quite an important race for several drivers in the field, none the least of whom are Teofil Nal and Harry Burgoyne. They've just seen the interim points leader, Kanato Lee, crash out and tumble from the top of the standings. So now the leader at this moment is Bart Harrison, who has the same amount of points as Vinnie Phillips, but on countback, Harrison's results are slightly better. Teofil Nal has 8. Harry Burgoyne has 9, so this is a very important race for them. They cannot afford to drop too many points. Paul Alberto has 15. He's still in the top 10 as well. Lucio, with that win, has remained in the top 6. So it's very important that both Teofil Nal, who starts 4th, and Harry Burgoyne, who starts 6th, have a good heat here, but it's not going to be easy in these conditions as the drivers continue having a brilliant time of it. Up to the first corner they come. And it's a brilliant start from the pole sitter Jocelyn. As they come through, they fly into position. And it's going to be a really exciting run up through the corners. In through turn 2. So far, so good. Everybody just about keeping their positions as they run through. Not a major distraction for them as they come through to the left-hander. Up and over the curbs. A big moment there for one of the fusions. I think that was a wayward... Who was that had the problem there in the middle of the pack? I think that might have been Sasha Van Bosch, and now there's karts all over the shop as they are having an absolutely thrilling battle, and drivers are still trying to get temperature into their tyres. They are sliding around all over the place at this point, so a very tricky situation for the competitors as they creep through. That's Andy Rattel trying to get himself up the inside to move into third place. It's worked out okay for him. Tiziano Monza trying to put himself into the position there as well. Paul Alberto is trying to stay in the hunt, but as they come through, it is Henry Jocelyn from Teofil Nal, then Rattel, Alberto, Monza, Burgoyne, Harrison, Al Rifai, Varvid Saliev, and Patrick Sarapu. But a big slide as they come through turn 2. They're still jockeying for position. It's not easy at this stage of the race, but Teofil Nal's got through. Nal into the lead of the race. Oh, big problem for Rattel. Rattel has stopped. Rattel in third position. So something has happened there for Andy Rattel. I didn't see if there was any contact, but certainly he's looking down, and he is very angry.
Yeah, that looks like something may have came off his car there. It may have even been a chain that's came off the car, as that was such a sudden stop from what happened there. And he clearly looked back at the car and showed that there was some issue that has instigated that incident, unfortunately. But everything kicking off here in the first couple of laps for Junior D versus E. But we come across the line once again, and the KART Public Colours will head the field once again, as Teofil Nal will lead from Henry Jocelyn.
This is a very tricky race in these conditions. The foggy nature of the circuit now has dropped the circuit temperature big time. Burgoyne into third position, slides through on the inside there. A good move on Tiziano Monza, and a slide at the inside from Finley Harrison. He's having an amazing race in these conditions, having a good job to push himself into fifth place past Paul Alberto. Federico Al Rifai doing a good job in the top 10, considering this is completely outside the young man from Dubai's comfort zone. They will never be used to conditions like this out in the UAE, and Federico Al Rifai adapting beautifully under the circumstances. So Teofil Nal, the Frenchman, leading the way. Henry Jocelyn second. No longer is third for Tiziano Monza. That is now Harry Burgoyne. Paul Alberto has had to concede to Finley Harrison and also to Federico Al Rifai, who comes through in P6. Across the line, Teofil Nal, Henry Jocelyn, and then it's Harry Burgoyne from Tiziano Monza. Finley Harrison, Al Rifai, Alberto, Vavitsalia, Sarapu, Norman, Den Hont, Silverman, Minetto, Skular, and Brandon Carr. Some very tough races on these first couple of laps, but Teofil Nal, now that he's got the advantage, he's trying to open up a gap to Henry Jocelyn. Watch out for the sliding move. That is Federico Al Rifai on the inside of Finley Harrison, the fastest man on track here, Federico Al Rifai. Talk about versatile. He's used to racing in the baking hot sun of the United Arab Emirates, where they never get rainfall, never get low temperatures, and he is absolutely storming. Good run.
Rifai on a charge right now, but if we look into second position, that gap between Teofil Nal and Henry Jocelyn just about staying the same. Jocelyn quicker in sector 1, slower in sector 2. It's just fluctuating the gap between the two of them. Half a second is now what separates Nal and Jocelyn, but Rifai once again the fastest lap last time round. He is absolutely flying. 0.3 a lap quicker than our leaders. Now that's a big margin in terms of one lap. Maybe 0.3 over 2 or 3 laps you'd expect from the fastest lap. But that is a big margin and some time that he's finding that nobody else is able to.
And he's catching Burgoyne and Monza. He's in 5th position, and there is still plenty of time in this race. We're only on lap 5 out of 12. So Federico Al Rifai has got time to catch up to these guys in front of him. Teofil Nal just looking after the pace. The 2N Racing team, they made the switch from the Tony Kart chassis mid-season to the Kart Republic. And they seem to have found just as much pace, if not a little bit more. Henry Jocelyn running well on the Red Speed chassis for Mick Barrett Racing. He is, of course, teammates with the man who currently leads the interim standings, Bart Harrison, who leads the way. Now, there's a warning flag that's gone out there on the digiboard. We'll have to pick it up on our timing screen as to who it's gone to. And that is the warning flag for Tobias Norman. So Tobias Norman has had a moment there on the track, the Danish driver. He's actually dropped to the back of the field, just in front of Ilias Kaliakmanis and Mira Alzabi. So problems there for Tobias Norman, and he gets the warning flag for it. So I guess the punishments fit the crime already. But out in front, Federico Al Rifai is already starting to put pressure on Tiziano Monza. Here he comes, getting very close indeed to the Sauber driver. Finley Harrison and Paul Alberto running in 6th and 7th. They're not far away if anything happens.
Monza is now in a position where he overtakes or be overtaken. As I said, that up the inside, Al Rafai gets himself into 4th position as Burgoyne is now going to be sweating buckets down that straight as he sees actually out of the final corner. Al Rafai kicks up a little bit of dust there, just pushing a little bit too hard, but Monza glued to the rear bumper of that Cosmic chassis. They go around the second corner once again and down through turn 4 now. Burgoyne, it's just a matter of time before he's caught by Al Rafai.
Would you believe that despite running wide off the circuit and losing a little bit of time, he just did a 52.0. Can you believe that? He's 0.4 of a second a lap quicker than the race leader. So Federico Al Rafai has still got plenty of time to do damage to the guys in front of him. Look, he's dropping Monza. He's just dropping him. Already a couple of kart lengths has separated between them. A 52.0 for Federico Al Rafai. The young man from the United Arab Emirates is absolutely storming through this pack at the moment, really looking strong as he closes up now on Harry Burgoyne. Fastest of all in the second sector again, another 1/10 of a second taken out of the guys in front of him, and another fastest of all in the third sector. It was only the first sector that was a little bit weak, but it was still quicker than all 3 of the drivers in front of him. So Federico Al Rafai, definitely the man on the move, and it looks as though the man from the United Arab Emirates could well get into 3rd position. He's caught right up to Harry Burgoyne, so the Scotsman's going to have a lot of work to do to shake him off.
Well, Harry Burgoyne himself is catching very quickly onto the 2 leaders, and it seems like both of them are struggling for pace, really, as Al Rafai has arrived onto the back of the Tony Kart driver. Now we go through the final sections of the circuit. Will Al Rafai go for a late move here? And he sends it up the inside, and stamp of approval there from Al Rafai as he makes his way past Burgoyne up into 3rd position and even more forwards. Now he's got 2 cars ahead of him if he wants to take this win with the pace that he's setting down on the circuit right now. With that overtake, even on that lap, it was a 51.967 for the fastest lap. Now that's an amazing lap time that's been set. Still, half a second quicker than the leaders in 1 lap only. Al Rafai is on a charge and on fire.
And even lower down, Sasha Van Bosch has just come up with a 50.4. Where on earth has that come from? A 50.4 second lap for Sasha Van Bosch, but he's had a problem in the first sector. I wonder if something's come wrong for the Dutchman, because that is staggeringly quicker than everybody else. I wonder if he's had an issue somewhere. But here is Al Rafai closing right up on Henry Joslin. He's brought Harry Burgoyne along with him for the ride. 4 laps to go. And that's a run wide for Paul Alberto. Tiziano Monster trying to stay in the middle. Bentley Harrison has to back out of it. Paul Alberto somehow survives and keeps it up in 5th place. Here's Al Rafai on the inside of Joslin. Thank you very much, P2. That is absolutely awesome as he gets into 2nd place. He almost carries Harry Burgoyne with him for the ride. Joslin tries to get back on the inside of Al Rafai. 3 wide on the exit of turn 2 nearly. And Al Rafai just about hangs on in there. But Burgoyne wants a piece of Joslin now as well. Joslin's going to cut back on the inside of Al Rafai. Back in his 2nd position he comes. Burgoyne goes left of Al Rafai. Can he hold it round the outside? No, he can't. So Al Rafai has to tuck back into 3rd position, but he wants Joslin again. Joslin holds the middle of the circuit. This is great racecraft.
Henry Joslin, he knows that Al Rafai is so much quicker than him because he's caught and passed obviously Joslin earlier on the lap, but up the inside once again just leaves the door open, just Joslin, and that invites in Al Rafai and Burgoyne to get through the final sections of the lap. We know that any chance that Henry Joslin had of getting 2nd position was just overtaking when he got overtaken and then defending like his life depends on it. But now that Al Rafai has been set loose, unless Burgoyne has anything to do with it, he's going to catch on to this leader. 2 more laps to go.
And that's the problem. 2 laps to go, not 4 laps to go. They have dropped too far back from Teofil Nall for my money, and I think Harry Burgoyne knows it. The win is gone. 2nd place is the best they can get now. Federico Al Rafai is trying to encourage Harry Burgoyne to push. They might just be able to get something out of this. Teofil Nall slowing. No, Burgoyne's gone rogue. Up to 2nd place. So Harry Burgoyne gets into 2nd now past Federico Al Rafai. The thing is, the gap is way too big. Back to Teofil Nall. Nall has the win as far as they're concerned. So now they're just fighting for 2nd position. So Harry Burgoyne decides to take it, and this is a good opportunity for him. He's going to move into the top 6 of the rankings. If he comes through to 2nd place here, he'll be level on points with Marcus Luzio. So this is a good opportunity for Harry Burgoyne to maintain 5th place into the last lap. Federico Al Rafai has other ideas. Look at that. Sasha Van Bosch gets another fast lap time in. So a good run there from the Dutchman. Oh, hang on. Where is the Dutchman? He's dropped back a little bit more now, down to 14th place. He still has the fastest lap. It's a 50.4. I'm not sure where on earth he pulled that one out the back. But it's a good little jostle between these three as Burgoyne still defends from Al Rafai. Jocelyn still wants to get in the top three. Jocelyn goes for the inside of Al Rafai, third position. So he's there in a third. Has he got time for Burgoyne? I don't think he has. I think he's a little bit minimal now with the amount of race time we've got left. A couple more apexes. He can hold the kart on the middle of the circuit to hold the place. But here comes Théophile Nal, the Frenchman. Excellent work from him. He comes out of the final turn. Checkered flag flies, and Théophile Nal gets a crucial victory. He is now third in the rankings with that. Second for Burgoyne, third for Jocelyn in the end, ahead of Federico Al Rafai. You have to feel for the Monza, sliding around all over the place, trying to keep Ruppi Silvanen at bay, ahead of a gaggle of karts. An absolute monster of a battle that was further back. But what an excellent drive from Théophile Nal. Made the overtaking move when he had to hold the lead, and covered it well.
Yeah, that was a brilliant battle there. That was Al Rafai making his way through the field, and then Jocelyn and Burgoyne battled like their life depends on it and defended like their lives depend on it, and they got past Al Rafai, just about beating him to it there. Al Rafai was on for second position, but Burgoyne and Jocelyn just about pipping him.
So some good battles all the way through that junior heat, and it's a fabulous performance from Théophile Nal. The Frenchman has a jolly good run as he holds station in position, and he manages to hold on to his lead and keep his advantage as he runs up at the front end of the field. Harry Burgoyne in second position with Henry Jocelyn in P3. Federico Al Rafai, you got to feel for him because he was catching the race leader there, Théophile Nal, and had enough time and had enough position to catch up. But that battle that he had with Burgoyne and Jocelyn just held him up enough that Nel was able to get away. Alessandro Minetto in fifth position from Tiziano Monza and Ruppi Silvanen. Finley Harrison, Brandon Carr, Kalian Vavitsaliev, Nathaniel Denhont and Zach Scular. 13th was Patrick Sarapu from Sasha Van Pad Bosch and Paul Alberto from Matteo Quintarelli and Andrea Dupé. Giacomo Pedrini, Julian Carmen, Larry Haivisto, Tobias Neumann, Roberto Castellozzi, Vasilios Makelaidis and Frederic Kierkegaard. Then it is the Frenchman Jean-Paul Carras in front of Bianco Moreda, Mira Alzabi and Ilias Kaliakmanis. The two retirements were Carl Engelblad of Sweden and Francis Andy Rattel. I think that one's going to be a very interesting conversation after the race. Looked like his chain came off in all of that. We're joined up in the commentary box by one of the drivers from the Mini X30 category, Rodrigo Seabra from Oliver Rowland Motorsport, and from Portugal has joined us up here. Rodrigo, it's great to see you up here. How have things been going so far this week?
The things are going very well.
We'll hold you a little bit closer there. Tell us how the speed has been going.
The speed, the engine, it's very good. This morning was very good. Yesterday we didn't have a good qualifying. It wasn't so good. We did someone spun in a pit lane, and then they need to take the kart, and I had no time, and I went alone, and 15th place.
It's a difficult position for you to finish in, especially when you know you have the speed to be in the top 6. But when you were having those battles in the top 10, that must have given you good confidence to know, you have a good equipment, you've got a good team around you. There's still a good chance this week. Yes, it's a good chance to try to have a podium or a win. Yeah. And this has been a very important year for you anyway, because it's been your first full season in IAME X30. You've had great success out in Portugal, in your home country. There's been a lot of wins, a lot of good races. And this is your first real opportunity in Europe to really put on a good show. Yes, it is, yeah. The only Portuguese here, it's good to be. Must be a very nice moment to wave the flag for Portugal out in the race. What was it like last night in the Drivers' Parade? Pardon? What was it like last night in the Drivers' Parade? Yeah, it was very fun. All the people there in the line, we have a lot of fun there. And what's the support from everybody back home in Portugal been like for this week? Have you had a lot of good messages, a lot of people cheering you on? Yeah, a lot of people saying good luck, go Seabra. Yeah, everything. So have we heard the last from the Racing Wolf this week, or have you got a few more bites left to come? Yeah, I have. Fantastic. Good luck with it. We hope you have a great rest of the week, Rodrigo, and have a great one. Yeah, thanks. Fantastic. Great to see all of the drivers having a good race, and we will hear from Rodrigo Seabra and see from him as well when he gets into the Mini X30 race a little bit later on today. Just catching up with the highlights from the X30 Junior qualifying heat D versus E. Fantastic stuff, and a brilliant drive. Federico Arafai, look at his passing moves. He was really on fire in that heat. You've got to feel for him, because by the time he caught up with the guys in second and third position, Burgon and Jocelyn, they wanted to race at exactly the wrong moment. If they had just gone with him, look, this is the moment where the race was won for Niall. They started to battle again, Jocelyn, Burgoyne and Al-Rifai. If they had just left themselves alone, if they had just carried on as they were, Teofil Niall probably would have been caught.
Yeah, if these drivers had have worked together here to try and catch on to the back of Teofil Niall, I think they may have had a chance, but as you can see, a lot of battling and defensive driving from Jocelyn, as he didn't want to lose his position. He didn't want to lose the back of Al-Rifai and let him get away, but him not catch on to the leader. And with all this battling going on, I'm sure Teofil Niall had a couple of checks over his shoulder and laughed at the drivers behind and knew that they weren't going to catch on to him because of what they were doing. And there's the checkered flag. Al-Rifai in the back of that group, unfortunately, finishes in fourth position, but was definitely worthy of getting second.
I think he could even have got the win had he been given the opportunity to. He was certainly considerably faster per lap than Teofil Niall in the mid-phase of the race. But it's one of those things, isn't it? You just never know. It's woulda, shoulda, coulda. You know, if I had been left to my own devices, if I'd have had the right tyres, if I'd have had the right engine waft, if everything had been perfect. Shoulda, coulda, woulda is not enough in karting. You have to make these things happen, and it's one of those situations.
Yeah, in karting, and especially in such a close field like this, I think it's important to sometimes make your luck and not always just wait for the opportunities to come to you, but also make your own opportunities. If you see a gap in front of you, dive down the inside, because chances are when it comes to a couple more laps time, that gap isn't going to be there for you to go for it again.
Well, it was great to hear from Rodrigo Seabra of the Mini X30 class just a short while ago. If anybody else in the paddock is wanting to come up and share some time with us in the commentary box, you're more than welcome to. We'll have a quick chat with you in between races. Come and find us up in the top floor of the race control. Great to see the likes of Karel Schultz and Kian Fardin getting themselves ready for race action. This is a great week for them to enjoy their time. Karel Schultz ready to fly the flag for Team France out on the track. There is the WJS racing driver from the Netherlands, Sam van Voskulen. He's getting himself ready for another busy race out on the track. It's tricky conditions out there for these drivers, especially considering they've had a day on Wednesday for day 4. It was completely bone dry. The sun was out, the track was dry, and you could really get the most out of it. Yesterday was overcast, so the temperature dropped. Today, it's dropped again because the fog has brought so much surface moisture. It's almost like it's wet out there, but it's not wet enough for the wet tires. So they really have to be very careful and try and get the best setup possible out of this circuit when it's almost impossible to find.
Yeah, the track will be green, as people say, which means that basically there isn't as much grip down on the track, and it means that there isn't any rubber down on the circuit. It's the track temperature, track surface is cold, and there's a little bit of moisture built up, so the tires, especially when they're on slicks, they'll be sliding over the surface because they're not able to grip into the tarmac, grip into the surface of the track. But if you did go on wets, the wets would just get tore up, because there is no actual rain for them to split apart, and they'd just be falling apart on the surface.
So is it fair to say then that in the foggy conditions, it's almost worse than being in the wet? Because at least with the wet, you know that the circuit is wet. You've got water on the circuit. You can get water into the treads of wet tires. But in these conditions, you can't really read the conditions in any way, because 45 seconds later, they will have completely changed.
Well, yeah, with it being conditions like this, and there's no real way of actually telling how much moisture is down on track, how wet the surface of the track is. The only way you can tell is by driving around it and finding out yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem is, by then, if you've set the kart up incorrectly, it's too late. You've just got to cope with it.
Yeah.
So the drivers get themselves ready to go. Hopefully, Kian Fardin is going to get going. They're having a bit of a problem there with the starter motor. We had a couple of problems with that from the drivers yesterday. Clayton Ravenscroft didn't get going at all in one of the heats because the starter motor failed. Charlie Webb and Macaulay Bishop on the front row of the grid. Kian Fardin and Bart Harrison. Karel Schultz and Lucas Flusha. Sam van Voskulen and Andrea Pilavano. Matthijs Barb and Vinnie Phillips. Alex O'Grady and Amando Quintereri. Cameron Pratt Thompson and Arthur Valsort. Antonio Apicella and Ronnie Stefani. Enzo Halman and Yuri Bonta. Raphael Fournier and Ferdinand Lucquet. Then Gaspard Lagaye and Lars Venink. Giulio Olivieri and Philip Cardas, Colin Cronin, Hector Gerling, Oscar Lambert, Sebastian Kaupeng, Philip Svensson and Jack Buckley of Ireland. So the competitors will get out around the circuit. Hopefully Kian Fardin has joined them because he obviously was a bit late out onto the circuit, but he is supposed to go off third position on the grid. And the thing for Kian Fardin is as well is that he has until the red line to regain his position. Otherwise it is all over for him, and he'll have to start the race from the back of the grid. Now, where is Kian Fardin? He's there at the back of the grid, so he has been able to get out, but he's not going to be able to take his position before the red line, because the red line is here, basically. And so, unfortunately, he's going to have to start this race from the back of the grid when he should be in P3, but he's not going to be able to rejoin in position. So, essentially, the race has actually started now for Kian Fardin. He will join up at the back of the grid and will have to try and tear his way through the field. So, who's going to be leading the interim after this race? Is it going to be Harrison or is it going to be Phillips? Let's find out. Green, green, green. Up to the first corner. It's a good start from Charlie Webb. Oh, it's straight off onto the exit of the pit lane there. That was a big moment for one of the Greek drivers, I think that was, having a moment there. That could well have been one of the midfielders, Raphael Fournier, I think, potentially going wide there up at the first corner and dropping down the order some considerable way. And that is a fast starting Karel Schultz, who has got into second position as a result of having the inside line pretty much empty from Kian Fardin. Fardin there has already got through a couple of karts, so he's already making his way up through the field. But look at Charlie Webb, this is what you want, the perfect start, the perfect lead. And then it's Schultz and Van Verskulen who are into second and third positions as they try and get away from the rest of the pack. Fourth position, that is a comfortable start on the inside line there for Matthijs Barb. So Matthijs Barb has moved his way up into fourth place as he chases down Van Verskulen. But out in front, Charlie Webb is in paradise. Clear track, daylight between him and second.
Yep, Charlie Webb has done what Macaulay Bishop did it yesterday in pretty much most of his heats. Pulled a massive gap on the first lap of the race. He's pulled 9/10, and Macaulay Bishop getting overtaken there by Bart Harrison as Harrison slides up the inside in turn 2 and manages to get through. But Bishop just falling further and further back right now. I mean, it just doesn't look like he has the pace that he was able to have yesterday. As that's a move for position. That's the 253 being overtaken there in the midfield. So Flusha losing a position there as another driver up the inside of Macaulay Bishop. That's Vinnie Phillips making his way through. Does Bishop has a problem? He just doesn't have the pace which he was showing yesterday.
It's all about setup in these conditions. You have no idea how tricky it's going to be until you get into the race itself. Yesterday they had the setup pretty sweet, but with the temperature dropping, it's very difficult to keep temperature in the tyres if they've set up the kart a certain way. So obviously it could be very treacherous for Bishop to hold on to. But who's going to be leading the interim by the time this race is over? If it stays like this, the new leader in Junior X30 is going to be Teofil Nal, because he has 8 points. And it's looking like Burgon and Lizio are going to overtake Harrison, who will end the day on 12, or end the race on 12, as will Van Verskulen. Vinnie Phillips to 13. Harrison and Phillips are trying to work their way through the field one by one, though. They both get past Matthijs Barb. That's going to help them out. They're going to go to 4th and 5th now as a result of that. Here comes Bishop up the inside of Matthijs Barb, and he's going to be joined by Andrea Pirovano. Excellent work from Bishop to get through on Barb, but Pirovano can't quite overtake Matthijs Barb himself. So we watch Bart Harrison close up on the Frenchman Karel Schultz. So Karel Schultz is there in 3rd position at the moment. And then they come off the final turn down the straight. Charlie Webb still has the lead. Sam Van Verskulen, the Dutchman, is doing an excellent job in 2nd place. 3rd for Karel Schultz. And then in 4th it is Bart Harrison from Vinnie Phillips and Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop trying to shake off Matthijs Barb and Andrea Pirovano. And then we have Lucas Flusha, in 9th position. It'll be Luna Flusha next year, of course, by the time she turns 11. She'll be there in the juniors next season. She's in the minis later. But Lucas Flusha is there in 9th place in front of Emmanuel Quideri. And then it is Yuri Bonta, Artur Vassort, Antonio Apicella, and the Irishman Alex O'Grady. Here comes Harrison on the inside. Gets the move on Karel Schultz. Is there enough space for Phillips? Not yet. So Vinnie Phillips is going to have... Yes, he does get there. Phillips actually makes the switchback manoeuvre and gets through on the inside of the left-hander. Terrific reactions from Vinnie Phillips. The London boy has been absolutely stunning there. Into 4th position. Follows the track of Bart Harrison. And now Harrison is 3rd. That's going to put him back into 2nd in the rankings. Phillips is up to 4th position, and that's going to put him level with Burgoyne and Lizio on 11 points apiece.
Yep, that's going very good there for Burgoyne, not Harrison, making his way through.
Van Verskulen has closed right up on Charlie Webb. This could be a leading battle.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a battle here between Van Verskulen and Webb. Webb did have a 9/10 gap, but it looks like that gap has been completely cut down. And talking about cut down, and it's up the inside there for Van Verskulen, gets himself into the lead, and Charlie Webb is put down into 2nd position for now.
And Phillips got Harrison at the same time, on the same bend behind them. So you've got Van Verskulen's made the move for the lead, and you've got Phillips who's made the move for 3rd. So the Dutchman now takes the lead. Here comes the Flying Dutchman, Sam van Voskuilen, across the line. He leads the way. Charlie Webb in second. Vinnie Phillips in third. Fourth place, Bart Harrison, and that's changed things a little bit. Now it's Niall from Van Voskuilen in the rankings. Vinnie Phillips is tied with him on 10 if he stays in third ahead of Bart Harrison. So this is a crucial race for Van Voskuilen. He can be second in the rankings of junior. He's been so solid and consistent, the Dutchman. It was wonderful to talk with him last night about his progress over the course of the week, and he looks very happy, very solid, and he's really enjoying the moment. He was a little doubtful he could hold this for the rest of the week. He must have been delighted to wake up and see the fog this morning. It's brought him right back into the hunt, and now he's looking at second in the interim standings. And Phillips has a look at Webb. Excellent run. Vinnie Phillips dives in on Charlie Webb, and that's going to put him second overall. He's going to overtake Van Voskuilen. That will drop him another point, so he'll be on 9 points rather than being on 10. That's going to put Vinnie Phillips into second position in the overall rankings. Bart Harrison is trying to make his own bid to get there past Charlie Webb, but they're all working together to close up on Sam van Voskuilen, and we've only just got to the halfway point. Vinnie Phillips going for the lead on the Dutchman, and he's there. Vinnie Phillips takes the lead, and this is the great chance for him, as he will now take the lead of the interim standings of the qualifying heats if he stays here. Van Voskuilen tries again. Phillips round the outside. You will not get past me, mate. Excellent run from the Londoner as he takes the lead of the race, and now Charlie Webb is hunting down Van Voskuilen himself. Harrison is there. Fifth place for Carol Schultz, and sixth is Macaulay Bishop. Van Voskuilen, what a move as he storms back in on Vinnie Phillips from a mile away. Excellent move, and he gets back into position. So it's the Flying Dutchman once again, and Vinnie Phillips is going to try again down the main straight into turn one. Magic, he's back in the lead. Webb tried to get there too, but he then got squeezed at the apex, so had to bail out of the throttle. But Vinnie Phillips retakes the lead, which changes 3 times in a half lap. Oh, and contact with Schultz and Bishop. Schultz and Bishop connect with each other. Bishop gets through, but they've both dropped about 5 places as a result of that. And Charlie Webb is having to defend from Bart Harrison. So unfortunate for Schultz and Bishop. They just got a little too close together as they went through turn 3 in the left. And they both ran out wide, hopped over the curbs, and that's definitely game over for their hunt for victory for now.
Yep, that was a good battle there. It's such a shame that Bishop had that collision there. He was making his way back through the field, making his way back through the pack, and unfortunately caught up in that incident and drops even further and further back. Phillips checks 3 times behind him on the straight. He is so paranoid about where Van Voskuilen is on the circuit in comparison to him. Charlie Webb's having a good race in 5th position right now, as Harrison, is he going to have a look up the inside? He had a look at it, but wasn't able to pull anything off just yet. Phillips goes defensive into the hairpin here. Harrison goes for the wide line. Does that invite anybody up the inside? No, it doesn't.
With 4 laps to go, Vinnie Phillips is doing the parking the bus trick as he holds on. Look, he's absolutely married to the inside line, trying desperately to make sure nobody comes through. There's a fine line between tough and crazy, and Vinnie Phillips is flirting with it right now in his defensive strategy as he hangs on in the middle of the circuit. That's better. You don't want to be too far to the inside line, but in the middle of the circuit places you perfect. Nobody can go right, nobody can go left. So Van Voskuilen can't respond just yet. He's right there, but Vinnie Phillips is making sure he stays. Look, he's pulling across. He's trying to make sure there's no move up the inside, but that's going to be counterproductive. Harrison and Webb are going to close in on them very quickly indeed. Phillips is hoping Webb launches on the inside of Van Voskuilen. He doesn't. Webb forces Van Voskuilen further forward. That's not good news for Phillips. That's going to be a big train. Look, it's really starting to mount up. Phillips, Van Voskuilen, Webb, Harrison. Webb goes for the inside of Van Voskuilen, side by side. That's what Phillips wanted. Webb is through, and it's really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Van Voskuilen trying to hang on in 3rd. Bart Harrison is still there in 4th place. Van Voskuilen's having to be defensive himself now to hold on to 4th place, to hold on to 3rd, sorry. Mattis Barb is creeping in 5th with Andrea Pirovano, Lucas Flusha, Yuri Bonta, and Macaulay Bishop all in the hunt. Absolutely incredible as 9 of them are all together, and Bishop has made up a couple of places on this lap. He's got past Bont, he's got past Flusha, I believe. So onto the main straight, and Vinnie Phillips has now got Charlie Webb all over the back of him. It's not done and dusted yet. Bart Harrison all over Van Voskuilen as they go through turn 1, 2 to go, and Phillips has got to hold on.
Yep, Webb really liking these conditions here. Had a difficult day yesterday, but now he's back on form and he's back at the front. Phillips may have been happy that Webb got past Van Voskuilen, but now he has to worry about Webb himself. We go through the first step, and everybody married to the white line on the inside and trying to get the switch back around the outside does not work there for Charlie Webb as Macaulay Bishop tries to make his way back through the field. Phillips in the middle of the circuit, so Webb cannot go anywhere. We have a look back through the pack, and we go around where a crucial overtaking zone is right now. Can Webb go to the inside? No, he can't. Phillips covers it off. This is such a great defensive drive right now from Vinnie Phillips as he just parks it and nobody can put the car up the inside.
Watch P5 on this last lap. Lucas Flusha has stormed his way through from 9th position to P5 in about a lap and a half. He could make the top 3 here as we go into the last lap. Vinnie Phillips moving to cover from Charlie Webb. 3rd is Van Verskulen, 4th is Harrison, 5th is Flusha. Watch for the Spaniard in P5. He's got some good moves up his sleeve as Van Verskulen has to move to cover Harrison. Harrison trying to come back at him into turn 4, and Phillips parking the bus again. Harrison dies for 3rd. Flusha's going to try the switchback. He's going to get there in a 4th place as side by side Phillips and Webb battle for position. Flusha is now side by side with Van Verskulen into the braking zone. He's got to commit. He's there. P4. Good move from the Spaniard. The top 3 Brits are all still battling away with each other. Phillips trying to hang on. Webb will try. Phillips protects the inside line. Moves to cover. He could have a bad exit. Bishop is kicked out of the run. And Phillips is still holding on. Webb's trying to get the switch back. Phillips will move to cover. It's going to be close at the line. Phillips has hung on by 700ths of a second. My goodness me. You've got to feel for Macaulay Bishop getting spat out of the run. Somebody was likely to, and it's just unfortunate on this occasion that it was Macaulay Bishop. But what a race, and Vinnie Phillips hangs on by a whisker, and not only does he take the victory, he now leads Junior X30 in IAME World Finals week.
What a defensive drive there from Phillips. With 4 or 5 laps to go, that's when the defensive nature started to kick in. And then from there on, Phillips was married to that white line. He was not going anywhere, wasn't letting anybody even have a look at the inside line on this circuit. But it clearly works out in the end as Phillips will bring home the win in that heat and will take the lead in the overall standing. 7 points, and Tearfield now is on 8. So very close up at the front end of the field, but Phillips doing a great job in that race.
That's massive. That's absolutely massive. The pendulum has literally just switched from Kanato Lee to his teammate, Vinnie Phillips. And that's really going to be an interesting dynamic now for the rest of the day. Oh, you got to feel for Macaulay Bishop. He gets out of the kart. That's another what-if race for him, isn't it? Because he was from the front row. He usually excels in these kind of conditions. But starting on that outside line, it's so difficult to keep the grip on the first lap. Vinnie Phillips just 700ths ahead of Charlie Webb at the flag. Bart Harrison in 3rd. Lucas Flusha in 4th from Sam Van Verskulen and Matti Sparb. What a drive. Andrea Piravano and Carol Schultz, Antonio Apicella and Yuri Bonte. Arthur Vosort and Macaulay Bishop, who recovers to 12th. Alex O'Grady, Amano Quintieri, Colin Cronin, Kian Fardin, then Philip Carrasque, Giulio Olivieri, Gaspard Lagaye and Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jack Buckley and Fernand Luque. Ronnie Stefani and Philip Svensson in 24th. Then it is Sebastian Kaupeng in front of Raphael Fournier, Oscar Lambert and Hector Gerling. Just the one retirement, Lars Venink, and the one DNS. That was the Swedish driver Enzo Hjalman of the Ward Racing team. Those kind of races really are make or break, and that has made a massive difference to the Junior X30 standings. The shuffle of the deck at the top end of that qualifying heat is amazing. Vinnie Phillips now leads it. Tearfield now 2nd. Bart Harrison in 3rd place. Burgoyne and Lucio are tied on 11. Van Verskulen 15. Faramond on 17 and Webb on 18. Now, let's watch Bishop at the start. Look, he gets completely squeezed and there's nothing really he can do about it because he's now just tumbling backwards through the field. He's in 4th at this point, but again, look, he goes wide, hoping to get a cutback manoeuvre. He's there or thereabouts, but all it takes is just 1 or 2 choice line errors and he's ended up in the middle of the pack. It's unfortunate, but that's the danger of starting in P2 on the outside line, especially in greasy conditions like this.
Yeah, it was a difficult race there for Bishop. He was battling with the conditions and also battling with himself the whole of that race, trying to make his way back through. And maybe at some points he could even say that he battled a little bit too hard, pushed the car a little bit too hard, try to get into a position for a desperate overtake. It didn't really look like that was the case in many places, as Bishop was very patient there, could have dived down the inside, but he did here and gets the position. It was just about a kart's width, and he sends it down the inside, makes that bit of the track his, and gains a position.
See, it's important psychologically to stay in the hunt in these sort of situations because essentially what you're doing is trying to maintain your authority over the rest of your opposition. You know, you do not want to be the kind of driver who gets pushed around, so you need to let people know, I'm not going to get pushed around, I'm not going to get intimidated, I'm going to keep myself in the hunt. This was really nice from Charlie Webb through the early stages of the race. You know, he was so mature in this one. He saw the writing on the wall, let Van Voskuilen go, and stayed right on the back bumper of him. This was actually, for me, Charlie Webb's best race of the week. He was so smooth throughout, even when the writing was on the wall and he had drivers all over him. Look, Phillips is there. He lets him go, tucks back in, makes sure he holds the position to stop Harrison coming through. Watch Webb in third position. This is such a mature position. Look, he knows where the battle's going to be. He rolls off the throttle, gets back on the power nice and strong. When Van Voskuilen makes his big launch, Webb is right there. He was always the one waiting for the pieces to come to him. And now he makes his move on Van Voskuilen. But look, he had two choices there. He could have backed right out of it, slammed on the brakes and got into an accident, or committed with a dab of throttle. He did the latter. He stayed in the position. And Webb is one of the big choice manoeuvres here. Unfortunate that we saw that from Bishop and Schultz. And fair play to both of them for keeping going and all of that. But Webb is the one for me here. Look, Phillips is defending. Watch Webb. He's placing the kart exactly where he needs to be to stay in contention. That's a smart move or two there from Charlie Webb.
Yeah, Webb not making any rash decisions and finally makes the move there on Van Voskuilen and gets himself into second position. Van Voskuilen tries to have a little look back up the inside, but it just doesn't pay off. Now Webb's in a position in second position where he needs to attack Vinnie Phillips, but Phillips, he's parking the bus. He's on the brakes and married to that inside line. As soon as Webb goes to the outside, that's when Phillips pulls across to try and get a little bit of a wider corner, carry more speed. And if you noticed how Phillips cuts off the switchback, doesn't let anybody switch back, we'll see this around the final corner, and we'll also see it here. So Phillips takes a much wider line, but he slows down the car a lot more on the apex of the corner so he can keep that tight line. There's the issue for Bishop. And around the final corner and across the line, Phillips just about taking it, but Webb nearly snatching it at the line.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it's hard to pick one driver in a race like that when there are so many phenomenal competitors in a field. It's really hard to put one driver out of the lineup and say that guy was the star, especially when Vinnie Phillips has come through in the manner he has again to pick up another great victory. But Charlie Webb, definitely a standout performer in that one, because when you look at what has happened to him in the previous heats, when things have got away from him, he's still been able to bag decent points, but it's never really looked like a race-winning effort. That was the important heat for me. Psychologically, he's got a chance now. He knows that he can win this week. He's there in 8th position at the moment in the aggregate, so he has got a good chance of it. We're going to move on from the juniors and focus our attentions once again on the senior, which is currently being led by the man on pole position for this heat, Callum Bradshaw, and this is perfect for him. We know how good he is in the wet conditions. He dominated in Portimao last season to win the World Championship. Now he's here in the IAME World Finals, and he can be a real warrior from the front of this field. He can go into the first corner and check out. No one will see which way he went.
Bradshaw has won every single race that he's been in so far, so in the overall standings, it is a 0-point score so far from Callum Bradshaw. He'll be looking to keep that one up as well, but he definitely has some big names and tight contenders around him.
Callum Bradshaw and Eduardo Villa on the front row, Federico Rossi and Maximus Meyer, then Mark Kimber and Thomas Fleming, David Locatelli and Ito Alacumpi, Malo Bollier and Louis Westover from Manuel Sconomilio and Harry Platten, Oliver Greenall and Jan Calmet from Noah Mator and Alessandro Tedesca, Santiago Fabani and Tanya Müller from Samuele De Filippo and Delano Velens, Valentina Baracco and Dariusz Mogadampo, Giuseppe Galliano and Alex Stanfield, Dario Vezzano and Sergio Rodriguez, Luna Claret and Alex Kobe, Sean Hogan, Axel Vingard, Alex Bergqvist, Emil Tangard and Luca Luongo. 33 drivers, 12 laps, and it's Adria in greasy conditions mode. Callum Bradshaw territory.
Yep, Callum Bradshaw, he's very good in these conditions, and Bradshaw, one thing that he's good at is adapting to conditions. When there's changeable conditions in a race, if it goes from dry to wet, we've seen time and time again that he's able to be one with the elements and adapt to his surroundings and obviously the track underneath him.
So the battle's going to be an interesting one as Callum Bradshaw brings them round. Eduardo Villa, the local sensation for the TB KART factory team, is going to be there on the front row of the starting grid. What can we do about this, says Eduardo Villa and the TB boys. Down the straight, are we going to get a clean start straight away? We certainly do. Away we go, and Villa is going to try and pull across on Bradshaw. He got very close to getting one side in there, and he has to bail out of it. He has to drop in a second position, but Villa means business as he goes after Bradshaw. Couldn't quite overhaul him, but not for the want of trying, as Bradshaw and Villa now stepping up the attack through the first couple of corners. A bit of a curb hopping from the drivers up towards turn 4. They come into the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through okay? Plenty of drivers going to go through together. Just about. There's 1 or 2 drivers running very wide, but they are all still going on the race circuit, even if a few places have been lost. There's Ito Alakulpi, the Finnish driver, trying to keep himself into a decent position, but Bradshaw staves off the challenge from Eduardo Vila on the first lap. He's got Thomas Fleming up to 3rd position after a rocket launch of a start from him. But now, Callum Bradshaw has this race to lose. He's already got himself a decent advantage. And as he comes across the line, that's already about half a second on Eduardo Vila from Fleming, Alakulpi, Rossi, Kimber, Bollier, Westover, Locatelli, Meyer, Greenall and Sconomilio. So it's all looking pretty neat and tidy as far as Callum Bradshaw's concerned already.
Bradshaw already trying to check out from the rest of the field. He's already packed his bags and he's now trying to leave us, battling in the middle of the field there. That looks like that was Mark Kimber making a move on Rossi there to gain another position as Kimber tries to make his way back through the field. A bit of a rocky start and a shaky start there for Kimber, so not the best from him, but making his way back through the field, and I'm sure it won't be long before we see him back at the front end. Eduardo Vila in 2nd position right now. He's got Thomas Fleming right in behind him, and that's Louis Westover losing a position. So that looked like that was going to be Locatelli making a move on Westover there. Westover and Fleming both have very similar helmets, and they're also in the same team, so that makes it a bit more confusing.
So this is a very interesting battle for the competitors up at the front end of the field. Eduardo Vila still running ahead of Thomas Fleming. Mark Kimber running in 5th place, in behind Ito Alakulpi. Oh no, he's not. Kimber's gone through. As I say that, Kimber makes the move for 4th place. He doesn't wait around too long, does he? Excellent charge from him again as David Locatelli battles it out there with one of the KART Republic drivers. I think that might be Santiago Fabani who's made his way around there. Oh, that might be Malo Bollier, actually. So there is Bradshaw, still trying to stretch away from Eduardo Vila. At the moment, Vila is actually mapping his times, very similar to that of Callum Bradshaw. So Vila is really working well in these conditions, as is Thomas Fleming. Bradshaw checks over his shoulder. We've got a KART stopped out on the circuit, 2 KARTs stopped out on the circuit. Looks like a couple of them have had a bit of an incident out there on the circuit. One of them is Jan Kalmet, and I think the other one who's run into trouble there is Axel Vingard. So Vingard has dropped to the back of the field. Harry Platten is already out of the race. He was off on the first lap. Didn't see what happened to him there. But certainly Harry Platten, I'm afraid, out of the race, as is Jan Kalmet. So that's unfortunate for the BMR and the Talvar drivers. But Bradshaw leads the way from Eduardo Vila and Thomas Fleming, then Mark Kimber, Federico Rossi, Ito Alakulpi, Louis Westover, David Locatelli and Malo Bollier from Oliver Greenall and Manuel Sconomilio. A big international field here and some great talent coming through in these very greasy conditions, but it's all going gravy for Callum Bradshaw up in the front end of the field. No worries for him. End of lap 4, 8 to go. Eduardo Vila's doing his best to catch him, but he's only really gaining thousandths of a second. It's not tenths, and that's what you need to win this race against Bradshaw. You can match him for pace. What you really need to do is overhaul him.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Because Eduardo Vila and also Bradshaw are such similar pace, they're both on a very high level, and because of that, there's not much more time you can really find between these 2 drivers. And because of that, not one driver is majorly quicker than the other one. Thomas Fleming just about holding on to the back of Eduardo Vila right now. He's actually just a little bit slower. Actually was quicker on the previous lap than Vila. So if it's a good lap here from Fleming and maybe a good couple of laps towards the end of the race, we may see Fleming actually go for 2nd position if he's able to catch on. But visually, that gap looks like it's closing.
So Bradshaw leads the way. Vila in 2nd. Vila goes quicker in the 2nd and 3rd sectors than Callum Bradshaw. The fastest man on track is actually Louis Westover, who's about 0.4 of a second quicker a lap than Callum Bradshaw. So Westover, who's got himself up into P6 behind Federico Rossi, has a good chance of making some progress in this one. So Callum Bradshaw running a good race. Eduardo Vila is still right there for the hunt. But there needs to be some more good opportunities to move forward as far as they're concerned. Vila, Fleming, Kimber, Rossi, Westover and Alakulpi. But there is Bradshaw. Still no problems at all matching the times of the man who is chasing him down. Vila is a fraction of a second quicker in the 1st and 2nd sector, but it's not enough really for Callum Bradshaw to panic at this stage of the race. He's just got to hope that the KART continues to give him what he needs. 6 done, 6 to go. If it stays like this, it's going to be close But for the moment, it is going to be Bradshaw that hangs on. Vila has just got to hope that there's something to get from the man in front. And he will know that it is more important for him to take on the man in front of him psychologically than it will be any other driver this week. That's the leader of the IAME World Finals coming up to this point, and the reigning world champion as well, don't forget, as we watch Oliver Greenall go to battle there in big style with David Locatelli and his teammate Maximus Meyer. Really having a good scrap there in the middle of the field. But Bradshaw definitely has opposition from Eduardo Vila. Vila is quicker in sector 1 by 0.02 of a second. Eduardo Vila is quicker in the second sector by a little under 0.1 of a second. He's now starting to get on with it. He's had to reel in Bradshaw a little way, but now he wants to put him under some pressure. The gap comes down. It was 0.4 of a second on the previous lap. It needs to come down again. And it has to 0.3 of a second. Vila is putting Bradshaw under some pressure now. Fleming, third position. Then Kimber, Rossi, Westover, Alaculpi, Bollier, Sconomilio, Meyer, Greenall, Locatelli, Tudiska, Fabani, and Tanya Muller, who is leading the female charge. 3 of them in this race. Alex Stanfield is next up, 16th position. Then Valentina Baracco, Delano Wellens, Giuseppe Galliano, and Dariusz Magadampur.
Yep, it's very close up at the front of the field right now. The gap is actually coming down between Bradshaw and Vila. It's now down to 0.3 of a second, and it was up to half a second, but that's going to be a move on Fleming there. That's a change for third position as Kimber makes his way through. Watch out for Federico Rossi, who is also following in behind. But look, if you look behind him now, Vila had a check over his shoulder. He sees that there is no competition in behind. So as soon as he catches onto the back of Bradshaw, he's going to be his and only his. So Kimber, he's going to put his foot down and try and catch on. Fleming's going to lose another position there as Rossi dives down the inside. So Fleming now down into 5th position. He was up in 3rd, but now his teammate of Westover is all over the back of him and actually gets a switchback. So gets the move on Fleming there. In 1 lap, has nearly lost 3 positions.
This is going to be very tricky as Westover slides back in on the inside, trying to shake off Bollier. This is not going to be easy. Now Fleming falls into the clutches of Rossi and Westover. Alaculpi is there, then Marlo Bollier. Sconomilio is trying to keep up with them as well. So this will be an absolutely fascinating duel between them all as they come through again. Look how close Vila's got to Alan Bradshaw with 3 to go. You've got to time this right. This is not going to be very easy. And now we're going to have a very interesting run as Callum Bradshaw and Eduardo Vila could go to battle. Bradshaw's got to pull out some qualifying pace now because Vila is not going to be one to back down from the fight. Let's not forget that a year ago when Vila burst onto the scene in the IAME Euro Series at Castelletto, he was the dominant force. He bagged a podium this year in the European Championship at Genk in Belgium. So we know how good Eduardo Vila can be. And this is his playground. This is his home turf. So he knows how to take on a world champion. But is he going to get the chance? Bradshaw needs to open up the taps and push a little bit harder. He responds in the second sector, fractionally quicker than Eduardo Vila. Looks over his shoulder, knows that Vila is right there. Now he's got to bring out the big guns. Vila, fastest of all in the final sector. He's right underneath him. Can Bradshaw pull off the world champion's drive and shake him off? Through turn 2, up to 3. Vila's getting hungry. Down to the braking zone for the turn 4 hairpin. So far, so good for Bradshaw. Putting the card exactly where he needs to be. Even when he runs a little deep, he's able to chop back across the apex and avert any attack that Eduardo Vila has in response. Callum Bradshaw perfectly holding on to this at the moment. No pressure as far as he's concerned. He just needs to drive his normal racing line. It's up to Eduardo Vila to dig deep and find something special. Vila is always fractionally quicker in the first sector. Bradshaw is fractionally quicker in the second sector. Then it comes back to Vila in the third. We've got 1 more lap. Can he hang on?
Vila is all over the back of Bradshaw now. And remember that Vila has had to catch onto the back of Bradshaw, and he's managed to do so. He's pulled down about 0.6 of a second between these 2 drivers over the course of the race. Federico Rossi gets the fastest lap there, 51.111. But if we look back to the front of the field, as going defensive, there's Bradshaw, but doesn't feel the need to for the hairpin. Has a check behind him and sees the gap between him and Vila. Now they go through the second hairpin. Another check behind for Bradshaw. Bradshaw really not happy with the position that he's in right now, as he's having to check back every corner.
The only move that's going to work is Vila's signature overtaking move, and it's coming up. He's got to come from a million miles back and slam it up the inside of Bradshaw, but even he knows he's not going to be able to make take it. It's not going to work this time, Eduardo. You've given it the best shot you've got, but you can't beat a world champion easily. Callum Bradshaw out of the final turn. He continues his unbeaten run. Epic, epic from Callum Bradshaw. He's just flawless this week. This could be the perfect IAME World Finals week for him. So far, it is 1-0. Fastest in-time qualifying. Winner in every heat. Can Callum Bradshaw get the clean sweep in Senior X30? It's looking good for the moment, and it's deservedly so. He hasn't put a wheel wrong all week.
Yeah, Callum Bradshaw has done a brilliant job at the front of the field. It's been dominant so far from him, and he knows that he's performed well there, but he also knows that he's got a very quick Italian in behind him. Eduardo Villa, racing for the TV KART team, has definitely gave Bradshaw a run for his money there and put up a fight.
So now, can anyone else get after him? Because all sorts of drivers have tried to go after Callum Bradshaw and not managed to. So we're going to have to see if this is going to have a bit of an adverse effect on the week. I mean, fair play to Eduardo Villa. He's given it the best possible chance of making it work, but it wasn't quite enough. Callum Bradshaw from Eduardo Villa, Mark Kimber in third from Federico Rossi and Louis Westover, Thomas Fleming and Malo Bollier from Itu Alaculpi and Manuel Scoramilio. Oliver Greenall is 10th from Maximus Meyer and David Locatelli. Then Alex Stanfield of the United States and Santiago Fabani. Tanya Müller and Valentina Baracco. Alessandro Tedesca and Giuseppe Galliano. Alex Bergqvist and Delano Wellens from Sergio Rodriguez and Luca Luengo. Then Noah Maton and Luna Claret. 25th is Emil Tangard in front of Dariusz Magadampor, who had a problem in the last couple of laps. Sean Hogan and Alex Kobe. Dario Vezzano, Samuele De Filippo and Axel Wingard. The retirements, Jan Kalmet on the penultimate laps of the race, on lap 3 of the race, I think it was, he retired, and Harry Platten crashed out on the opening lap of the race. So very unfortunate there, but Callum Bradshaw able to get in front of Eduardo Villa. You can see there that Harry Platten's kart is now being recovered. The Marshall team and the recovery crew are going to get him back into the pit lane. So that's a big hammer blow for Harry Platten's week as well. Let's look back over it. Look how close Villa came to overhauling Bradshaw into turn 1. That could have been the big difference. That could have been the game changer. You've got to get him early. That's the problem with Callum Bradshaw. Once you get him into the lead of the race and he's got a few kart lengths, that's it. Game over, sunshine.
Yeah, that was a chaotic start there, but the gap that Bradshaw was able to pull on the first lap, that was crucial for that race there. I'm pretty sure that if Bradshaw didn't have the gap that he did at the start of the race and didn't have the time gap that he did between him and Villa, then it may have been a different finish and may have been a different story.
Yeah, because Villa looked particularly comfortable in his particular position. He was fine there running in second position, but he really wanted to find a little bit of extra speed. He dragged pretty much everything he could out of the kart in that particular one, but it wasn't quite able to get the finish that he wanted out of it. And it really is unfortunate because you can see just how hard he was pushing. You could see where he was able to get a little bit more out of the kart and a little bit more out of himself through that race. Some good battles further back as well. We got to see Westover and Fleming duke it out there with Federico Rossi. It was the Italian that eventually won out after a very patient drive from him. But what a run from Bradshaw to fend off from the ever feisty and ever ruthless Eduardo Villa. Just couldn't quite get close enough. And a really, really good mission there. Excellent work from Bradshaw. He has not made a single mistake all week long. And he is doing an excellent job to hold on to his current position. Excellent job thus far. So Bradshaw continues to hold the lead of the standings. Goldstein is second on 2, as is Calanini, who also has 2. Aaron Walker has 5 points. Christian Comanducci has 9 from Sebastian Hedin on 11, and Teresa Babichkova and Ricardo Colombo, who have 12 points apiece. It was interesting talking to a few people last night about the way that the progress is going. There's quite a few personalities who are here watching the IAME World Finals. We caught up with Eliska Babichkova a little earlier this morning as well. Sad that she's not in the Senior X30 field, but she is here, and she's obviously cheering on Teresa and Petra, her sisters, in the Senior X30 brigade. We're going to see Teresa Babichkova out very shortly indeed. And also, one of the more celebrity pairings that we have here this weekend was seeing them at dinner last night. Riccardo Patrese and his son Lorenzo, who is in F4 at the moment. He's here and he's watching and obviously taking an eye on the IAME World Finals here in Italy. So it just goes to show you that once you get the Italian motorsport scene on a big event like this, you never know who's going to show up.
Yeah, there's quite a few people that aren't even racing, but just turned up to watch the racing because they know how high level and how good the racing is going to be between these drivers. It's at the top level of karting. This is one of the pinnacle events of a driver's karting career.
Well, that's it. I mean, you've got to remember that while Riccardo Patrese is a Formula One legend, it was teammate to Nigel Mansell and Michael Schumacher in Formula One at one point, as well as a Grand Prix winner in his own right. When he started, he was a kart racer and a karting world champion. So you never, ever lose that. You never lose your love for karting, whether it's in the modern era or back in the day. And so they're always drawn back to the karting circuit in all these fantastic capacities. Now we come into an interesting phase as the fog is starting to lift. We can actually see more of the horizon now, but it doesn't look like it's going to get much more brighter than this over the course of the day. And that's going to affect temperatures. So those who are going to really struggle in the cooler conditions, they're going to have a very difficult day at the office.
Yeah, the fog doesn't look like it's going to disappear anytime soon. But back onto the point where a lot of professional racing drivers will have started in karting. So that's why we see them driving karts, maybe even producing their own chassis, because that's where it all started. That's where their heart lies, in karting and motorsport. And that's why they come to watch racing like this, because they can remember when they were in the shoes of these drivers right now, battling for a title in karting.
Yep, you're going to see a few Formula One surnames over the next couple of seasons within the karting world for various reasons. Obviously, Charles Leclerc has his own chassis within the Birolart group, as do Daniel Ricciardo and, of course, Robert Kubica as well. They're all producing their chassis within the group. Alonso Kart, of course. Fernando Alonso's brand is with the Kart Republic awning. And, of course, we've just heard the news recently that Lando Norris has his own karting chassis, and that's going to be within the Tony Kart group as well. So, and we know that the Dan Holland Racing team is going to be running the Norris chassis within the United Kingdom and probably in IAME Euro as well. So we could well see the Norris chassis in the IAME World Series before very long and within the World Finals.
Well, yeah, next season, there's quite a few teams and quite a few drivers that are excited to see this new chassis. The Lando Norris chassis is going to be a big shock to the sport. It's going to be obviously running on the OTK base. It's going to be under Norris's name, and DHR have announced that they're going to be supplying it in the UK and running it for their team. So it'll be interesting to see how drivers adapt to this new chassis and how they perform on it.
So on the front row of this starting grid, it's going to be another pair of star drivers for Strawberry Racing. On the far side, it'll be Teresa Bavrichkova. On the inside, it'll be Aaron Walker. So we will see some excellent runs from the two drivers up at the sharp end of the field, and there's going to be a lot of battles up to that first corner. X30 Senior Heat D versus E will definitely give us plenty of talking points. For the moment, though, Callum Bradshaw can breathe a sigh of relief. He's not going to lose the lead of the interim standings anytime soon, and that's important at this phase when you know that there's going to be so many competitive drivers coming out in the heats that you have no involvement in. You've got to bank on yourself. You've got to try and get those decent results in. So he's been able to do that, and he's definitely looking the favourite. It's only him and Thomas Ritchie all week that have had an unbeaten run from time qualifying through to the heats as well. So Thomas Ritchie is doing that well in Master X30, and then you've got Callum Bradshaw doing the same thing in Senior X30. But when you've got so many drivers from all over the world, it's so difficult to have a flawless week.
Yeah, Bradshaw obviously qualified on pole and won all of the heats that he's had so far. He's doing an amazing job out there in the field. He's making it look like it's a little bit too easy for him there. Obviously, he's got challenges around him, but just nobody has been able to step up to the level which Bradshaw has been on so far. And I'm sure the drivers that went in his race will be watching him to try and see what he's doing differently, see where maybe he's taking a different line, braking at a different point to see where he's gaining time.
I mean, this is an important opportunity for Callum Bradshaw as well, because he has a chance within a 12-month window, and that's quite an incredible feat, within a 12-month window to become World Karting Champion, IAME Euro Series Champion, and the IAME World Finals Champion within a space of 12 months. That's an incredible achievement if he can get the job done. So we'll come to his rivals now. Aaron Walker and Teresa Bavrichkova, Leonardo Migna and Christian Comanducci, Ricardo Colombo and Gus Lawrence, Reiner Talva and Sita Van Meert, Daryl De Leon and Lucas Bodanovic, Petra Bavrichkova and Yanni Steven Aidens, Heikki Kalteren and Lucas Talman, Clayton Ravenscroft and Andrea Stevatsoglu, Lewis Mackie, Maxime Marion, Beren van der Berg and Christian Vagani, Nikolai Sabo and Yanis Intafos, Jonas Roth, Guru Majamoen, Isaac Valtonen and Rivaldo van der Westerleken, Reggie Dewey and Laurie Lepper, Khaled Saab, Leonardo Longoni, Figa Hjorvad, Karl Masieka, and Sander Selbakken. On that 14th row of the grid, Reggie Dewey, we need to pick up on his story because he has made up more places over the course of this week than any other driver in any other category. He really has stormed his way up through the course of the field from the back rows right up to the sharp end, and he is actually knocking on the door of the top 10 of the qualifying heats. Such has been his consistent pace. In the majority of the races, he has worked his way up from 34th on the grid all the way up into the teens. So that is absolutely stunning from Reggie Dewey. He just needs to keep up this kind of momentum, and he has, even potentially in these conditions, a chance to pick up on a win or two. So we need to watch out for him charging through. Aaron Walker and Teresa Babičková coming out of the final turn. Let's see what happens as we go. Green, 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 onto the start line. Teresa Babičková not with a bad start, but she gets squeezed there by Aaron Walker as the field filters its way through turn one. Trying to keep flat on the throttle, and Aaron Walker is just about going to hold on here in front of Leonardo Menya. There's a spin. Two karts have come together at the tail end there. They get spat out and get going again. It's the 4.56 of Andreas Devetsoglu. So Andreas Devetsoglu got spat out there. Didn't see who else went. It was Petra Babičková. Petra Babičková, one of the youngest drivers in Senior X30, unfortunately has got spat out there and is down at the back as we watch Leonardo Menya desperately trying to shake off the 490 of Ricardo Colombo, but Colombo has it done. So no problems at all there for Ricardo Colombo. He gets into third position and is now chasing down the man in second place, Christian Comanducci, the 478, right in behind Aaron Walker. Excellent start from the Italians, but for Teresa Babičková, she has slipped into sixth position. So it's Walker, Comanducci, Colombo, Menya. Sita van Meert is up in fifth position. What a start from the Belgian. She is there in fifth position, and Sita van Meert now has a chance to go for glory. Excellent work.
Van Meert done a brilliant job there on the first lap to make her way up the field. Just in behind her is Teresa Babičková. So Babičková dropped back a little bit at the start, down into sixth position, but we've seen this time and time again where she drops down in the field and makes her way back through as soon as she can. But Walker out in the front, we've seen him in this position before, and we know that he can do it.
Yet another epic start from Reggie Dewey. In one lap, he's gone from about 32nd position to 17th.
Wow.
Reggie Dewey is just charging his way through the field as Daryl De Leon manages to get through on Teresa Babičková. So the young man from the Philippines gets through into sixth position. He carries a British license, but he was the flag bearer yesterday for Team Philippines. Such is his pride of his nation back home in the IAME Asia fraternity. Ravenscroft gets the fastest lap of the race. He's now in 8th place behind Gus Lawrence. Make that up into another position because I think he's now got past Gus Lawrence. Indeed he has. So Ravenscroft now in 7th place, I think that is. Make that 8th actually. Reina Talvar is in 10th position behind them. And then Yannis Steven-Adens, Enki Kalteren, Lewis Mackey, Lucas Padanovic and Reggie Dewey. He's up to 15th now. He's still working his way through the field. But out in front, Aaron Walker trying to pull a Bradshaw.
Yep, Walker doing a good job, and that's a move for second position there. That's going to be Ricardo Colombo making a move on Comanducci there as the drivers make their way around the final corner. The two Italians, will they work together to try and get past Aaron Walker, or will it be every man for themselves? Watch out for Leonardo Menya in fourth position, sorry. He's looking strong right now, just on the back of this battle, waiting for something to happen between these drivers. As soon as one driver goes through, the rest follow through. It's like a train and a chain reaction, between these drivers. As soon as one goes, everybody goes.
There goes Ravenscroft on Babičková. So Clayton Ravenscroft takes on Teresa Babičková. Gus Lawrence is trying. Teresa Babičková gets back in, but Ravenscroft is going to get the switchback maneuver, surely. He does indeed. So Teresa Babičková tries to get the move back, and Gus Lawrence has got past her now as well. Walker has lost a bit of ground into Ricardo Colombo. Big launch forward. There goes the move from Leonardo Menya. Menya gets through on Comanducci. So Menya gets up into third position past Comanducci, and Sita van Meert is able to get a little bit closer to them. The Belgian female star doing a great job in fifth position, getting onto the toe of these two. Menya versus Comanducci, and Sita van Meert twitching a little bit on the rear axle. There's the move coming from Colombo. Goodness me. Aaron Walker shuts the door firmly. There goes Sita van Meert. Fourth position now. She gets past Comanducci herself, and she's up in a fourth place. She's not going to be handed anything. She's going to roll her sleeves up and grab it for herself. Excellent work from the EGP racing driver. She is now in fourth place, looking to close up on the top three. Walker, Colombo and Menya.
Sorry about that, forgot I had my mic muted again. Very close up at the front end right now. Walker just about holding on to it as Colombo is all over the back of him, has a little check over his shoulder, and there he can see Comanducci in behind in third position right now, kicking up the gravel there as they go onto the straight. A little bit feisty on the rear end is Colombo right now, as Sita van Meer has got herself up in a fourth position. What a run it is for the Belgium right now, as Gus Lawrence sets the fastest lap that time round, currently in 8th position. He's at a 51.246, nearly 3 tenths quicker than leaders, but up the inside. That's going to be for 2nd position, as we see Menya dive down the inside, now getting squeezed into the second part of the corner and around the outside. What a move there from Ricardo Colombo to get himself back into 2nd position. What a run there around the outside after a late dive there from Menya. The reaction. And now it is going to be a gap that's formed between them and Aaron Walker. And with this battling going on, Walker has just walked away from it.
Big slide from Comanducci to get up the inside of Sita van Meert to take back 4th position. So Comanducci is back in a P4. Van Meert reacts well to make sure she's still in the hunt. 6 laps done, 6 to go. Aaron Walker is still leading. No major pressures from him so far, other than the little love tap from Colombo a lap and a half ago. So now it's all going to be about Leonardo Menya closing up on Ricardo Colombo. Can Colombo hold on to this 2nd place run? 4th place for Comanducci ahead of Sita van Meert. Then De Leon, Ravenscroft, Lawrence, Steven Adens, Talvar, Babishkova and Reggie Dewey, who is up to 12th place now. He's knocking on the door of the top 10. Absolutely loving life, Reggie Dewey, as he carves his way through the pack. But this is still all about Aaron Walker running in the lead of this race. And it looks as though he's going to stay on a score of 5 if he can hang on to this win. It'll get a 0 score. You get 2 points for a second. Oh, there's been big contact further back. 2 or 3 karts in trouble at the back end of the field. One of them looks like Castellozzi, I think, involved in that one. Castellozzi in the previous heat, so it'll be one of the other drivers in the TV KART awning. But unfortunately, a couple of drivers out of sorts there in the middle. It was Sander Solbakken, Leonardo Longoni having their issues there, so they've dropped to the back of the field. I saw that just out of the sight of the cameras. But Aaron Walker still from Colombo, Menya and Comanducci. Comanducci is closing up on these 3. Sita van Meert staying with them, trying not to lose tack. She has run as high as 4th in this race. There's still a good chance to be in that top 4 by the end. Aaron Walker, Colombo, Menya. Ravenscroft having a little look at his teammate, Daryl De Leon. But they come out of the final turn and onto the main straight once again. Walker, Colombo and Menya. 4th place for Comanducci, 5th for Sita van Meert. De Leon is now behind Clayton Ravenscroft, who has worked his way back into P6. They come through to the hairpin, and this is not looking so easy for Walker anymore. 4 laps to go, and Colombo and Menya have got right onto the back bumper of him once again. Walker's going to have to think carefully. Here goes Colombo on the inside, and he takes the lead away from Aaron Walker. It took him 8 laps, but he's now got back on terms. Walker back on the inside. Colombo trying to hold it round the outside. Walker's going to have the inside line for the next right-hander. Menya's going to be there as well. Colombo going to hold the position, though, through the next left. Walker nearly losing the lead. Now he's definitely had a wake-up call.
Great attempt there from Colombo, but what a sequence of corners from Aaron Walker to fight back and get himself back into the lead of the race. But this is going to make our way to 2 laps remaining of the race after this one. Does Walker really want to be in the lead at this point? Does he want to be the defensive force, or does he want to be on the attack, trying to get past Colombo if Colombo's in the lead at this point?
Well, he's buttered his bread, so now he's got to eat it. Here they come. Colombo, Menya and Comanducci. He's getting very warish, and now Van Meert on the inside for 4th position. Excellent reactions from Van Meert. Ravenscroft's going to get alongside, but Van Meert will hold the inside line. Ravenscroft will still be there to the outside, but there's no space because Van Meert will not give him any. Through to the inside again, it comes Comanducci. Van Meert getting squeezed. Hopefully she's not going to get spat out of the chase, but it is very tricky as there goes Menya. Menya gets past Colombo, but that means that Walker surely has gone. Walker's disappeared out front, sliding around in the midfield there as everybody gets a little bit squirrely. Colombo trying to edge Menya further forward, but look, they have absolutely lost the back of Walker. Walker's long gone as Walker drops a qualifying lap on the rest of the field and gets half a second further ahead. The gap is now 7 tenths as Menya's got in a second in front of Colombo, and I don't see Walker losing this one now.
Yep, Walker is gone and going to try and get this win here. Menya and Colombo, with all this battling that they've been doing, Walker on the penultimate lap of the race has walked away with this one. 7/10 is the gap that now separates these drivers as they go around the final section of the circuit for the penultimate time in this race. There is no catching Walker at this point unless something drastic happens. Walker makes a mistake or an amazing lap time from Menya and Colombo, but I would not be surprised if we see this battle between the two Italians continue into the final lap.
So the battles are still very, very tight. In behind Aaron Walker, but for the lead, it's pretty statutory. Reggie Dewey with the fastest lap of the race. He's gone into 8th position, Reggie Dewey. He is right up in 8th place, not looking back, not backing down, storming through the field. He's like that black missile in the Super Mario Kart games. He's just charging through, getting rid of anybody in his path. Oh, what a move from Colombo! Caught Menya napping in the middle of the circuit. Thought he had already finished the move and was not going to get the move done, and now Colombo tricks him, gets the move sorted out. Excellent work from Colombo, as out of the final turn, Walker is going to sail to the victory in epic style. Aaron Walker wins it. 2nd place for Colombo. What a steal. Menya, Comanducci, Gus Lawrence and Sita Van Meert. Excellent racing in the top 6. Oh, we've got someone slowing right down on the line. Someone having a very unfortunate final sector. That's Reggie Dewey. That's Reggie Dewey. He had worked his way up into the top 10. And all of a sudden, Reggie Dewey plummets down to 19th over the line. What a shame. The fastest lap of the race, and he's lost it all on the last lap. You've got to feel for Reggie Dewey, one of the stars, if not the star of that race. And it's all come undone on the final lap.
Yeah, that was a great charge through from Reggie Dewey there, but it's such a shame to see his car slowing down towards the end of the race, and it seems like there's a little bit of battling on the end lap there.
They're not supposed to be racing after the flag has gone, guys. That was a bit cheeky from Walker and Menya. Menya obviously wanting to overtake Walker, but it does say that once the checkered flag is flown, the race has stopped. You're not supposed to overtake anybody. Aaron Walker and Ricardo Colombo from Leonardo Menya and Christian Comanducci. Gus Lawrence and Sita Van Meert from Clayton Ravenscroft and Yannis Steven Aidens. Reina Talvar and Henke Kalteren from Daryl De Leon and Lewis Mackey. Lucas Podanovic and Teresa Babichkova. Isaac Valtonen, Lucas Talman, Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, Maxime Marion. Heartbreak for Reggie Dewey. He did not deserve that. Khaled Saab, Jonas Roth and Beren van der Berg from Lori Lepper and Guro Majamoan. She was in front of the 25th kart, Ioannis Antafos. Petra Babichkova recovered after her spin. Nikolai Sabo, Andreas Devatsoglu, Viga Hjorvad, Christian Vagani, Kyle Mercieka of Malta and Sander Salbakken of Norway. The retirement was Leonardo Longoni after his damage in that particular race. But what great performances we've seen in that one. Particularly, I have to say, one of the standout efforts, not just Reggie Dewey, but Sita Van Meert in particular. She's only recently moved into Senior X30 this season and still one of the youngest in the field. And she's got absolutely no fear. She can get her elbows out and go for it like the best of them.
Well, clearly that is the case in that race, as she managed to finish in 6th position. That was a brilliant race for her and a great result. I'm sure that will boost her confidence going forwards in the weekend. Let's see if she produces more results like that going forwards.
We'll check out some of the best bits from that particular race, the X30 Senior D versus E. Aaron Walker able to control the pace. It didn't look particularly easy for him throughout, though, didn't it? He really had to struggle. Here it is. Teresa Babichkova, look, he chops across Walker to Babichkova to hold his line, but he had pressure right from the off from Menya and Lawrence. Lawrence didn't actually get the, from Menya and Colombo. But it was always going to be a very interesting run through. This is the great first lap from Sita Van Meert. Look, she places herself in front of Teresa Babichkova, holds on to that 5th place in the early doors. Daryl De Leon gets his move on Babichkova there as well, and that really separates the top 5 from the rest of the pack. Really good racing. Colombo was absolutely monstrous in the apex. He's sliding the kart in. His move on the final lap to get Menya, that was absolutely monstrous. We'll see that again in a bit. But great to see Sita Van Meert sitting up and paying attention.
Yep, a great race there from Sita Van Meert as we see this battle once again. That's Colombo and Menya battling for position. That's where Walker started to run away with it as these guys started to battle in behind. Walker had a little bit of breathing room at this point, but then it all started to kick off for these.
The best move for the race for me was this last lap maneuver that we got to see from Colombo on Menya. We're going to see it in a little couple of moments' time. City van Meer, again, right in the middle of the adrenaline rush, right in the charge. This was Menya on Colombo. That was where Colombo knew the race was lost. But watch the move that's coming up. It's into turn 6. The move looks like it's never, ever going to happen in a month of Sundays. Menya's defending through 4. Wait for it. Here they come, up towards 6. Menya's going to put himself in the middle of the road here. Colombo's still going to find the gap. That's absolutely brilliant. Menya thinks, I've done enough. He'll never find the inside line. Now, fat chance of that. You're going to lose out. Excellent. Really, really good. Now, there's the spin at the back of the field. Look, you can see it in the final turn. Reggie Dewey tried to go for a move in the final turn and lost the car. That's why he crept out of the final race result in 19th.
Yeah, that's such a shame that Dewey spun in the final corner there, in the final stages of the race. It's bad enough it being on the last lap, but the last lap on the final corner, that's got to top it all.
Exactly, considering when you've fought your way through from below 30th in every single race. But he's doing exactly what he needs to do. When qualifying goes wrong, you just have to dig deep and try and find that little extra something special. It's always easy to rest on your laurels, but it's also easy to dig your heels in the dirt and bury your head in the sand and say, look, this week is not going to go well. You have to fight back. You have to try and break that resilience, and you have to try and find that metal to move you forward. Qualifying Heat B versus C is up next. And that's going to give us plenty more star competitors to run at the front row of the starting grid for this one. Plenty of competitors in X30 Senior still to come out before we have this week run. But B versus C is going to put Ellie Goldstein alongside Danny Cananini. Two guys that are tied for second in the interim standings up to this point. This man's got a good chance. Sebastian Hedin for the KH Racing team on the Birla, as does this man, the Dutch sensation, Bo Heijmans for the Birla team. He's getting himself ready for a bit of action and drama out there. Ola to Ubeltsmoa, the 493, getting himself ready for a good charge forward. And along behind him is Arnold Milizia for the Otto Europeo Motorsport team. Arnold Milizia had a fabulous final heat yesterday. He got himself up into the top 5 in great fashion. Here's Andrea Barbieri, another of the big talents for TB KART. They are using the IAME World Series week, IAME World Finals week, as a great chance to showcase what this TB KART chassis can do. Eduardo Villa has almost ploughed his own furrow with the TB KART chassis in recent times, but we know that this kart has good ability. It's had decent FIA success in recent times as well. They bagged the podium back at Genk in Belgium this year, and of course we had the very talented Croatian star Christian Habulin made some big gains in that chassis last season in FIA as well. So the TB KART story really starting to grow a little bit on the continent, and certainly a week like this with Eduardo Villa and Andrea Barbieri putting in some good performances, that could be a chassis for a lot of people to go for in the future.
Yeah, some people may look down on TB KART as them being a little bit of a smaller team, a newer chassis, hasn't been in the sport as long as some of the other chassis, but they're proving their worth and they're doing it very, very well. They've had some brilliant results out of the TB KART, and especially this weekend in the form of Eduardo Villa, they're challenging at the front end and may even take their first world title.
Speaking of chassis that are doing a fantastic job this week, what about the Croc Promotions chassis in the hands of Gabriel Stilp in the juniors and this man, Caden McQueen, in the senior?
Yep.
Great week they're having so far. Here's the pole man, though. Ellie Goldstein flying the flag for Belgium with big shoes to fill. He's come from a great stock of karting sensations. That family with so much success in the past, multiple world champions. And Ellie Goldstein is just continuing that trend. He could well be the World Finals winner here this week. He knows what he's got to do. He knows he's obviously got good equipment to work with, and he feels confident this week. I met up with him this morning, and he looks like he's in a good place. You can tell when a racing driver is nervous, when they feel a little bit on the back foot, when they're not quite on top of things. Goldstein's in a good zone right now. Goldstein alongside Danny Cananini, Caden McQueen and Sebastian Hedin, Alessandro Serenetti and Bo Heijmans, then Guillaume Barberin and Ubeltsmoa from Christos Saganas and Arnold Milizia, Jose Carlos Hernandez and Andrea Barbieri, Dan Steenman and Emil Karjalainen, Ricky Liu and Sam Balota, Quentin Antonell and Thiago Diaz, Kamal Agar and Matteo Salomon from Robin Haparin and Charles Roussan, Fabian Almqvist and Patrick de Batista, Robert Cronin and Patrick Janssen, Isabella Bass and Una Oksanen, then Janus Timos, Almiguel Quinones, Patrick Rasmussen, Senna van Solen, Max Yolanda and Robin Affolter of Switzerland. So 34 drivers, 12 laps again of the circuit. And this looks like it's going to be about as bright as we're going to get over the course of Friday here. Day 6 of the IAME World Finals. And we've had 3 different types of weather condition over the course of the last 3 days. I mean, Wednesday for day 4, the qualifying day, was bright, sunny, and a little bit hot. Day 5, overcast conditions with a little bit of a wind and a bit of a breeze. Here, the fog has descended. It's lifted enough that we can see what we're doing now, but you can still see that there is fog in the air, and the temperatures have plummeted. It's stone cold out there.
Yeah, it's still very foggy out on the circuit right now. So it looks like we may have another formation lap. I'm not too sure about what's going on.
Goldstein and Carinini are both trying to signal that they're going to go round again. So this is interesting. Yeah, Goldstein's got his hand in the air. Are we going to go racing regardless? Goldstein with his hand in the air. They're all with a hand in the air. There you go. So we're going to have another formation lap. I'm not quite sure what that was for, though.
Yeah, not sure at all what was the issue there and why we needed another formation lap, but clearly the drivers feel like there was another formation lap needed for some reason, but we go around once again and hopefully we go green this time out.
Yeah, an interesting one. Sometimes the drivers will, on census, consent to it with a kind of gesture to each other saying, yeah, I'm not ready yet, and I don't think any of us are ready yet. So they kind of en masse decide to basically say, right, we're going to throw this one, hands in the air, and then they'll go round another time. Now, this is interesting. 4.73, Danny Catanini having to wait to get back in position with Eddie Goldstein. Is this mind games? It could be, couldn't it?
Or it could just be getting into the right position, maybe getting a little bit of track so you can warm up your tyres. So Carinini, he is starting second, so getting second on the road right now. But I don't really see it being important at this stage, being in your right position. If everybody's single file, then it doesn't really matter where you are on the circuit. As long as by the time the drivers form up into position, then you're right in the right position, sorry.
So now the karts are getting themselves into a decent position off the line as they run their way through. Goldstein, Carinini, McQueen, Hedin, Serenetti, Shamans, Barberin, Moore, Saganis and Malizia. Track temperature is going to be stone cold. The air temperature is 13 degrees Celsius, would you believe? Wait for it. Green, 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 green. We're up and away. And a good start from Goldstein. Cracker from McQueen as he launches into second place. No problems at all there, but he's going to have to really fend off Carinini as round the outside. Goldstein gets it. Carinini hangs on to second in front of McQueen. He manages to keep the kart wide on the exit and with plenty enough space to do something about it. Now Carinini and McQueen are dueling over second and third place. Carinini looking back to McQueen and McQueen saying, come on mate, jog on, we need to go after the leader.
Yep, oh, that's a big issue there. And go round and get collected again. That was the 459 that had went round. That looks like that's going to be Fabian Alchemist, and then the 480 that got collected there. That was an unfortunate situation that he was in. That's going to be Robin Afterler.
Oh, Carinini with the lead. Carinini gets the lead, and McQueen squeezes through as well on Goldstein. Goldstein suddenly drops to third position. Caught out by the big lunge there for the race lead. Very tricky moment. Carinini steals the lead away from McQueen and Goldstein. So Caden McQueen launches into second place. Goldstein down to third. It's Danny Catanini that leads the race now in front of Sebastian Hedin and Alessandro Serenetti. Guillaume Barberin is next up. But what can McQueen do as he takes the lead? McQueen leads in front of Goldstein. Carinini down to third. This could be a 12-lap squabble the way this is going.
Yeah, what a start there from McQueen and going defensive on the inside already. That's Carinini. Doesn't want to lose the position to Goldstein there. Goldstein has dropped down into third position, but watch out in behind us. Sebastian Hedin has arrived onto the back of this battle, and he's brought along a few friends as well. Alessandro Serenetti and Guillaume Barberin want to get involved on in this one, but down the straight, Caden McQueen's got a little bit of breathing room back to Carinini, and then you got Goldstein and the train in behind. If McQueen is able to pull away from this one, this would be a brilliant race. Now Serenetti drops down a position there in that previous lap. Drops down in between Sebastian Hedin, so we go down into the hairpin once again. Is there going to be any overtakes in the midfield? Going defensive there. That was Serenetti. Doesn't want to lose that position to Guillaume Barberin. But on the inside, it's going to be Caden McQueen past the back marker. Sorry, not that past the back marker. That's actually going to be Carinini. So Carinini fighting back there with McQueen as Carinini gets himself into the lead of the race now. McQueen still on the attack. Got a little bit confused for a second there as there was blue flags being waved.
We could have a massive, massive race on our hands here. Catanini leads the way. McQueen in second place. Goldstein is in second now because he gets past McQueen, and in fourth position Sebastian Hedin is closing in, trying to make his move on McQueen. Hedin goes through, the door still open, there goes Serenetti, Barberin trying to squeeze in as well, but McQueen won't let that one happen. Then behind him you've got Bo Heimans, and Ubertsmoor is in the mix as well. 8 drivers all trying to gun for the victory, and that is McQueen struggling to get back on terms as Barberin gets through on the inside line. So Guillaume Barberin gets past McQueen, and then 2 widers up the inside. That's Hedin and Serenetti battling away. Serenetti back on the inside, and Sebastian Hedin is squeezed onto the bumps. So excellent from Serenetti, leaving Hedin no choice. Hedin doesn't pull out of it. He goes over the sausage curbs, and that's enough to put him in there. Drops down behind his competitors. So Carinini leads, Goldstein second, and then it's Serenetti, Barberin, Moore, Hedin, McQueen, Heimans, Hernandez, and Saganas.
Yep. Brilliant move there from Carinini to get himself into the lead as Gator McQueen drops even further and further back and actually getting pushed out there. And that looks like that was going to be Maestro Moore, and gets pushed out of that group there, but down to hairpin once again. And that's a move up the inside. That looks like that was going to be one of the Tony Kart drivers. That was going to be Jose Hernandez up the inside, the number 412, racing in the Tony Kart colours. Make our way down towards one of the most crucial and one of the best overtaking zones of this lap. Not many people would expect it, and I think that's why it's so good. It's demonstrated right there as the 445 of Sebastian Hedin makes his way up the inside and gains another position there on what looked like Guillaume Barberin, but we cross the line one more time as Carinini is... It's only lap 5 in this race, Jake. We're not even halfway through the race.
There's still so much to come, and there are so many drivers who can win this one, even in the early stages. All it takes is another bit of a duel between Carinini and Goldstein, and this race will open up again pretty quickly. But Serenetti being absolutely forceful and determined to hold that third position for the moment as Jose Carlos Hernandez loses a position there. I think that was Arnold Milizia coming through into 9th position. Still a great battle. Very, very close, tight fight at the front end of the field. Serenetti, Barberin, Moore, McQueen, Heimans, Hedin, Hernandez still battling away with Milizia. But this is all going to be about McQueen and Heimans on this run up towards Ubertsmoor. Ubertsmoor Maestro, the Spanish driver, working his way forward. But are we going to see Danny Carinini with Eddie Goldstein putting more pressure underneath him? They're trying to stretch well clear of the rest of this trade. 6 down, 6 to go. Plenty can still happen.
Yep, anything can happen in these 6 laps, and it looks like Goldstein's going to try and make something happen as he arrives onto the back of Danny Carinini. So, and that's a move there for one of the TV car drivers. The 489 of Andrea Barberin makes his way through the field and gains up another position as it's all kicking off here in Senior X30 Heat B versus C. This is a great group, and up the inside, that's Caden McQueen goes past Maestro Moore. So around the final corner, as Carinini will start another lap. Goldstein follows in suit in second position right now. It's very close between these top 2 drivers, and it could go anybody's way.
So Carinini and Goldstein still having a good run of it in the top 2. Serenetti is in 3rd position. Then it is Guillaume Barberin. I'm very impressed indeed with Barberin in this one. The Red Speed chassis giving plenty of good attention. There goes Barberin on the inside just as we talk about him. There he goes into 3rd place. The KBK race driver puts the Red Speed chassis into P3. Great run from him so far as he continues to hold the pace. And there on the inside, Sebastian Hedin gets back on terms with Caden McQueen as his Birolak colleague, Bo Heimans, runs in front of him. But Alessandro Serenetti still trying to get back on terms with the Frenchman Guillaume Barberin, who is having a very good race here on the KBK run. Red Speed out of the final turn, back onto the home straight. Carinini looking good. Goldstein in 2nd place, 4 to go. And the writing very much on the wall in the hunt for who's going to be chasing down Bradshaw, because now Carinini in front of Goldstein. This isn't all doom and gloom for Goldstein though, actually. He's in 2nd place, so yes, he will drop from 2nd to 3rd in the rankings. But think about it, when we get to the pre-final, who's going to be on the front row of the starting grid beside Bradshaw, who will be on the inside line? Carinini, who will be on the outside line. Where will Goldstein be if it stays like this? The inside line of row 2. That's a better place to be.
That's a good point. If drivers actually play this one tactically and look at the overall standings in terms of points and purposely get themselves on the inside line before the start of the final, then they may actually be in a better position than they would be if you're in third, then maybe in comparison to where you would be in second.
So this is definitely going to be an interesting challenge and a very solid run. But the competitors will give us all sorts of exciting battles. So now we will see if there is going to be another exceptional run for all of the competitors as they run together. Lap 9 is complete, 3 to go. And it's going to be Catanini and Goldstein up at the sharp end of the field. Barberini is third, Serenetti is in fourth place, then Ubeltsmoor from Sebastian Hedin and Bo Heijmans, Kaden McQueen, Anna Milizia, Sam Balota and Andrea Barbieri. Jose Carlos Hernandez in 12th. And then we will see what happens next for all of the competitors as they continue to roll on. Up the inside, that's Hedin. He gets his run on Ubeltsmoor. So the Swedish driver moves up into 5th position. With 2 laps to go, he still has a few more points he can collect from this. So Catanini and Goldstein, 1 and 2. If I was Ellie Goldstein, I would be using my mathematical brain here and thinking, do you know what? I don't mind so much if Danny Catanini finishes 2nd in the rankings. If I'm 3rd in the rankings, I'm the one who's going to have the best chance into turn 1 to take on Bradshaw.
Well, the thing is, when a driver's going around, I don't think they're really going to be keeping keeping track of everybody's points around them and also their points when they're driving around the circuit. When you're on the track and in a driver's mindset, all you're thinking about is how many positions you can gain in the best...
lovely from Heijmans.
Yep.
Heijmans gets through on Moore. Moore comes back at him. They're going to have to settle this one out. Heijmans gets down. It's going to be McQueen who reacts. So Ubeltsmoor is the one who drops back in position. Tried to gain back the place from Heijmans and ended up losing 2 places. 1 to Heijmans and 1 to McQueen. Across the line. Last lap. Danny Catanini looking good for the victory. Ellie Goldstein in 2nd place. He may be disappointed initially, but when he looks at the bigger picture, I don't think he'll have too much to complain about. Here is the man in 4th, Alessandro Serenetti. He's got pressure from Hedin. He wants to give it back to Barberin. Down to the braking zone for 4. Barberin is under pressure. Thought Serenetti could slide up the inside and steal the place there. They come off turn 4. Serenetti still trying to move to cover Sebastian Hedin. Guillaume Barberin looking good for 3rd position. He moves to the middle of the circuit. Serenetti goes with him because Hedin is still a threat. Serenetti trying to get back on the switch, but he can't quite make the move stick. It's going to be Catanini from Goldstein. Serenetti sliding out to hold Hedin. I don't think he can make the move on Barberin. But what a drive from Danny Catanini. He's going to get his next victory of the week. Brilliant run. Victory for him. 2nd for Goldstein. And it's 3rd place for Guillaume Barberin. What a fabulous race that was. Excellent displays. Now, interestingly, we are told that there is an investigation into Sam Balota. Now, that is very late. We're not entirely sure. Oh, a little bit of... an issue between the 2 Swedes, Sjölanda and Janssen, as they came across the line. I think Patrick Janssen wasn't particularly happy with the battle that he had there with Max Sjölanda. You could certainly see the irate gestures as they came across the finish line. Always frustrating in the heat of the moment. But Danny Catanini takes an important win. He will go 2nd in the official rankings now.
Yeah, Catanini, he's been really strong and performed when he needs to over the heat so far. And if he continues to do it this weekend, if Bradshaw just has one bad race, if Catanini is consistently in these high positions, then he has a chance of getting pole overall.
Danny Catanini from Ellie Goldstein and Guillaume Barberin then in this race. Alessandro Serenetti and Sebastian Hedin from Bo Heijmans, Kaden McQueen, Ubeltsmoor, Anna Milizia, Andrea Barbieri, Sam Balota under investigation, Kamala Gar is next up, then Christos Saganis and Ricky Liu from Jose Carlos Hernandez and Dan Steenman, Senovan Solen and Matteo Solomon, Emil Karjalainen and Charles Roussan. Then Quentin Antonel, Robin Harparin, the 2 warring Swedes, Max Sjölanda and Patrick Janssen. 25th in the race is Robert Cronin from Thiago Diaz, Isabella Bass and Patrick de Batista, Ianis Timos, Patrick Rasmussen and Al Miguel Quinones. The retirements, Fabian Almqvist, who we saw go out on the 3rd lap. A retirement as well from Una Oksanen, the Finnish driver. And we saw that big spin on the opening lap, and we'll see it again in a few moments. Robin Affolter, the Swiss driver. Very tricky situations for them. A warning flag post-race as well for the 405. That's the Argentine Thiago Diaz, who has his fan club up at turn 2. The flag is draped over the catch fencing there. But yeah, some interesting battles in that race, and we're starting to see that drivers are starting to feel the heat and feel the pressure now of having to perform with only one day of competition left after this one, and drivers do not want to be in that C final. They want to make sure that they are in position to go for glory.
Yeah, well, those C finals and also some of the B finals will be coming on later today. So if you don't make it into the latter finals of the weekend, then it may be an early finish for some of these drivers. And I'm sure that nobody wants to be ending their weekend so early. So it's important to get consistently high results. Even if you're in the top 10 in all of your races, there'll be other drivers around you that may have higher finishes, but then crash out in another race, which drops them so much lower than you.
I guess the pressure is even more intense here in the IAME World Finals because the drivers that we have selected here, these are the best of the best of the best of their countries. So all of these guys are champions. They are top 10 racers up in their home countries. So they're not slow. They are all very, very quick. As we watch the highlights from the previous heat, we're about to see 2 or 3 of the drivers come a cropper as the gaggle. Look, it started in the midfield and then it started to congest around. 2 or 3 karts got together and then bang! Oh. Poor Robin Affolter. And that was a race ending for him. Fabian Almqvist retired just a couple of laps later. Una Oksanen, the Finn, was also involved in a couple of wheel-banging moments. I think she ended up out of the race as a result of all of that as well. But the pressure is always going to be high in a week like the IAME World Finals because we've selected the best drivers from around the world, the top 10 racers from each country, the majority of whom all get an entry, whether it's in an open competition, whether it's in a national championship final or qualifier events, or the series from that particular region. You know, these are the best drivers from their nations that have come across. So they are all used to winning. They are all used to battling for victory. So the fact that some of them are in the midfield really struggling to fight their way through, the pressure is really high. You don't want to be one of those drivers that goes with a C final or a B final finish to the week.
No, nobody wants to be ending their weekend like that, and especially when you've done so much preparation, so much practice leading up to this event. To end it so early, it will just be a shame.
So the driver's obviously putting in some choice manoeuvres there. It was good to see Jose Carlos Hernandez trying to get himself into the mix there, along with the 445 of Sebastian Hedin. So obviously some good drivers expecting to come through and have some exceptional performances. Well, we're going to have a wonderful, wonderful time of it. As up on the inside, we saw Andrea Barbieri again putting in some good moves. Guillaume Barberin on the Red Speed chassis, definitely a driver to make some attention and make some noise out there. There's his move on Alessandro Serenetti, which ultimately gave him 3rd position. It was really impressive race from him, and considering that he's been knocking on the door of the top 5 all the way through the week, but Guillaume Barberin really used this race to step up to the plate and take some numbers out there.
Yeah, I think this is a weekend that's important for a lot of drivers to show what they're able to do on a global stage. They may have only raced in their own country, raced against the local people in their regional championships, but on a main stage, you're against all of the best people from all over the world. So only the best are at these races. So that really shows where you are in comparison to the others.
So the battle, very intense right at the front end of the field there for Danny Cadanini and Ellie Goldstein. They are going to be 1st and 2nd across the line, and they are 2nd and 3rd places in the overall interim rankings at this point. So very exciting to see how the battles have continued up until that point of proceedings. But 12 laps completed again of the X30 seniors. Now, for the first time in over 24 hours, we are going to get to see the X30 minis come out for their 2nd heats of the week. It's been a long time coming for them. They've had a very long week of it. But I'll tell you what, these boys and girls have been very patient. They've been very excited for what is, for many of them, the biggest week of their careers so far, as they have stepped out of their nations and their regional championships, and they have come here for the IAME World Finals. They are the youngest competitors in the field in X30 Mini. We're going to watch Group A versus C play out onto the circuit in a few short minutes' time. But yes, these are the newest faces for international competition. For them, it is just the experience. And I was talking to a few of the drivers and their parents last night, basically saying to them, the whole purpose of this week, if you're in the mini category, don't focus so much on the win. You know, being here, being part of your country, getting the chance to wave your nation's flag in an international competition like this, it's something that only a handful of drivers get to do. You think there are about 8,000, 9,000 IAME racing drivers around the world, and these collection of 300 drivers across the 5 classes, they're the ones who get to compete at this level. It's a very privileged position to be in. They need to enjoy the moment, and they need to have fun with it.
Yeah, so the minis now make their way out onto the circuit. Remember, this is just the start of these guys' racing careers. This is where they're just starting in the karting path, and I'm sure in a couple of years they'll make their way up to juniors and also seniors. But here we go for X30 Mini Heat A versus C.
Daniel Calleja and David Cosma on the front row of the grid from Kilian Josseron and Dean Hugendorn. Filippo Sala and Tiziano Kuznini from Jacob Ashcroft and Noah Wolf, Gino Rocchio and Jesse Phillips, Denny Babacek and Jason Bralic, Bogdan Cosma and Dan Alaman from Rodrigo Seabra and Giovanni Tozo, Ben Smith and Stilianos Kolovos, Thanos Sakos and Santino Panetta, Ricardo Salemi and Luke Agnew from Quintin van Leuven and Maxim Bobrashov, Roberto Baas, Mick Blancaspor, Bautista Panetta, Walter Schultz, Frederick Thomason, Kimi Alanko, Leonardis Peruzzi and Joel Taipali, 32 drivers, and they will be racing for the victory. 8 laps around this course. The interim at the moment after the 2 races that we have had. So a fantastic situation for the mini drivers as they have battled very well indeed. Daniel Calleja, David Cosma, Kilian Josseron, the home favourite, and Dean Hugendorn, but Filippo Sala is the man that leads the way after his epic victory yesterday. And the other man in the mix, Noah Wolf, came through for an excellent victory in his heat yesterday as well. So they lead the interim, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on these young men and women's shoulders, so they will battle away. It's an all-male field in this one, so let's see who's going to get the jump. Calleja or Cosma. Ready? It's go again. Yeah, it's a false start on this occasion, so they will go around one more time, as if the pressure wasn't enough for these guys. And that's why we've decided to go round again. It's the 104 in trouble there. That is Maxim Bobrashov. So for the George Gibbons Motorsport driver from the United Arab Emirates, Maxim Bobrashov has gone out of the race before it has even started. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, that is such a shame there to be out of the race before it started. We actually mentioned this earlier. It's one of the worst things that can happen when you're out of the race, out of your control. You don't even get a chance to race in the field. Maybe if you were out in the race because of a collision, then you'd be beating yourself up about it. But a mechanical failure before the start of the race, there's nothing you can do about it. And it's one of the most gut-wrenching things that can happen in karting.
Even I know about that one. A few years ago, I did a Stocks Kart national race back in Skeg Vegas, as they call it, Skegness, a few years ago. And in one of the 3 races on the rolling lap, the kart wouldn't start. The starter motor clapped out and the clutch burnt out. So you've got no chance of racing, and you have to sit there and watch as the race happens around you. It's so agonizing. So Dan Calleja and David Cosma on the front row of the grid. Kilian Josseron and Dean Hugendorn minus Maxim Bobrashov. He will not take the start. Looks like it could be a fast start, and we are underway now. Green, 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 up to the first corner, and what a start from Kilian Josseron. Josseron is going to launch forward for the second row and take the lead through turn 1. What a cracker from the Italian, and his teammate Filippo Sala has got through as well as the sun tries to poke out round the course. It is a 1-2 for the Settler Racing team. Kilian Josseron and Filippo Sala have come through to the front end of the field, 1 and 2, and there's already pressure from Dan Calleja, the Irishman. So brilliant stuff as they run together. Everybody trying to get through turn 4 without incident. A couple of little moments, but nothing squeaky as they run through into the hairpin at turn 6. Kuznini getting a big lunge on the inside there as they duel away for position. But both of the previous race winners in this competition are in this race. So it's going to be between Filippo Sala and Noah Wolf to see if they can get a second race victory under their belt. But they're not going to find it so easy. And neither of them are leading the race, although Filippo Sala has come up to second place. Kilian Josseron is the one who leads from Calleja, Cosma, Hugendorn, Kuznini, Wolf, Babacek, Phillips and Bralic.
What a start there, but up the inside, that's Daniel Keller. He's back on the attack and gets himself back up into second position. Sala will be dropped down into third. I was just about to say, if he was able to do 2 in 2 corners there, that would have been amazing, but down into the hairpin. Now, what a start there from Josseron. From the outside row, that hasn't happened once so far, and it just did there. Josseron gets himself into the lead of the race, but Daniel Keller is looking so quick on the kart right now, and that was a move there from the 164. That was going to be Dean Hugendorn, who gains another position there, running under the FA colours. So we go round the final section of the circuit once again, and Josseron just about maintaining the gap between him and Kalea. It's not a massive gap separating the two of them, but Kalea just not close enough to make an overtake.
Some interesting moves through the field. 2 laps completed and 6 to go. As now we've got Josseron from Kalea, Sala, Hugendorn, Cosma, Kuznini, Wolf, Babacek, Phillips and Tozo. Ben Smith is in 11th place. And then you've got Bogdan Cosma, Dan Alleman, Jacob Ashcroft, Santino Panetta and Rodrigo Seabra. So they battle all the way through this midfield as well as towards the top 5. Big lunges in the top through positions as Rodrigo Seabra was making a nice move there up and over the curbs. And I think he's managed to take on Santino Panetta. Very tough racing as the drivers continue to try and find space, but this is all about Noah Wolf now. He's managed to creep up another position as he gets through on Tizi Kuznini. And he's not the only one to get there. I think his teammate came through with him. Jesse Phillips is trying to work his way through. Oh, is that, I think that might be David Cosma, actually. So Noah Wolf has worked up a couple of places. He is having an amazing time of it. Down the straight, over the line. Josseron, Kellia, Sala, Hugendorn. And then it is Wolf ahead of Cosma and Kuznini. Noah Wolf is turning into a bit of a megastar here this week as they come up to the top of the hairpin. Dean Hugendorn on the Alonso kart chassis, still running very well in 4th place, but catching them up is Noah Wolf. These 3 still very tight together as they run in formation down to the braking zone. Dan Kalea is playing the long game here, the Irishman in between the 2 Italians. He is the filling of a Settler Racing bread sandwich here as they run together again up to the hairpin. Is there going to be a bit of a challenge for them? Because Josseron leads comfortably from Kellia, but we are still approaching the half distance of this race.
Kellia is currently on 4 points overall. He'll be getting 2 points from this race, but if he gets into the lead, that means that he would only be on 2 points overall, which would put him first in the overall standings here for the Mini X30. So this could be a crucial race here for Kellia to win this race. Josseron is currently the leading factor in the overall standings with 3 points overall. But Kellia just sitting in behind now, waiting for the opportunity to get himself into the lead. Quite similar pace between the top 2 drivers right now. 6 thousandths was the difference between their lap times last time round. And it is quicker in Sector 1 in the lead.
Full course yellow. Full course yellow by the look of it. So we are under full course yellows at this moment in time. So that's going to be full course yellow, and that's why we've got a couple of karts in dire straits there. That's Frederick Sleen and Kimi Alanko. So 2 very broken karts there, and is that on the exit of 4? Can't quite make out where that is on the course. I think that's actually up in the first sector somewhere. So some very bent karts, but we're under yellow flag conditions. I'm not sure these guys have actually seen it yet, but we're now under full course yellows. There we go, so the field slows up. And, well, that's an awkward situation. We didn't see what caused the incident, but we're under full course yellows. That's the first time that's happened this week, in fact. The driving standards have been pushing the limits, but they've never really caused a caution. Now, this is going to be big pressure for Kilian Josseron because he already had a bit of pressure to Dan Kalea and Filippo Sala as it was. Oh, big mistake there as the field were trying to queue up for position. As Noah Wolf, I think it was, ended up missing his braking point altogether and went into the back bumper of Dean Hugendorn. Now that could be a big problem. Hugendorn will remember that one till the end of the race. And I wonder if that's going to put Noah Wolf's front fairing out of position. He puts his hand in the air, but I have a feeling that might have bent his front fairing. So that's Noah Wolf, yesterday's race heat winner, potentially costing himself there. Just didn't react in time to the way that the pace up front was slowing. Under yellow flag conditions, it's difficult because you really have to give yourself a little bit more time. You have to look 2 or 3 corners ahead of you to see what's happening. And these guys are learning in the toughest possible way in one of the roughest arenas. They're going to come through. Yellow flags are still flying. Are we going to go green this time? No, they've still got a bit of work to clean up the debris from the circuit. So bit of a moment there, and we might only get 1 flying lap at the end of this one.
Yeah, it looks like that may be the case, but that could be a big issue that was caused there by Noah Wolf by going into the back of one of his main competitors and possibly giving himself a drop-down bumper. Not the situation that you want to be in right now for, obviously, Noah Wolf. And if he has caused himself to get a drop down, it will be a 5-second penalty coming his way as well. But in these situations, these drivers look very close together and very packed together. Normally, you'd try and give the drivers around you just a little bit more space in case there is any all of a sudden braking or slowing down all of a sudden and drivers just not catching up on it straight away. So if there is an incident like that, but the question is, with it still being yellow flags right now, will we go green this time round for one lap of action?
Well, it's not unheard of that these races can end under yellow flag conditions. They're certainly piling up. They know that there's only going to be one lap to go at the end of this one. Are we going to have a one-lap sprint? They're starting to speed up again. Josseron has dropped the hammer. Are we going to go green? They come out of the final turn, and yes, we will. Just one lap of racing will settle this heat. Here we go. And it's going to be Josseron from Kelia, Sala, Hugendorn, Wolf, and Babicek. They come through to the far side, and it's going to be a very defensive run as they come through, but Kelia is going to have a chance here to go for Kilian Josseron. Josseron still leading. Kelia has only got one lap to try and make this move for the lead of the race and take the lead of the standings. Coming into the wing, here comes Filippo Sala. He's going to get his run after the win yesterday. This is perfect for the Italian. So Filippo Sala, but he loses it on the exit. Kelia is through in a second place once again. And now he's got to go defensive from Noah Wolf. Noah Wolf comes up the inside. That's brilliant moving from him up to third place, but Sala comes back at him. Wolf has got to try and fend him off. And now Dean Hugendorn is to the inside, but he's got to be brave and hold it. A big launch forward is up the inside. That's one of his teammates trying to come through and take a position or two. I think that was David Cosma trying to creep up. But out of the final turn, it is going to be Kilian Josseron. He's going to get it from Dan Kalea. And then in third place, it will be Filippo Sala from Hugendorn, Wolf, and Cosma. It was Giovanni Tozzo that really lost out in that restart. Giovanni Tozzo dropped a long way down off the field there. Quinten van Leuven and Luke Agnew also had their problems. And they dropped down in position, as did Jason Bralich as well. But it's Kilian Josseron who takes the victory and now matches his teammate. They both have a win and a third, and that means they are level at the top of the rankings so far. That's definitely going to give them both plenty of satisfaction, knowing as well that whatever happens in the next heat, they will not be overtaken. It's all about the Settelar duo from Italy at the moment.
Nope, Sala and Josseron doing a great job to keep themselves at the front of the standings. The two teammates, how often do you get to say that? Two teammates are at the front and dominating the standings over some of the biggest teams and best drivers out in Europe. Great drive there from Josseron to take it home.
So it's going to be those two that will tie for position. There could be a couple of frustrated youngsters to climb out of their carts at the end of this one. But Kilian Josseron and Dan Kalea from Filippo Sala, Dean Hugendorn and Noah Wolf, then David Cosma from Denny Babicek, Tiziano Kuznini and Jesse Phillips, then Bogdan Cosma and Dan Alaman from Ben Smith in 12th position, 13th Santino Panetta and Jacob Ashcroft from Jason Bralich and Gino Rocchio, Bautista Panetta and Rodrigo Seabra from Roberto Bass and Giovanni Tozzo, Mick Blancaspor and Leonardis Peruzzi, Quinten van Leuven and Luke Agnew. Then it is Ricardo Salemi and Walter Schultz in front of Stylianos Kolovos and Thanos Zakos, then Joel Taipali. The retirements, Frederic Sleen and Kimi Alanko. And of course, we saw Maxim Bobrishov, the United Arab Emirates driver, retiring from the race before it even started. So that's definitely going to put him on the back foot. Now, whatever happens in this next heat, the qualifying heat between the drivers at the top end of the field, the ones that we're going to see battling from out of yesterday, they are not going to overtake Josseron and Sala in this next heat. This is a good start from Josseron, really got himself into a decent position. Now, I wonder what it was that caused the yellow flag. Our camera crews may have picked it up, despite the fact we weren't looking at it at the time. So we'll have a look through the highlights as to what it was. But we know that it was the Norwegian Frederic Sleen and the Finn Kimi Alanko. The two karts came together, and that was what caused the full course caution. There was a lot of debris to clean up. So it was clearly a big hit, and the two drivers, we are assuming they will obviously get a little bit of a precautionary check for the medical centre, and obviously, hopefully, everything will be okay with those two. They are now being recovered. It was down at turn 2, I think, or turn 3, where there was the big incident between them. Then we had our one-lap sprint to take us through to the end of the race. The only big mover from that one, really, was Noah Wolf to try and put himself up into the top 5. It's a good attempt, and he almost got, well, he got as high as 3rd position, but he couldn't quite sustain it.
When looking at those carts on the back of the trolley, one of them looked very, very bent and damaged on the front end of the cart. That may even be a bent chassis, and maybe even a new chassis if it's needed. So the drivers go around the final section of the circuit as we look at the highlights right now. But if a new chassis is needed to be put down, then that could be a big issue there, because obviously then you're running from a fresh chassis and you need to put a brand new setup on the whole of the car, set everything up again, and then when there you can see on the 101
Goodness
there.
me.
Yep.
That's big damage to those carts, isn't it? My goodness, no wonder we went full course yellow. That's really big from Frederick Sleen's kart in particular. Even Kimi Alanko's kart looked particularly bent out of shape, but hopefully both of those drivers are okay. That will probably be why we went full course yellow, just to check them over and make sure the debris could be cleared. And then the fact that we went green flag racing for 1 lap was obviously a very good sign. They wouldn't have done that unless it was safe to do so. So that is obviously a very good sign. The X30 Minis will continue now for qualifying heat B versus D. A very busy day at the office for the penultimate day of the IAME World Finals. I can't believe how quickly this week is going. It's absolutely flying by, isn't it? And now we've only got a handful of races still to go before our next little pause. The X30 Mini BD, and then we'll have 2 juniors, 2 seniors and 2 minis. Then we'll have a pause as the Masters and the ZIs will have a bit of a warm-up, and that will give the camera crew a chance to change the batteries, have a quick swig of water, and get themselves back into the action as we will finish up with a junior, a senior, a master, a ZI, and then we will get ourselves into the finals. It will be finals time, and that's going to be very exciting indeed when we get to that stage, because it's not far away. The first final is going to come up at 16:50 local time, and that will be the B final for the Mini X30s. Then we will have the C finals in junior and senior, and we will end the day with the pre-finals for the ZI and the X30 Master. And then we will really go for broke in the finals tomorrow, when we will also have our awards ceremonies, where there will be awards for 6 categories. It will be for the X30 Mini, ZI, Master, Lady, Senior and Junior. Those will be the podium ceremonies that we will have for the 6 categories. It's going to be really, really exciting to see how that all goes over the course of tomorrow afternoon. And hopefully that will be in really sunny and bright conditions to give us the best possible shots and images over the course of the IAME World Finals. It's the second time I've been privileged to be in the commentary box for this event. Salut to Guillaume Alvarez. I know that you're enjoying the Spanish sunshine. You couldn't be with us for this one, unfortunately. But it is wonderful to be back with you. A shame we couldn't race last year, of course. But wonderful to see us back. As everybody, as you can see, is gearing up for the race action, getting ourselves ready again for some spectacular action here at Adria. What a fabulous setting this has been for the IAME World Finals. Great that even in all weather conditions and in all settings, we've been able to have some fantastic racing. We've had the fog, we've had the overcast, we've had the sunshine of the qualifying, and now we've also had the night time. Yesterday night, we had a few races that were able to continue into the darkness. There is Luna Flusha, the IAME Euro Series champion 2021, getting herself ready for the action. There's the man who is currently 3rd in the interim standings, Lewis Werrell of the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. He's definitely one to watch out for. And then you can see over at Fusion Motorsport, a couple of big stars to try and battle their way up at the front end of the field as well. Some great opportunities for these racers to put on a show on the world stage and do something that not many racing drivers in the world ever get to do. Represent their country in an international competition. When you think about how many thousands of IAME drivers there are worldwide in all the international competitions, and here these drivers are able to put on a spectacular show. When you think of all of the amazing categories that have collected together for these fantastic events. We obviously have the IAME Euro Series, which is the main category across the world, and then you have all of the countries that have their own spin-off series of IAME racing. You have Algeria, you have Argentina, you have Finland, France, Germany, Malta, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Singapore, Slovenia, South Africa. Aruba, of course, has their own IAME series now. Australia, Belgium, the Benelux series, one of the most popular in Europe. Brazil has one, Chile, Colombia, Denmark, Ecuador, Estonia, Greece, Guatemala, the Indian series, which is growing all the time as well, IAME Series Ireland, Italy, Japan, Jordan, Lebanon, Malaysia. Obviously, a lot of these countries have not been able to bring their drivers out here due to the worldwide pandemic situation, so they're not all represented here, sadly. Norway has a very solid series nowadays. Peru, the Philippines, Poland, Portugal, you've got Romania in the mix there as well. Russia is in there. You've got the Southeast Asian series. You've got the People's Republic of China has their own series now. The United Arab Emirates, the United States, Venezuela, Thailand, Taiwan, Switzerland, Sweden, Spain, and of course the Little Green Man series in the United Kingdom. They all come, they all battle away. And it's wonderful to see how they have all managed to come together for this fabulous world event. Not every country represented that has an IAME Euro series, so it's not quite as big a field as we would like to have run under world pandemic situations. But hopefully the world will get itself back together. We will eventually defeat this virus. We will all as a collective community be able to return to racing together. It is a wonderful opportunity to see all of these drivers in conquest together. It's good to see us back racing again. It's been a long 2 years to wait for this event to come around again, but hopefully it's going to be the start of the return to the world motorsport community racing under the same banner again.
Yeah, last year a lot of championships and a lot of drivers had to have quite a big break away from motorsport and weren't able to race on the world stage or even race in their own countries, as people weren't allowed to even travel a few kilometers to their nearest shop or something if they wanted to drive somewhere. It all was a bit difficult last year, but it's amazing to see everybody back out in Europe for some more racing, and I'm very happy to be commentating here at the IAME World Final 2021. It has been great so far and great action. It's brilliant to see everyone back out again.
So the competitors getting out on circuit once again in the Mini X30. And it's going to be Luna Flusha at the top of the dais, the lone female competitor in Mini X30. And she will start from pole position in qualifying Heat B versus D. Zach Drummond is alongside her. Lewis Werrell and Tyron Kinard from Roman Kamyab and Luke Dahl, then Mile Lemarchand and Noah Baglin. Marius Barryberg and Jensen Graham, Sebastian Letimaki and Ty Buckley. Devon Hagelin and Timo Koopmans from Melvin Kaluzdian and Thomas Bradier. Pietro Bagutti and Gioli Carrera. Then Mariano Lopez and Manuel Charbonnier. Senna Munier and Antonio Giulietta. Then Vasilopoulos, Gerasimos and Thomas Genda. Alexander Dahlström alongside Alexis Genolet, then Eloan Bianami, Alberto Junior Foguri, Antonio Svouros, Dario Mifsud, and Martin Saar. So is this going to be a run to the victory for Luna Flusha? Wasn't so easy in the first race. She managed to come away with a 7th placed finish in the first category race yesterday. So let's see what she comes up with in this one. It's going to be tough pressure, but Zach Drummond right alongside her in the same awning. They know each other well. But this isn't going to be easy to settle the battle between the two of them. So they come out of the final turn. And are we going to see Flusha versus Drummond, Werrell versus Kinard, Kamyab and Tal, Lemarchand and Baglin? Let's see how it all plays out. Ready and wait for it. Green, 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 green. And we're racing as up to the first corner. Flusha gets a great start, followed in by Lewis Werrell to the first corner. Drummond is strong, stays in the top 5, no problems, as Luna Flusha has to defend from Lewis Werrell through turn 2. They get through nicely on the opening tour and up towards turn 3. Good run from Flusha so far. Werrell is there in second position. It's already going to be a strong challenge up to the first couple of corners, the first big hairpin braking zone. And Flusha holds the pace nicely from the front end of the field. They all squirrel their way through. Someone's in trouble at the back of the field there. Can't quite see who that is that's stopping. But it's a very difficult end to the race for one of the drivers there. I think it's Mariano Lopez, the Peruvian. So Mariano Lopez, I think, maybe out of the race, unfortunately. But out in front, and it's still Flusha from Werrell as Zach Drummond gets back on the inside of Eloan Bianame. And Bianame is not making it easy, but Drummond gets through back into 5th position, having made his way back into contention. Roman Kamyab has stepped up to the plate once again. And he is up there in the top 3 across the line. And it is Kamyab in 3rd from Mile Lemarchand, and then Zach Drummond from Tyron Kinard. Noah Baglin. Here comes Werrell on the inside of Flusha. That'll be the lead of the race. Thank you very much indeed, says Lewis Werrell. And he gives the lead of the race to the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. So far, so good. Down to the braking zone. And up the inside, that is going to be Mile Lemarchand going side by side with Zach Drummond. Drummond on the curb. Marlon Marchand has to let him go, and here comes the 129. That's Darren Kinnard coming through, and Noah Baglin's going to pick up one place at least, maybe two. He is. Noah Baglin, brilliant move. Up into P5, that is now, I think. If not, that is sixth position behind Marlon Marchand. It is P5. Very good work indeed there from Noah Baglin. As still great overtaking moves come. Luke Tahl trying to get in on the inside there of his teammate. And that is Jensen Graham, I think he's dueling with. Noah Baglin having already picked up a move or two. But Lewis Werrell leads the way here. Excellent start. Luna Flusha second, then Kamyab, Drummond, Baglin, Kinnard, Graham, Lemarchand, Buckley, Barryberg, Tahl and Baguti from Koopmans, Bien-Aimé, Senemunier and Manoir Charbonnier. So excellent stuff so far. But out in front, Luna Flusha definitely trying to take back the lead of this race from Lewis Werrell. Having to think about where the opportunity is going to come. Third place for Kamyab, fourth place for Zach Drummond. Still a few decent overtaking moves as Luke Tahl drifts a little bit wide there, but somehow manages to hold on to the place from Pietro Baguti. So excellent work from Luke Tahl. Despite drifting out wide, he's able to hold himself into position. The rest of the drivers just cutting their way through in good style. But Lewis Werrell, Luna Flusha, Roman Kamyab and Zach Drummond, that's the top four at the moment. But is this going to be Werrell's day, or will the trio from Fusion Motorsport break ground?
Yep, this is a brilliant start there from Werrell. Head down on the straight there, and now Flusha is still all over the back of that ORM kart. They go up towards turn two now. Flusha has a little look behind her to see where her teammates are, but up the inside, that's Zach Drummond making a move on Roman Kamyab. These two drivers aren't working together anymore. As soon as they've arrived onto the back of the top two, they've switched positions, and now Drummond is going to be on the attack as up the inside. Flusha's going to lose two there, as Drummond and Kamyab both managed to make their way through. So Flusha sat on the back of Lewis Werrell for too long, didn't make the move stick, and now she's at the back of this field.
Well, for the moment at least, she falls to fourth place, but there's still a long way to go in this one. We're about to reach the half-distance mark, 4 down, 4 to go. And Lewis Werrell is leading the race, but Drummond has worked his way back into second position. Kamyab's got into third, and Luna Flusha now finds herself in fourth position. Still a long way to go in this week. There's a lot still to do, and a lot of battles still to come, as over his shoulder, Lewis Werrell checks out where the pace is, and then he will know it's going to come from Drummond and Kamyab. Kamyab's going to get some assistance here from Luna Flusha. Here comes Drummond on the inside, and he takes the lead away from Lewis Werrell. This race has its third different race leader. First Flusha, then Werrell, and now Zach Drummond, who takes over the position. But Roman Kamyab is coming in hot as well in third position. He wants to try and take on Werrell and Drummond, but Drummond is your leader. And Lewis Werrell is hanging on to second position, trying to get his move on the inside line. So far, so good for Zach Drummond. He's looking very strong. Here comes the move. Up the inside comes Kamyab. Don't expect him to wait around for too long. The winner of this year's IAME Winter Cup, challenged for the title in the IAME Euro Series as well. He could be a winner in the World Finals this week, and he will want to make up for his defeat in the Euro Series to smash it in the World Finals. He's up to second place, and now he is charging after his own teammate, the Scottish charge, Zach Drummond.
Yep, no messing around from these two Fusion boys. Kamyab and Drummond arrived onto the back of these two drivers, dispose of them very quickly, as Werrell's just about all over the back of Kamyab right now. Isn't able to make it move stick though through turn two. Was very close to making an overtake. Was all over the back of Kamyab actually. If he had stuck his nose in on the apex of turn two, then he may have had a chance of making the overtake stick, but clearly not right now. Luna Flusha is now the only Fusion driver in this pack that hasn't overtaken Lewis Werrell, and it looks like she's actually dropping back a little bit there. So just not able to compete with the pace that Werrell, Kamyab and Drummond are all putting down on the circuit right now.
So with Werrell in third position, he's really going to struggle because his teammate Noah Baglin is a few kart lengths back from this train. And their other teammate, Ty Buckley, is currently battling with the likes of Jensen Graham and Mile Marchand. So it's very tricky to see where the teammate cooperation is going to come at ORM. They're not quite in unison in this one. 2 to go. And Kamyab is right on Drummond. Where's the move coming? It's not in 2. It probably won't be in 3, but he might try and make the move stick in 4. Because this is where Roman Kamyab can get to the front of the field, and he knows now that with 2 to go, he really has to try and make the move happen. And Lewis Werrell is going to be very hungry to get his own move done, so it's now or never really for Roman Kamyab, and he knows it. Up to 5, through the right, closing in on Zach Drummond. Expect the overtaking move soon. It's not into 6. I thought it would have been, to be fair, but into 7. Going to have to try and set something up up towards 8. Kamyam's actually fallen off the back of Drummond a little bit. This is dangerous now. They've got to think about where they're going to gain the time. Through 9 and up towards 10, through the flick, and then into 11, the final corner. 1 lap to go. And this is going to be monstrous. If I'm Luna Flusha sat in 4th place, I'm thinking this ain't over yet. These 3 are going to have a challenge. Drummond cuts across nice and smoothly to hold the line, but that's going to make him a little bit slower. Here comes Kamyab. Watch out for Werrell as well. He might get the attack up towards 3. Jensen Graham sets the fastest lap of the race in his charge to come forward. Drummond defending before he needs to, as Kamyab is going to try and swarm down to the straight. Watch out for Flusha. Watch out for Flusha around the far side. She might get the switch back here on Werrell. She goes right, and that's going to be Werrell cutting across. Flusha into 3rd place, into 2nd place. Brilliant run from Luna Flusha. So well timed. Now Kamyab's going to get on the inside. No chance. Flusha shuts the door. Kamyab's going to have to deal with Werrell on the last lap. Drummond has got this race won. Werrell is going to hold on as he gets back on terms with Kamyab. But Luna Flusha, what a stormer. From 4th to 2nd. That's going to buy her so many advantages there. Bagland's going to get a move on the final turn as well. But it's victory for Drummond and 2nd for Flusha in an absolute steal on the last lap.
Yeah, that was an amazing move there. Just saw the opportunity. The 2 drivers battling. Flusha goes out wide, goes for the switchback and gets them both as Werrell tried to hold it up, but up the inside into the hairpin. There goes Luna Flusha. Bye-bye into 2nd position. And it's going to be a Fusion Motorsport 1-2 there. Zach Drummond did a great job to arrive from quite far back onto the back of this pack. Made his way through and then disappeared on that final lap. Lewis Werrell unfortunately dropped all the way down. Sorry, not all the way down. Dropped down into 3rd position after that overtake has been done. Just about held off the other drivers that were around him after that overtake had been made there by Flusha. So Werrell holds on to 3rd. 4th goes the way of Roman Kamyab. Then Tyrone Keenard in 5th position. Great race from him. The Belgian gets himself into 5th after just picking up the scraps from that battle in behind. So he'll get a great result there.
Yeah, very mature run from Tyrone Keenard to give himself a great possible position there. Bit of a thumbs up to Werrell, to his teammate Ty Buckley, as they figure out, where did you finish? And Werrell's like, I got 3, that's fine. Zach Drummond taking the win from Luna Flusha. What a storm on the last lap. Lewis Werrell, Roman Kamyab, Tyrone Keenard and Noah Baglin. Then Ty Buckley and Jensen Graham, Marl Marchand and Eloan Bjaname. Then Marius Barryberg, the Norwegian, and Luke Tal, the Dutchman. Then it's Pietro Bagutti, Manuel Chabonnier, Senna Munier, and Temo Kumpens. And then it is Thomas Pradier from Thomas Genda, Devon Hagelin, Alexander Dahlstrom, Sebastian Letimaki, and Melvin Kaluzdian from Gioli Carrera and Antonio Giulietta. 25th was Alexis Genole, then Martin Saar, Alberto Junior Folguri, Antonio Svouros, Gerismimos Vasilopoulos, and Dario Mifsud was there in the mix. So, fascinating stuff. A great fight back there in Mini X30 from Luna Flusha. And that really has given her plenty to be happy about coming into the latter stages of this. Let's look at this, these highlights again. Was really impressive off the start from Luna Flusha and Lewis Werrell in particular. But Luna played the long game in this one. She knew that she was going to lose the lead at one point by the look of it and just sat in 4th position, thought, okay, well, I can consolidate where I am. I've still got a good chance of a decent result as long as I keep myself in the top 3. The 7th place yesterday was a painful one. That hurt. But now here she is. She knows she's in 2nd place. She doesn't panic when she loses ground to her 2 teammates. That was the key factor. When you've got Drummond and Kamyab really raining down on the parade, it can be very easy to lose tack and lose the confidence and the faith in the own ability. But Drummond and Kamyab got into the battle very quickly and really started to raise the rafters. But she was very patient. She didn't get stressed. She didn't get flustered. That was enough to keep her in solid position.
Yep. Flusha did a great job in this situation. There's the move that was made by Drummond. Kamyab following through. I don't think there was going to be any aggressive moves made there, as obviously all our teammates. Drummond takes the lead there. Werrell dropped down into 2nd position. Werrell had been leading all the way up to this point, where also Kamyab manages to follow through. Now, this is going to be the pack that stays like this for a while. We see onto the final lap now.
Watch Flusha on the far left. Ready? Slings out. Goes right, sees where they're going to battle. Kamyab mistakes her, and then she just dives through. Absolutely textbook from Flusha.
Yep, lovely move there. Kamyab tried to get back on the inside, tried to make the move once again, but just didn't work out. Werrell was able to switch back into 3rd position, sticks it in the middle of the track, and nobody is able to get past. And around the final corner, great battling on the final lap.
And that's a split-second decision that Flusha had to make there. She was trying the stereotypical switchback from the outside to cut back in for the inside for the next apex, but she saw in the blink of an eye at the apex it wasn't going to work and then had to change direction again. She timed it to perfection, got the move. So X30 Junior is up next for A versus E. And that's going to give us more excitement as the junior category gets us back out on track. And it's an all-French front row. Ethan Faramond and Andy Rattel from Sebastiano Pavan and Théophile Nal. Then Oliver Stewart and Harry Burgoyne, Harvey Ryby and Patrick Sarapu. Then Clement Outram and Finley Harrison, Jack Hobson and Rupe Silvanen, Patrick Tabaya and Giacomo Padrini from Riccardo Cirelli, Tobias Norman, Santeri Matikainen and Zach Scular. Then Kevin Rabin and Michailidis Vasilios. Then we have Oskari Mikola and Brandon Carr, Joaquin Naranjo and Bianco Moreira. Then Louis Comin, Larry Haivisto, Max Anderson, Carl Engelblad. And then the all-Greek back row, Vasilios Apostolidis and Ilias Kaliakmanis. Now, Ethan Faramond versus Andy Rattel off the front row of the grid. Two drivers that really need to prove a point here. Faramond is on the lower end of the top six. Andy Rattel has that DNF, don't forget, from the last race when the mechanical problems faded on his opening couple of laps. So Rattel will need to bounce back with a victory or two here. Certainly a top three finish for the rest of the weekend is what he needs to stay in the hunt. Ready and go to the first corner. Good start from Faramond. Pavan goes with him. Very strong start from Rattel and Théophile Nal. They hold it together on the outside line. They're just going to lose a couple of positions in pure momentum. Not much they can do about that one. And a big slide off the road there from somebody towards the tail end. Pavan gets into the lead. What a run from him as he manages to get the run on Ethan Faramond. So Sebastiano Pavan hits the front. Excellent driving from the Cetilar racing machine. And a great run from Sebastiano Pavan. This is looking much stronger than we saw from him in the last heat when things didn't quite go according to plan and he spun it away on the opening tour. But Sebastiano Pavan is bouncing back in fine style, and this is what he needed to do. Oliver Stewart, a good run from him in third place. Harvey Ryby looking confident in fourth again. So already a very good start as the drivers pound around the final turn. But it's Sebastiano Pavan. He takes the lead of the charge so far from Faramond, and then Stewart, Ryby, Niall, Burgoyne, and Andy Rattel.
Yep, great start at the front end there. Pavan gets himself into the lead. Brilliant start there from the Italian, but watch out for Ethan Faramond, He'll be trying to chase down the back of this car going into the hairpin there. Faramond already going defensive, not wanting to lose any positions here. Oliver Stewart, this is going to have to be his comeback race after a bad race last time out. He's going to want to redeem himself here. He's up in the second position. Faramond's all over the back of Stewart right now as there's brilliant battling all the way in the mid-pack and in behind them, as Théophile Nal tries to make his way around the outside. Doesn't quite work out for him there. Loses another position. And there we see Stewart and Faramond. And in the distance, Pavan, our leader, runs away with it for now.
So this is definitely going to be a tough race for Sebastiano Pavan to hold on to. But he's definitely trying to stretch out a good gap. Stewart past Faramond. So that gives the Scotsman a good chance here. Pavan is opening up the tabs with a fast lap time. 53.0. Look at the charge further back as well. You've got Burgoyne with the likes of Théophile Nal getting past Andy Rattel, and Rattel is trying to keep himself ahead of Harvey Ryby. Oops, bit of a moment for Finley Harrison. Gets himself back on the road nice and quickly. Here's Faramond on the inside of Oliver Stewart. So the Frenchman gets into second place. And now he's going to have to take the tack again as he comes off the turn up towards 8 and then into the hairpin at 9. There goes Théophile Nal. He gets the run on Harry Burgoyne. So Théophile Nal still looking to be the leader of the interim if he can get his opportunity. We've had a couple of collisions there off of turn 9. A couple of karts in trouble in the midfield, so we could have a couple of drivers dropping down the order. Didn't quite see who it was. It's Tobias Norman and Kevin Rabin. So Tobias Norman and Kevin Rabin tangled there up at the top of turn 9. So a couple of moments we didn't get to see really there, unfortunately. But there is Faramond and Oliver Stewart. Fourth position for Harry Burgoyne, and then Théophile Nal is in fifth. There is the move in the middle of the pack. That's the 237 of Santeri Matikainen getting his move on Giacomo Padrini. So Martikainen, he's been working beautifully through the course of the week. Don't forget, he managed to fight his way through to the top 10 in the fog-ridden heat earlier this morning. So Santeri Martikainen is definitely doing his best to make as much progress as he possibly can.
Yep, trying to make his way through the field in the fog earlier on today. It's pretty much all lifted now. It's still a little bit foggy in the sky, but definitely on the circuit itself, it's all fine and good for these drivers. They're able to fully see. But Ethan Farmand now all over the back of Pavan and up the inside. That's going to make the move. Oliver Stewart will follow through as well. So Farmand and Stewart make their way into P1 and P2. Pavan gets demoted down into third now, and he'll be left into the clutches of Burgoyne and Tearfield now. If they catch on to the back of Pavan right now, Pavan seems to be struggling for pace in comparison to Nall and Burgoyne right now. They've arrived onto the back of him already. But it looks like Ethan Farmand has other ideas. He's going to try and run away with this one, but back on the inside. Pavan makes his way past Stewart, just trying to delay the inevitable of Tearfield now, making his way past Pavan right now. But we go down towards the first corner. Is there going to be a move back from Oliver Stewart anytime soon through the first corner and up towards the second? Will we see a dive down the inside? No, we won't. Stewart still sits in behind right now, but Tearfield now getting dangerously close to the back of them right now. But up the inside, there's the move that we were waiting for. Stewart gets himself back into second position as Pavan now is going to fall victim to Tearfield. Now up the inside and pushed off the track there goes Pavan. Burgoyne tries to follow through and it just doesn't quite work on the switchback. Can Burgoyne get it up the inside now? And it looks like it will all be secure.
This race started so perfectly for Sebastiano Pavan. It was looking really hot for him on the initial getaway, and now he's down to 5th position, up to 6th. Good launch there from Andy Rattel as he dives in on Harvey Ryby. But now we come into the halfway point of the race. 6 laps down, 6 to go. Ethan Farmand, head down, checks over his shoulder quickly the turn one as Oliver Stewart and Tearfield now start to chase him down. Rattel, a big lunge on Ryby, who's clearly trying to keep him back. And now Finley Harrison squeezing to the curb to try and get his move on Andy Rattel. And now he's going to lose out, unfortunately, to Patrick de Bayer. So the Irishman gets through into the position instead. But with 6 down and 6 to go, it's still not very clear who is going to get the run up at the front end of the field. Here are the leaders, Ethan Farmand and Oliver Stewart from Tearfield Nall. Now, Tearfield Nall's got into second, my apologies. So he has made the move on Oliver Stewart somewhere. Didn't see where that move came from. But certainly it is a tricky situation for them at the moment as they continue to pounce through. And full course yellows. Full course yellows on the circuit again, this time in the juniors. And we've got a couple of karts off the circuit. So we've got a full course yellow on track. I can't quite see where it is. I think it's on the 3rd sector. So we've got full course yellows around. I think it might be around turn 9 or 10 that we've got a bit of an issue out there on the circuit. But certainly yellow flags and full course yellows out on track in the X30 Junior Heat A versus E. So the field will slow up. And it looks as though there's maybe a bit of damage to the barriers that might have brought the full course yellows out. So that's the reason that we're now under full course yellows. There's no point speculating on what might have happened. We obviously have to just try and make sure that the drivers involved are safe. The kart that's gone off the circuit, as best to our knowledge, is Tobias. I think it's Tobias Norman that's come through. Actually, I think we seem to have lost Max Andersson. So the Swedish driver Max Andersson has not come through. So they obviously are now just trying to make their way around the course. And there's some medical attention needed, I gather, for Max Andersson. It is just procedural. So obviously they have to make sure that these things are correct and above board. There is protocol to adhere to. So there's no point speculating. There's no point showing you an incident of any kind. Oh, this is the replay of the incident we're being shown here. Oof. Easy to lose ground there. Oopsie daisy. And there's one kart that's just hurtled straight off the road. But that kart is Max Andersson, the Birolart that was desperately trying to get out of the way of the incident and unfortunately just slid the kart off the road. So there's a warning flag going out for Louis Comin. So Louis Comin has been given a warning flag. Not entirely sure what the reason for that is, but the kart in 16th place has been given a warning flag of some description. I don't think he was the cause of that. There was a spin for Bianco Moreira which was the situation there. But obviously the kart went into the marshal post. You can see it just in the background there. So the kart actually slewed into the marshal post, and it's moved the barriers. Now, obviously, the barriers have to be put back into position, which is a safety thing. If the barriers move out of place, they have to be returned to their original position for safety reasons. So that's why we're under full course yellows, because you can't have the drivers race when the barrier is, when the marshal post, sorry, is unprotected, because that puts both the marshals and the drivers at risk. So it's a very difficult situation, but they do have to make sure there be in a situation. So the competitors are obviously now just under full course yellows conditions at the moment. And obviously we need to make sure that the drivers in question are in safe conditions. So the medical team is there. The marshals are trying to put the barriers into the correct position as well. 2:45 there at the back of the field. Tobias Norman, the Danish driver, is just trying to look around his kart to make sure that he hasn't got too much damage. If the front fairing's loose, then there's nothing he can do about that. He just has to keep it together. Looks like the marshals have reset the marshal post now. As the barrier was out of position, it's now in place. They just have to make sure that the protocol and procedure for the driver is completed. We're going to go on to lap 11. So it could well be, once again, just a one-lap sprint if we're going to go racing at this point. But there have been races in the past, not just in this competition, but in other IAME series races where they will finish under yellow flag procedure. So that is a possibility. If you're Ethan Faramond, that's certainly what you're hoping will happen at the moment, because he leads the race from Teofil Nall and Oliver Stewart. But it's not a clear decision. It's not a given that he is obviously going to be the winner of this race. They obviously still have to make sure that there are a few things to check over before we go racing again. And if the safety protocols are adhered to, then that is obviously the most paramount concern. But you have to give a huge shout out to the Orange Army, the marshals around the course. They're absolutely fantastic. We can't race at all without them.
Yep, very quick action from all of the marshals out there on the circuit to get the incident sorted. And it looks like a few of the marshals are preparing a green flag, so it looks like it may be a one-lap sprint. Once again, we saw this in the minis earlier on, and now we're going to see again.
Green, 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 green. So one lap of racing. It's just one lap to decide who wins this one. Faramond, Niles, Stewart, Burgoyne, Pavan, Ryby and Rattel. And already Teofil Nall is giving Ethan Faramond plenty of pressure. He's not going to have many chances to get past him with a one-lap sprint under green flags. Oliver Stewart is right there in third. Fourth place, Harry Burgoyne. Faramond defends. He's got no choice as Stewart defends from Burgoyne. We go up the hill, up towards 5. Everybody keeping themselves to themselves, trying to stay out of dodge. But Faramond is defending big time. Stewart having to do the same thing to keep Burgoyne and Pavan at bay. But is Teofil Nall going to get his one shot on Ethan Faramond? He's not quite close enough. And having to defend to cover on the inside keeps Faramond under pressure from Teofil Nall. He's only going to get one shot at the final corner. Can he outsprint him on the final bend? Nope. He's got to try, but he's not going to get close enough. It's going to be Faramond. Teofil Nall in second place. Not much ends up happening on that final lap, but at least there was opportunity. And it's also a good sign that we finished the race under green flag conditions. We wouldn't have been able to if it was a critical concern for the safety of the driver. So it looks as though we were able to complete the race under green flag conditions.
Yep, it looks like the driver has gotten out of the car and walked away from the incident. So hopefully everything is okay. Obviously, there will be precautionary checks from the medical team for the driver, just in case there is any injuries or anything of the sort. But it looks like everything may be okay in terms of that. But Faramond, in that final lap, he would have had a lot of pressure on his shoulders. And I'm sure that defensive driving from him there to hold on to the win, he'll be happy with that one.
It's a tough situation for the drivers there as they're waiting and waiting for a race to get underway. But certainly for Faramond, it's a crucial victory, and it's a crucial opportunity. For Teofil Nall, it's a defeat he didn't need because his score now comes down to 10. That puts him level with Bart Harrison's tally. And obviously the clear leader at the moment is still the Londoner Vinnie Phillips, who took that lead earlier this morning when Kanato Lee, who was the interim leader, crashed out on the first lap of the first heat of the day. So some big moments that have changed things in Junior X30. Ethan Faramond takes the win from Teofil Nal, Oliver Stewart, Harry Burgoyne and Andy Rattel. Sebastiano Pavan, early leader, falls to 6th from Harvey Ryby and Finlay Harrison. Then Clement Outram, Patrick Dobaya, Riccardo Cirelli and Jack Hobson. 13th position behind them is Brandon Carr from Giacomo Pedrini and Rupe Silvanen. Then Louis Komin and Carl Engelblad. Santeri Matikainen and Patrick Sarapu from Lari Haivisto and Zach Skoular. Oskari Mikola and Joaquin Naranjo. Then Vasilios Mikolaides is 24th in front of Ilias Kaliakmanis. Kevin Rabin, Bianco Moreira, Vasilios Apostolidis and Tobias Norman. The last driver in the field obviously was the retirement. That was the Swedish driver Max Andersson. So we're just going to try and see if there is further developments from the X30 Junior A versus E race. There will obviously be precautionary checks for the driver in question, a medical check for Max Andersson. If we have any news to bring you on that one, then we will obviously inform you of it. But as it stands at the moment, we don't have any further updates on that. What a start it was for Sebastiano Pavan, though, to get through into the lead of that race as we show you the highlights of the previous heat. There is Ethan Faramond still trying to put him under pressure. Teofil Nal trying to make up for lost time at the start of the race at this stage of proceedings. Harvey Ryby getting a good start and trying to battle away with the likes of Stewart and Ethan Faramond. A few drivers out of positions in various parts of the racetrack. So always a very tricky situation. Lots of good duking for position there between Ryby, Harrison and also Oliver Stewart, I think, was in that mix. Harry Burgoyne there as well. This is Faramond on Stewart. That's what got him into 2nd position. That gave him a chance to fight back on Sebastiano Pavan. This melee in the midfield was what caused a few issues. That was the spin earlier on for the two drivers that we didn't get to see during the race itself. Kevin Rabin and Tobias Norman dropping down through the field. So then we had a couple of moments, obviously, through the race where Sebastiano Pavan would eventually lose ground to Ethan Faramond and then would lose more and more. As Stewart got through, Teofil Nal would be next in the mix, and Sebastiano Pavan would suddenly drop through the pack like a stone. Unfortunate there as he ran wide, trying to fend off from Harry Burgoyne. But once Burgoyne was through, Pavan could see it was going to be very difficult to get back into the lead of the race. Then comes the incident a little bit later on in the race. This is Moreira having a duel with the 240 of Oskari Mikola, and that's where Max Andersson skewed off into the tyre barriers there at the marshal post. But we understand that he is okay in essence. He's just going to get some medical checks. But obviously the reason we went full course yellow is because the barriers in front of the marshal post were moved out of position, and you can't race under those conditions, so they had to be reset before we could go racing again. Sometimes these incidents do look a lot nastier than they actually are, but he'll go for precautionary checks, as is the protocol under these sort of situations. But Ethan Faramond taking the win from Teofil Nal and Oliver Stewart at a critical time. But now, of course, it's going to be time for X30 Junior qualifying heat for C versus F groups. And this is quite an important one, actually, because obviously this is going to give more drivers a chance to race up at the sharp end. What it's also going to do in the junior category for C versus F is it's going to put some interesting drivers onto the front row beside each other. McCordy Bishop alongside Thibaut Ramakers. This will be interesting, won't it?
Yes, this is going to be interesting indeed. A brilliant front row there. Thibaut Ramakers has had some great results. Unfortunately, in the previous heat, he actually did pick up a 5-second time penalty for in that race. But Macaulay Bishop, he also struggled in that previous race, had a spin on the final lap and dropped down the order a little bit. But we'll start from pole position this time. Let's hope this one's better for him.
There's Kanato Lee, was leading this morning before the first race, and then that DNF has definitely hampered his chances. But it's not done. It's not done, as his mechanic Elliot Harvey is there with him, just to give him a little bit more motivation and a little bit of confidence coming into things. There's Marcus Lizio for Strawberry Racing. Very strong performance so far from him this week. Chi Zhenru for the team driver racing kart team, the Chinese driver, the sole representative from the People's Republic of China this week. Very impressive performance from him. This is a very important race for one man in particular, and that is the man starting on the 5th row of the grid. Vinnie Phillips, the Londoner, who's had a very solid start to his week. and has had massive support back home in London. I know for a fact that Nanny Shirley and all the folks down at Broad Lakes Social Club have been tuning in every day to Vinnie Phillips' progress, and he's having an amazing week so far. Just 7 points accumulated from the heats so far for the superb Londoner. So it's going to be a very exciting run and a great battle. So what we need to talk about now as we come into this section of the race is just how much pressure Vinnie Phillips is going to be under. He starts from 9th position. That is on the inside row, so obviously he's got a better chance of a good start. But what we have to take into account as well is that there's going to be quite a few other opponents in this race that will want to try and take points away from him, particularly from that front row. Macaulay Bishop is due a victory. There's no two ways about that. And now that the sun has come out, the track is drying out, it's getting back to the conditions that favour him and his setup. Thibaut Ramakas alongside him on that front row of the grid could do with a good result as well. So the start's going to be critical for him. And for Kanato Lee up in that top 6, he needs to bounce back after that DNF. There are a lot of factors playing against it that are going to make Vinnie Phillips quite cautious coming into this first couple of laps.
Well, you're saying that Macaulay Bishop needs his first win. He's had a win on track, but unfortunately that was taken away because of a 10-second penalty they got for jumping the start in that race. So let's hope that this one is a clean race for him. Kanato Lee really struggled in that previous race. Obviously, had that crash on the first corner. Nothing he could really do about that. Got collected from a spin from another car, and then unfortunately that put him out of the race. So let's see what happens in this one.
It's worth pointing out as well that his closest opposition now for the pole position in the final tomorrow is Bart Harrison, and he's starting in front of him on the grid. There is Vinnie Phillips as he gets himself ready for the action. And in with him there, trying to get his own decent results together, Emano Quinteri. And there is Arthur Valsort of the Euro karting squad, all the way from Belgium. And then the local favourite is just in behind him. That is Ronnie Stefani of the PRK ASD squad. It looks like he could have a very interesting race of it. And there's the Thierry Del Rey chassis, the TD kart of Yuri Bonta, the very talented Dutchman, as he tries to continue his journey through. TD, of course, Thierry Del Rey, the very famous IAME shifter racer, who has now built his own chassis. At the beginning of 2020, it was launched, and this is their second season of development. Fernand Luque and Lars Venink getting themselves ready for the start. There's Philippe Carras, who's looking very hot for a decent result in this one, if he can continue his charge through the field. And for the Spirit Racing team, just in behind you have Hector Gerling. So many talented racers. And this is the critical point in the week now, because we are starting to think about C finals and B finals. So this is the last race for the juniors before they get to that stage. Nobody wants to be in that B final or C final collection, but they need to make this race count. It's game on.
Yeah, this is going to be a big race for many people, and I think we are going to see some fireworks and maybe even some thrills and spills throughout the whole of the race. Drivers definitely will be battling hard for position, trying to get the best result that they can, because every race counts at this point. Because we're very close on our way to the finals. Obviously, we have our C and B finals later on this afternoon and later on this evening. So if you can get minimal points in these races, if you can get a good result, then that might push you out of those C and B finals and definitely push you forwards in terms of standings and starting position for the finals coming forwards.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because from this point on, every mistake you make is going to count against you for the rest of the week. You have to have a perfect race to finish off, and there are so many opportunities to lose it. Now that the sun has come out, they've had to make adjustments to the kart again, return it to the chassis settings, I assume probably from Wednesday when the track was at its hottest, because it is getting pretty hot pretty quickly now on the circuit. Air temperatures now up to 16 degrees Celsius. That's a 3-degree rise in an hour. So it's obvious that that fog was causing a massive amount of pressure. Now that that's cleared and broken, the circuit's going to get hot again. This was meant to be the only day of the week when we were going to have rainfall. We haven't had any rainfall, and it doesn't look like we're going to now. So that fog has actually thrown a bit of a curveball into the mix for some, but for others, it's given them an opportunity for redemption. So this race has got to be the most critical for the juniors. I'm fairly sure this is now going to be the last race before the finals for the juniors. So this is quite important for them to get right. There is one more heat after this one, I apologize, which is going to be Heat B versus D, and that will be the final race for the juniors. So for the groups that we've had just out on the circuit, for A versus E, that was their last heat before the finals. So Ethan Faramond finishing off his heats with a victory there. So his score is now 17. Teofil Nal ends on 10. So he is guaranteed a top 5 the way things are currently looking. That is very impressive for Teofil Nal. The lowest he's going to be in the rankings now is 3rd. So that's awesome for Teofil Nal. He gets an opportunity, if he stays there, to be on that inside line of the second row for the final tomorrow. He's got a great chance to win the whole thing. So Teofil Nal can rest easy. Oliver Stewart, a 3rd position. He's had a very consistent run, considering this is his first ever week outside of Great Britain. He's done an amazing job. And with the equipment he's been given by Jaden Birolart, he really has made good use of it. You're going to see some fireworks again from Marcus Lizio in this one. A win is critical for him because he is in 4th position at the moment, looking at that outside of the second row. He could do with a victory with his closest rivals, Phillips and Harrison, having a bad race, because then he can get to the front of the field. He'll be tied with Niall. He'll be 1 behind Niall, so he'll still have to settle for 2nd. But if he can get to 3rd position on the starting grid, he's really got a good chance himself of launching forward for that victory in the junior final tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting race to see how drivers manage themselves, manage the karts, because some people may come into this race, some of the drivers may come into this race, and the mechanics have told them, look, if you finish in a certain position and get this certain amount of points, then you will be this position overall. Now, that would be an interesting thing to see going in if people are using tactics to try and get a position that they want to be starting in instead of starting on the outside row, maybe gain 2 or 3 more points just to start on the outside row to see how that works.
It's going to be time for some of these mechanics to get rid of their winter woolies and jackets and get out the shorts and t-shirts, isn't it? Because it's getting hot very, very quickly out here on the circuit. That fog has finally lifted for good. And now we're going to get some fast lap times out of the circuit for sure. There is one of the most impressive drivers of the week so far, Vili Hakela on the Haas Racing Team kart. There is Fusion Motorsports' Leo Robinson, represented Algeria in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy this season. A lot of drivers that have been selected from the Academy this year have been able to get themselves into the World Finals as well, which shows you that quite a lot of Excelsior world-class talent has come out of IAME X30 Racing over the last 12 months, and we've got an incredible waft of drivers here, many of whom are trying to get into FIA karting or are using this as a springboard to it. And this just shows you that IAME World Finals Racing, it really does produce incredible talent.
Yeah, the IAME World Finals, it produces incredible talent and it also takes in incredible talent. So all of the best drivers from all over the world, 29 countries, are going to be represented in this event. So that just shows the widespread of drivers.
That's not bad in a world pandemic either, is it? Let's be honest. I mean, we're still getting a lot of countries from South America, from Asia, and certainly from Australasia. Our colleagues and friends out in Australia and New Zealand have barely able to get anybody out here, and certainly not for this year's IAME World Finals. We have neither country represented because of the travel restrictions. But to have 29 nations represented, even in the world pandemic situation, we've got to be proud of that.
Yeah, it's a big achievement to get so many drivers out, and if it wasn't for the pandemic, I really do wonder how many countries would have been represented at this event.
I wouldn't be surprised if it would have been about 35 to 40 again, like we had 2 years ago, and the entry list back then was a good 400 to 500 drivers. So I hope you're ready for that next year when the world sorts itself out again. It's going to be an even bigger event next season. We're going to have a very interesting challenge, as I mentioned earlier, from some of the drivers that are in that top 8, but there are some drivers trying to break back into it. You've got to look at the likes of Lucas Flusha. He's been very strong in the former stages of this morning. His fight through to P4 in the earlier heat, that shows that he's still got unfinished business. He's got a chance to break into that top 10 now, so we need to watch out for what he can do. The home favourites are really starting to crack on a pace now. Andrea Pirovano, how strong was he this morning trying to knock himself into the top 10 as well? So he's going to be one to watch, and he'll be on that inside line on the 5th row of the starting grid. Another driver that we should look out for from the 2nd row of the grid is one of the most grandstand entertainers in this field, Gabriel Stilp. He got really unfortunate at that first corner spin when he went off the road with Ramakers and his colleagues into the first corner of the first race this morning. That was so unfortunate, but he was very, very quick to get back into the action, took avoiding action, made sure that the kart wasn't damaged, and again, just rose his way back through the field. He's one of the most exciting drivers out there, Gabe Stilp, and I've got a feeling that you're going to see him in the World Finals several times in the next few years. Yeah,
he's been proving his worth over the heats that he's been racing in so far. We've seen some very aggressive overtakes, some aggressive defending, so he's showing that he's one of those drivers that won't be pushed around, and he won't let anybody push him around. If you push me around, I'll push you around. That's the motto which many of these drivers go by, and Gabriel Stilp, he's been using that to his advantage, and he's been doing a great job on the offensive and also the defense side.
So for those who are wondering where the X30 Masters and the KZI drivers have been so far, well, they're about to come out in a couple of moments' time for their warm-up session. Once they obviously have their warm-ups, we're going to take a quick pause on the live stream to reset things and give them a chance, the camera crew out on the circuit, a bit of a chance for the breather, because they've been hard at it all morning, to be fair, once they set up and everything. So we're going to get a quick pause in proceedings for them. Then we will have the last heats for the X30 Master, the Junior, the Senior, and the ZI. And then it will be into finals time, and that's where things get really serious. Drivers are probably going to be wanting something at least out of the week. They won't want to be in a C final and B final, but if they have to be in that position, then they're going to take good use of it, roll their sleeves up, and grab that race by the throat.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we do see a lot of drivers just basically taking advantage of every opportunity that's given to them, any gap that is shown in front of them. Well, we've seen that drivers do that anyways, but especially in these final closing heats that these drivers have, any opportunity that's given in front of them, any gap on the circuit that these drivers can go for, they're going to be going for everything that they can get.
So there is a slight delay in proceedings. The reason for that, of course, is a ramification from the previous race where we obviously had to reset the marshal post. You have to take into consideration that not only is there a medical protocol that you have to go through, but there is also a safety protocol to reset the circuit, essentially. So if a tyre barrier comes out of position around a marshal post like that, you do a quick fix while the race is going on so that you can finish the race in the safest possible position. But then once the race is over, you then have to go back over all the fixtures and fittings that hold the tyre barriers in place. You have to reset them, you have to go over them, you have to double check, triple check, and make sure that everything is according to structure and protocol. Because if you send the drivers out into the racetrack when the track isn't safe, even in one part of the circuit, you're just waiting for the worst case scenario. And certainly with these young drivers in all of these categories, the worst thing you can do is send out the drivers in a what if situation. You have to be absolutely guaranteed that these guys are going to be protected. The marshals here at Adria are absolutely phenomenal. The volunteer team that we've had, some of them have come from various IAME categories. Some of them are from the local circuit here at Adria. And it's wonderful to have this incredible team. We're very, very grateful. So grazie mille tutti for all of the members of the Orange Army here around the circuit. They have kept us safe all week long, and on the whole, pretty much incident-free. So it's wonderful to see, you know, in difficult situations. It's a new venue for the IAME World Series finals again, obviously this year. It's a different situation for Le Mans, which we were so used to before, but due to circumstances beyond our control, we had to find a new venue in 2021. Adria was a good choice, and I have to say, in terms of the success rate and the comments that I've been getting from the teams, from the drivers, from the personnel here, it's been a good move.
Yeah, it seems like it has been. It's really worked out. Adria, obviously, the first time that it's been held here for the World Finals. It's always been out in Le Mans, but for a first time being at a circuit, first time holding the event at the circuit, it's worked out really well. I think the drivers, many of the drivers have been here before, and it's a circuit that everybody loves. If you ask drivers to mention one European track, I'm sure that Adria will come up in a few of the cases. But yeah, it's definitely worked out.
It's a shame we didn't have a track day on the main circuit behind us either as well today, because yesterday we had one. We had Lamborghinis, we had Porsches, we had Cupras going round, and that noise was biblically good. So we're getting ourselves ready for qualifying heat C versus F. They're going to come out in a moment. Macaulay Bishop and Thibaut Ramekes from Bart Harrison and Gabriel Stilt, Lucas Flusha and Canato Lee, Andrea Piravano and Marcus Luzio, Vinnie Phillips and Jean Rucci. Then it is Emmanuel Quintieri and Vili Hakala, Arteval Sort and Leo Robinson from Ronnie Stefani and Victor Sundberg, Yuri Bonta and Parker DeLong, Ferdinand Luque and Maxi Lodman, Lars Venink and Victor Carlson, Philippe Carras and Angelo Meli from Hector Gerling, Marco de Janda, Sebastian Kaupeng, Nico Aitiainen and Jack Buckley of Ireland will go off the back row of the starting grid. 29 drivers will take to the circuit in this one. It'll be 12 laps once again, and the weather map on my timing screen has told me that there are no clouds in the sky, and they're absolutely right. Sunshine is out. The circuit is going to bake to a crisp. We're going to get a nice variety of all sorts of weather conditions over the course of this week. The only thing we haven't actually had is torrential rain, and I really don't want it now.
No,
we just keep it the way it is.
Yeah, it's been brilliant action out in the sunlight. It's always as commentators that we want the rain to come down because then it spices things up a little bit.
It's fine for us, it's not fine for them.
Well, yeah, the drivers. If you asked any driver, do you want rain right now? I'd say 1 out of maybe 20 or 30 drivers would say yes.
Yeah,
but
probably.
as a racing driver, always prefer the dry conditions, but as commentators, you normally prefer it to be wet because it spices up the racing, a little bit of a mix-up. In the orders, Vinnie Phillips there sitting on the grid. He's currently in overall pole position in the qualifying heats. Points accumulated for him is 7 points. But back onto the point of the weather conditions. Normally you'd want it to be wet because of spicing things up, better racing, but to be completely honest, the action which we've had in the dry weather has been amazing so far.
Yeah, it really has. And I have to say, you know, the racecraft has been very, very on point. The drivers have raced hard and raced firm with aggression and dictatorial stances. But on the whole, it's been fair. You know, there have been some very hard maneuvers. There have been some tough competitors out there, drivers willing to go that extra mile to get those overtaking moves done and just skirt over the limit of what's acceptable a little bit at times. But that's to be expected. It's a World Finals week. You're not going to leave anything on the table. Talking to a few drivers last night, and Clayton Ravenscroft was telling me one of the key factors and one of the elements you're going to see in an IAME World Finals week like this is that essentially the driver's motto in a weekend like this is that you leave everything on that racetrack. You put your entire heart and soul into a week like this. You leave no doubt, and you put everything. You put your whole heart and energy and effort and your charisma and those choice racecraft maneuvers onto the circuit. You leave it all there. You make sure that there is nothing left behind after a week like this. So these drivers are going to dig deep and find something special, especially in this last heat before the finals.
Yeah, everyone will be giving it. They're all trying every maneuver, as you said. It's to see if it's possible. I mean, there's no point in half committing to an overtake. If you're going to go for an overtake, you've got to fully commit to it and go straight down the inside. If it pulls off or not, that's another question, but it's never going to pull off if you half commit to the overtake.
So there's the 234, Marcus Luzio. Critical heat for this one. And it's 4th position for him in the rankings at the moment. He will want to increase that as the spectators are just pausing in procedure so that we can get ourselves going as soon as humanly possible. It's just so that we can reset the circuit after the previous accident in the junior race. So you'll have to bear with us a few more minutes before we go racing again. But hopefully the delay will not be too long. We will find out if there is any update, but surely it's not going to be too much longer because we obviously have to ensure that the safety of both the marshals, the drivers, and obviously the structure of the circuit is integral before we continue. While we're waiting for that, an opportunity to try and figure out how things have been going over the course of the week so far, because obviously we've had 5 classes of competition that have been giving us plenty to do and plenty to talk about. But right the way from qualifying practice, we've already had a bit of a semblance and an understanding as to who's going to be fast at the sharp end of the field. What we haven't seen so far today is that battle between X30 Master and KZI.
Yep.
And we want to see when the X30 Masters come out if anybody's going to be able to cope with the pace of Thomas Ritchie, because he has been absolutely unbeatable, very much like Callum Bradshaw in seniors this week. So Thomas Ritchie has been there, able to command his force around him and keep himself in the hunt right from the start of the week. So Thomas Ritchie has been the unspoken, undefeated megastar of this week, and he's gone very much under the radar, actually, Thomas Ritchie, so we have to give him some credit and plaudits for that. What's also interesting is that KZI battle. Since Moritz Ebner got that penalty, the pendulum has shifted in the favour of Mauro Simoni. Simoni was gifted his first win, but he went up and wrestled and got the win in the second one. So it's really given OK1 Racing. They were on the back foot, but that opportunity to take the first win by default, as it were, it's given them a bit of a momentum shift. They're now starting to push for it.
Yeah, so when Simoni picked up that first win, obviously because the penalties were awarded because of the jump starts, when Simoni got that win, he didn't really have the pace to be catching up, to be on the pace of our 2 winners, and it seems like it's been a bit of a shock to see Simoni. We weren't really expecting him in the other heats to be right up at the front end like he was.
So we are told in our ears that there is going to be a 10-minute pause. So 10 minutes pause so that we can start racing again. That's going to give us a little bit of an opportunity to tell you a little bit about the drivers and the nations that they have represented over the course of proceedings. For those who weren't able to watch last night, you can go back and have a look again on our IAME YouTube and IAME Facebook pages as well. We had a fabulous drivers parade last night where we got to see a massive waft of competitors from all over the globe. 29 nations, as we mentioned, represented last night. It was great to see them all come out and wave their nation's flag. We'll try and give a big shout out to every country in the mix, as we have a 10-minute opportunity to do so. We have the drivers here representing the United Arab Emirates, and we know that there's a big fleet of drivers that have come through from that side of things. You've got Maxim Bobrashov, you've got Leonardis Peruzzi, Georges Nassar, Oscar Lambert, Zach Scular is in that group as well. Matteo Quintarelli, the fast-flying Federico Al-Rifai, Mira Al-Zabi, Kamal Agar, Khaled Saab, and Patrick Dabatista. Great to see them all put on an excellent show, and they have been absolutely phenomenal here from the United Arab Emirates, representing multiple teams, but obviously flying the flag for the UAE. You've got the drivers from Argentina. Quite a massive fleet of drivers have come, actually, from Argentina this year. Great to see them all here, and very surprised, but very pleasantly so. You've got the likes of Panetta Bautista, Martin Sarr, Santino Panetta. You've also got Blanco Moreira. You've got Joaquin Naranjo, Marco Dianda, Lucas Badanovic, Thiago Diaz, Dario Vezzano, Santiago Fabani, Sean Hogan, Ignacio Vivian, who's definitely one of the favorite contenders in the Master X30, don't forget, and Marcus Albert. So a lot of drivers who are going to give us plenty of entertainment and drama. One of the countries that's definitely entertained us over the course of the week so far, though, is Team Belgium. They really have produced some amazing talents.
Yeah, the Belgian drivers have been doing amazing. Timo Remekes, he's been doing a great job over the course of the, well, obviously over the course of the events that we've had so far. He's been at the front end in all of the races. Unfortunately, picked up a penalty in his previous junior race. He's just about to go out on the circuit. He'll be starting from the front row alongside Macaulay Bishop, so it'll be interesting to see what he's able to do.
Yeah, there's been a lot of contenders from Team Belgium that have given us plenty to talk about. Seda Munier, Thierry Quinard, Manuel Charbonnier, you've already mentioned Thibaut Ramekes, Arthur Valsort, Nathaniel Den Hont, Angelo Melli, Sita Van Meert. What an amazing performance she has been in Senior X30, particularly this morning, fighting her way into the top 5. Really great to see how well she's come on with the EGP racing team. Lucas Talman, Yannis Steven Haydens, Delano Valens, and of course in Senior, Ellie Goldstein. He's still a real favourite for Senior X30 after the week
100%.
he's had.
Yeah, Ellie Goldstein has been up at the front and challenging the pace of Callum Bradshaw. They were in their first race together. Bradshaw was able to take the win, but Goldstein definitely gave him a run for his money and made him check behind him every other lap to see where Goldstein was in comparison to Bradshaw. So when these drivers come across each other again, it will be interesting to see how they battle it out on track.
And of course, Ellie Goldstein is not going to be the only driver from Team Belgium who's going to try and make his way forward. We still haven't really been able to see the maximum from Sam Balota. I believe he has one more heat to go, and he's really struggled since qualifying. But if there's any chance for him to fight back into contention, you know he's going to take it. He's always been a very ruthless opponent in IAME Euro, and here he is on the World Finals. I would be disappointed to see him in the C final or B final, but nowhere near as disappointed as he would be. I mean, this is an opportunity for him to showcase, and for some reason, qualifying didn't go his way. And I was talking to the Dutchman Henkie Kalteren about this. You know, qualifying is so critical to get right. It really does hamper your entire week. It can be the make or break situation that drivers just don't need to be thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, in the heats, if you have maybe 1 or 2 bad heats and crash out in either of them, then that drops you very far down the order in terms of overall results, especially if the people in front of you are consistently at the front. Maybe if you're at the front and have a few bad results and you're going to be all the way down the order, it's better to be in the midfield, maybe around 7th to 15th position, but you're consistently there and never have a bad race, then you're going to be up there and higher than some drivers that push, but also push over the limit and make mistakes.
Yeah, Noah Maton is also part of Team Belgium's lineup. Alessandro Tudiska, Isabella Bass, Nicolas Jussi and Stephanie Bieland in the X30 Master category. Thierry Del Rey, of course, the hero who's running his own chassis here this week. Bjorn Verhaam, Kevin Lemans, Tim Verelst, and Sam Kleisch, an amazing group of drivers, all from the nation of Belgium. Just one Bulgarian in the mix, Kalian Varbatsaliev, but still flying the flag for Bulgaria. Team Switzerland, a very busy squad this year. Dan Aleman, Alexis Genolet, Tiziano Kuznini, very, very talented Mini X30 driver, Gaspard Lagaye, Hector Gerling, Kevin Rabin, Kian Fardin, and all great junior drivers amongst them. Tanya Müller, Robin Affolter, and obviously as well Nikolai Sabo in the X30 seniors. Luca Luongo is another one who's definitely given us plenty of entertainment and drama. So there's a lot of drivers from Team Switzerland. Just one from the People's Republic of China, Qi Zhenru, who's been flying the flag there. Apologies, the second one, Ruki Liu. I almost forgot about Ruki. And then, of course, Team Czech Republic. It should have 4 members, really, because Eliska Babičková is here, but after her accident on this very circuit a few weeks ago, she is still recovering. But we still have the other siblings, Denny Babicek, and then Teresa and Petra Babičková. They're all here and doing a fabulous job so far.
Yeah, the whole family has been doing a great job out there on the circuit. Teresa Babičková, an outstanding qualifying performance, and has been doing a great job to be up at the front of the field and making their way through. Teresa has had some great results up at the front of the field and in her heat so far. I think she's around 6th or 7th position overall, so that's been going really well for her. Petra has also been doing well in some places, so let's see what happens going forward. Remember, there are still quite a few heats here for the seniors.
It certainly is, yeah. It's a very tricky situation, and there's still a long way to go in the weekend. Denmark, another fabulous nation to represent us here in the World Finals. Frederik Kierkegaard, Tobias Norman, Emil Tangard, Axel Vingard, Patrick Rasmussen, Scholhammer, Torben Andersen, and Thomas Dam. They really have given us plenty of entertainment and drama. Thomas Dam could still end up with a podium in the ZI Pro, don't forget. There's a great opportunity for him as he looks for the podium. Estonia, Patrick Sarapu, Rainer Talvar, and Jan Kalmet. Just the 3 drivers from Team Estonia, but there's certainly plenty of excitement from them. Obviously, Kenneth Hildebrand is still technically Estonian, but he carries the Swedish flag as his license carries it. Team Spain, it's a bit of a mini team from Spain this year, to be fair. Lucas Flusha, Andrea Dupé, Lucas Flusha, Sergio Pereira, and Urberts Moore, all still giving us plenty of drama and action. Luna Flusha and Lucas Flusha in particular, the 2 siblings, very much carrying on from the trend left over by their older brother, Lorenzo Flusha. So already some great opportunities and some great pace coming from them. Team Finland, some great representatives, Kimi Alanko, Sebastian Letimaki, Alexander Dahlström, Joel Taipali, Vili Hakala, Santeri Martikainen, who's been very quick, as has Rupe Silvanen, and then Lari Haivisto, Oskari Mikkola, Maxi Lodman, Emil Karjalainen, Darius Mogadampour, Lori Lepa, Robin Haparin, Itu Alakulpi. How quick has he been over the course of the week? Una Oksanen, she's had an unfortunate one, and then Jonas Nissinen, Mikko Line, and Tero Sari. I actually forgot about the Spanish charge Maximus Maya, who's been in the mix, of course, as well in Senior X30, and he's been right up at the sharp end flying the flag for Spain. So we need to watch out for him. I hear a whistle go in my ear, so it might not be too long before the drivers start to head out onto the circuit. Team France, Eloan Bien-Aimé, Thomas Pradier, Walter Schultz, Mal Marchand, Théophile Nall, who has a really good chance now in the juniors. He's 3rd overall at the moment. Carol Schultz, Ethan Faramond, Mathis Barbe, Louis Cumin, Paul Alberto, Raphael Fournier, Philippe Carras and Jean-Paul Carras as well. Clement Outram, Andy Rattel, Guillaume Barberin, Luna Claret, Maxime Marion, Quentin Antonel, Malo Bollier, Arnaud Malizia, Charles Roussan, Matteo Salomon, Thomas Ricci, Alexis Castellon, Maxime Bidard, Sebastien Helouet, Eric Chapon, David Eperti, and Nathan Posmentier. It really is a fabulous squad that France have put together this season, and they are taking wins left, right, and centre.
Yeah, the French representations have been doing a good job up at the front of the field. So have the Italian representations, the British representations, the Belgian representations. There's so many nations that have been up at the front of the field, and it's going to be interesting to see which country takes it at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a little bit of pride, actually, on the line here between the nations as well, how many titles they can come away with. Team GB has an amazing roster, as it always puts together in IAME Euro, the 2nd biggest roster this season. Roman Kamyab, Zach Drummond, Jensen Graham, Noah Wolf, Lewis Werrell, Jacob Ashcroft, Ben Smith, Jesse Phillips, Luke Agnew, Noah Baglin, Bart Harrison, Kanato Lee, technically British under a British license, of course, but everyone in Japan is rooting for him. Vinnie Phillips, Oliver Stewart, Macaulay Bishop, Harvey Ryby, Leo Robinson, Charlie Webb, Cameron Pratt Thompson, Harry Burgoyne, Brandon Carr, Henry Jocelyn, Jack Hobson, Gabriel Stilt, Marcus Luzio, Finley Harrison, Callum Bradshaw, Oliver Greenall, Mark Kimber, Aaron Walker, Harry Platten, Gus Lawrence, Clayton Ravenscroft, Lewis Mackey, Reggie Dewey, Alessandro Serenetti, Louis Westover, Daryl De Leon, although he is still secretly flying the Philippines flag when he gets the chance to as well, Caden McQueen, and Thomas Fleming. That is a mega team of racing drivers. If you had that pick, in your IAME X30 World Finals fantasy draft, you'd have a very successful week of it, wouldn't you?
Yep.
The Team Greece, they've been so much stronger even than they were 2 years ago, which is really great to see. You've got the likes of Vasilios Apostolidis, Vasilios Michailidis, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Christos Saganis, who's had his fair share of trials and tribulations, Yannis Antafos, Andreas Devatsoglu, who's been very quick in qualifying, Yannis Dimos, Dimitrios Papanastasiou as well, who is still very much a contender in the X30 Masters, could get a podium out of this week. The Hungarian, the lone driver for Hungary this year, Tamas Genda, hopefully it's going to be a successful end of the week for him. The Irish team has been actually very, very quality driving talent as well this year. You've got Daniel Kalea, Ty and Jack Buckley, Alex O'Grady, Colin Cronin, Patrick DeBayer, the very fast female racer Alex Kobe. She's been very hampered by her qualifying, but her pace overall has been immaculate. Robert Cronin, and in the X30 Masters, don't forget Richard Faulkner still has a chance to go for the X30 Masters title and is going to give it everything.
Yeah, Faulkner's, he had a couple of races where he struggled in, but the pace overall has definitely been there, especially in practice and qualifying. He was putting in the laps, and it was some of the fastest laps that we've seen out of the class. It's just been a shame that he's been struggling in the heat so far.
Well, Faulkner was the second fastest in X30 Masters in qualifying in these conditions. So now that the temperatures might hopefully switch to his sort of benefit, we might get to see the very best again from Richard Faulkner. If they can set the car back up how it was for qualifying, he might well be able to get his opportunity to storm the crows and get back up to the front end of the field. But of course, we can't talk about the IAME World Finals here in Adria without mentioning Team Italy. They are, of course, the home favourites, and they have the biggest team that they have brought to the event. And the name list, I mean, it reads like a who's who of Italian karting in 2021. Filippo Sala, Alberto Giunifulgori, Riccardo Salemi, Giovanni Tozzo, Gioli Carrea. You've also got the Romanians within this mix, technically speaking. For some reason, Bogdan Cosmo has an Italian license, so he's wearing an Italian flag, but we know he's obviously Team Romania, along with his brother, David. Then you've got Pietro Raguti, Antonio Giulietta, Kilian Josseron and Gino Rocchio, Sebastiano Pavan in the junior, Andrea Piravano is there as well, Alessandro Minetto, Riccardo Cirelli, Giulio Olivieri, and the rest of them. I can stop reading my names. I'll come back to it in a little while because the racing is back on. Macaulay Bishop and Timo Ramakas will lead us out on the front row. Bart Harrison and Gabriel Stilp, Lucas Fluscia and Canato Lee, Andrea Piravano and Marcus Luzio from Vinnie Phillips and Chijin Roux, Amano Quintieri, Vili Hakala, Arthur Valsort and Leo Robinson from Ronnie Stefani and Victor Sundberg, then Yuri Bonta, Parker DeLong, Fernand Lucke, Maxi Lodman, Lars Venning, Victor Carlson, Philippe Caras, Angelo Melli, Hector Gerling, Marco De Janda, Sebastian Kaupeng, Nico Aitainen and Jack Buckley. Now, finally we get back up to racing once again in X30 Junior qualifying heat C versus F. Nanny Shirley, this is your moment. Your boy is going to charge for the front end of the field. Hello to everybody at Broad Lake Social Club. Your boy has a great chance of walking away from this heat as the pole position sitter in X30 Junior. But he's got to beat all comers. He's got to stay with enough points to not be caught. He currently has 7, 3 more than anybody else. If he has a decent top 3 result, then he's got a good chance of getting pole position. In fact, top 3 should seal the deal for Vinnie Phillips, but it's easier said than done.
Yep, it will be interesting to see what Phillips is able to do. He struggled in qualifying at the start of the weekend, but in the heat, he has definitely redeemed himself. Are we going to go green to first time round?
First, second or third for Vinnie Phillips will secure pole position. Let's find out who's going to get it. Macaulay Bishop with a good start to the first corner. Bart Harrison goes with him and Lucas Fluscia is going to be there in third after a cracking start for the Spaniard. As they go through to turn 2, it is an excellent run and everybody keeping themselves together without drama or incident for the first couple of corners at least. But is it all going to go that way as they continue their charge down the straight? It's a good start for Piravano, but there goes Vinnie Phillips into fourth position. He's already on the charge forward. So Vinnie Phillips is making his mark, and that's a wide line for the 280. So a bit of a moment there for Jack Buckley as the Irishman tries to make up some ground through the field. There's 234 in the mix there. Marcus Lizio trying to work his way back through the field as well. But it is Bishop who leads the way from Bart Harrison, Lucas Fluscia, and then it is the 206, the fast starting Vinnie Phillips. One more place, and Vinnie Phillips will secure pole position for the main event tomorrow. That's how crucial this is for Vinnie Phillips. Well, with Bart Harrison running in second, he's got a chance to move his way further forward. As it stands at the moment, Phillips would be second on the grid to Teofil Nall. He needs to get past Flusha. Harrison needs to get past Bishop. Ooh. This is critical, and he will not want to lose out to Macaulay Bishop in this one. Bishop is already running a good race at the front, though. Second Harrison, third Flusha, and fourth place Vinnie Phillips. This will decide who gets pole position for the World Finals tomorrow.
Yeah, this is an interesting race. Phillips needs to push as hard as he can if he wants to get overall pole position for the final tomorrow. Teofil now will be sitting on the edge of his seat, watching this race, hoping that Phillips doesn't get inside of the top three, as that was a move there. What looked like that was Kanato Lee trying to make his way through the field. Luzio and Lee both working together once again to try and cut their way through the field. But Phillips currently in fourth position. He just needs one more place if he wants to start on pole position tomorrow.
So fourth position isn't quite good enough. Third position would definitely seal the deal. So now Vinnie Phillips has got to work very carefully here. He's got to be cautious, but he's also got to be patient. This is only lap 3, 10 laps to go. So Vinnie Phillips putting on a good show at the moment as they run through on the far side of the course. Is there going to be a run from Flusha? Yes, there is. Now that's critical because that's on Harrison. Harrison's going to lose a place here. Drops down to third as Lucas Flusha. Sorry, I do apologise, Lucas. There goes Phillips on the inside. Third position, past Bart Harrison. Now that is the move that he's wanted to make since the start of this race. Vinnie Phillips is up from 9th on the grid to 3rd. And if I calculate it correctly, when he comes across the line, he should go back into pole position. He's level with Teofil Nall, but on count back, he would actually be second on the grid. So he needs to be first or second as Flusha goes side by side with Bishop, and Phillips is going to get through. Second position. Harrison will be third. So Vinnie Phillips is in pole position mode if he stays where he is, but he will not want to stay where he is. He'll want to get past Bishop as soon as possible. Bishop is in the defensive mode on lap 4.
This is going to be 12 laps of chaos, and Phillips is into the lead now. Bishop down into second. And if Vinnie Phillips is able to finish in the top 2 here, he will be on pole position tomorrow. That's Lucas Flusha making an overtake there on Marcus Luzio. And as we go through the final section of the circuit, this is going to be the most difficult laps of Vinnie Phillips' life if he wants to be starting on pole position. Luzio back on the inside. This is really kicking off in the background. Stilp having to defend from Kanato Lee as Lee tries to make his way through, but Stilp up the inside of Flusha there. Flusha losing another position. Now we go down into turn 4. Stilp had a little look at Luzio there, but has he made the move stick? It doesn't look like he's managed to do so. Kanato Lee makes this bid to gain a position there on Lucas Flusha. Now we look back to the front of the field. Vinnie Phillips has a little bit of breathing room there, so has a bit of a gap. Still up the inside. Luzio won't let him get there, though. We go through the left-hander, and then Stilp is on the inside. Beautiful switch back there. Squeezes Luzio to the outside. Luzio nearly loses it there, as Kanato Lee is now all over the back of his teammate as they go through the final section of the circuit. Flusha had a little bit of a look there to see if he was going to get up the inside into the final corner. Didn't quite work out, though.
Well, the top 3 have broken away. A few warning flags in this race already at the front end of the field. Gabriel Stilp has a warning flag. So does the 258. Now, the 258 is Philippe Carras, and the 290 has a warning flag as well. Now, that is Lucas Flusha. So already, a few drivers running the gauntlet up the inside. Luzio gets back on terms with Stilp on the exit. No, Stilp is going to try and squeeze Luzio. Luzio now has to move to cover to defend from Lucas Flusha, and that's going to be enough. Parker DeLong gets the fastest lap of the race, the young man from the United States. So this is going to be an interesting one as they continue their charge forward. But as they come through, it is Vinnie Phillips who leads the way, and at the moment he will be pole position as Harrison gets through on Macaulay Bishop. So Harrison in a second, Macaulay Bishop is there in third now. So it's up to Vinnie Phillips to hold on to this advantage, but Bart Harrison, a 2-time Miami Winter Cup winner, is not going to want to let Vinnie Phillips have this one. 6 down, 6 to go. Patience, Vinnie. You're in the lead.
Yep, now as the drivers go down through the middle section of the circuit, Harrison goes up the inside. Now can Macaulay Bishop follow through? This is going to be a crucial moment in the race as Phillips goes straight back up the inside. Now Bishop's going to follow through. So Bishop back into second position. Phillips has a little look behind him. He sees that Bishop has followed through on this overtake now. Bart Harrison is going to be a major contender for Vinnie Phillips. If he just loses these 2 positions right now to Bishop and Harrison behind him, then it's going to be game over, and Phillips will have no chance. Already parking the bus with 6 laps remaining in the race. Sorry, is Vinnie Phillips going to go defensive all the way? He's done it before, and he will do it again.
Watch out, here comes Gabriel Still, but we know how exciting things can get when he's on the front. Oh, we've got an off on the straight. Something happened in the background there. 2 karts coming off on the straight. So a couple of karts going very out, whether it was very out wide or whether that was turning into an accident or not, well, I'm going to have to wait and see. But certainly 2 karts getting off very wide, as now we've got Harrison. Stilp is on the inside. Stilp gets into 3rd position. So Stilp is through into P3. And a brilliant run from Vinnie Phillips as he leads the way. He's got to stay hungry, got to stay patient too. As on the inside, that is one of the Fusion Motorsport karts coming back into contention. That's Theo Robinson making his way through. The top 10 is almost religiously British drivers. Stilp gets his run on Bishop. Stilp gets his run on Bishop and into 2nd place. So Gabriel Stilp is now going to be the next one to charge after Vinnie Phillips down the home straight. Phillips checks over his shoulder. No causes for concern. Looks as though it was just a bit of a moment down the straight rather than a full collision. So everybody able to get away from that minor incident without too many difficulties. But Phillips, here comes Stilp on the inside, and Phillips drifts wide down to 4th. Oh my goodness, Flusha's going to get through as well into 4th position. So Phillips down to 5th. Pole position is gone for the moment. He's got to find it back in 4 laps. Otherwise, it's going to be the Frenchman, Théophile Nal, that will be in pole position. Here he goes, back into 4th. Get this done. Don't panic. 1 move at a time, Vinny, and he's got a chance to fight his way back. Otherwise, it will be the Frenchman on the sidelines, Théophile Nal, that will get pole position for this final. And it's a tricky one as Flusha is back in on the inside. As too is Marcus Lucio. So Vinnie Phillips is down to 7th, and here comes Ganato Lee trying to get his way through. Phillips is 6th, Lee is 7th. Robertson 8th from DeLong and Pirovano. It looks as though it's all over for pole position for Vinnie Phillips as Stilp, Bishop and Harrison fight for the win. There goes Bishop trying to get through on Stilp. It's not going to happen, but it's not over yet. 3 laps to go. This is not easy. Flusha on the inside gets past Lucio. Phillips is still there in 6th position. There goes Ganato Lee into 6th. So Phillips down to 7th place. Bishop on the inside of Bart Harrison. Lucio trying to get past Flusha. They box each other in. Phillips back on Lee by the look of it. Up into P6. So this is going to get very messy between Lucio and Flusha. And I think that was Phillips back on the inside of Flusha by the look of it. We'll have to double check as they come across the line, but Stilp is well clear. Look at him, Stilp bolted. He is disappearing out in front. Harrison and Bishop are there. And this is going to be a very interesting continuation for the race. But Lucio is 4th in front of Flusha, Lee, DeLong, Robinson, and Vinnie Phillips is down to 9th. I can't believe it. Vinnie Phillips was looking so good for pole position in the early stages, but all of a sudden, Phillips has dropped to 9th, and that's going to drop him to 6th on the grid for the final. That is not what he needed at all. Heartbreak for Vinnie Phillips, but it's looking good if your name is Théophile Nal on the sidelines.
Yeah, it was all going so well for Phillips. Halfway through the race, he was in the lead. It was all looking like he had it under control, and it all fell apart. And all the work has been undone here for Phillips. If things stay the way that it is, if he just gains a couple more positions, then he will be starting higher up on the grid. But as things stand right now, he will be starting 6th on that grid, which is the 3rd row on the outside.
This is also great news for Sam van Voskuilen on the sidelines, because he's going to be starting 3rd on the final grid if it stays like this. But Bart Harrison wants to see if he can match the time, match the points from Théophile Nal, if he can get into the lead on this last lap. Parker DeLong, the man from America, gets yet another fast lap in. What can Bart Harrison do about Gabe Stilp? Out of 5, up towards 6. Stilp holds the kart right in the middle of the circuit. That's excellent defensive work from Stilp. Holds a wide line and tucks it back in again on the switch. No problems at all for the moment. Can he hold it? Middle. That's it. Place the kart in the middle of the track. Get a good apex speed. Cut across from Bart Harrison. Bishop is staying hungry in the back of these 3. Who's going to get the victory? Bishop is looking like he's going to get strong runs from the final turn. But across the line, it will be Stilp. He gets there. just in front of Bart Harrison and Macaulay Bishop, and that means that pole position, whatever happens, is going to be Teofil Nall. He will be uncatchable in this qualifying heat in the junior category. So it's first blood to France in the bid for the finals tomorrow, but Gabriel Stilp, after the week he has had, to come through and fight for victory in fantastic style. What a driver, what a performance, and he deserves that.
Yeah, brilliant race there from Stilp to get himself that win there in the final heat for him. So the 233 will take the win on the KART promotion chassis, obviously running under the DHR awning with the team. But Gabriel Stilp, who would have expected that coming into this weekend, that Stilp was going to be winning a race out here in the IAME World Finals.
Certainly a great performance from him, and very deserving indeed. But you've got to feel for the 206. There's Vinnie Phillips. Can't quite believe what's happened. He was pole position, he was 3 points clear, it was looking good, and now he will start 6th on the grid best. That is very, very tricky and a very tough situation for him to be in. Gabriel Stilp takes the win in this heat from Bart Harrison and Macaulay Bishop, Marcus Luzio, Lucas Flusha, Kenato Lee, Parker De Long, and Vinnie Phillips. Leo Robinson and Andrea Piravano complete the top 10. Then Thibaut Ramacas ahead of his teammate Angelo Melli. Fernand Luque and Jean Rucci from Yuri Bonta and Ronnie Stefani. Maxi Lodman and Jack Buckley. Amano Quintieri and Vili Hakala from Philippe Caras and Sebastian Kaupeng. Victor Carlson in front of Marco Dianda. Then Arto Valsort and Nico Atianen. And then Hector Gerling, Victor Sundberg. And the one retirement from the race, which was the comp kart of Lars Venink of the Netherlands. Well, drama. That's one way of putting it. It was very, very dramatic indeed in the juniors. And that is their last race for the moment. They only have one heat to go, and that is for groups B versus D. So it's definitely going to be very, very tricky. Let's watch how this race played out. Bishop, perfect start in front of Bart Harrison. No worries there. Lucas Flusha got a flyer. Vinnie Phillips was amazing out of the blocks. Very, very fast initially, and got himself into the positions he needed to. Actually got up to the lead. This is where things really started to kick off as Bishop held his position. There's Kenato Lee getting his teammate Marcus Luzio. But you got a really interesting and strong run as Flusha made his bid for Harrison. I don't think Bart Harrison saw that one coming. And that was how the field got unsettled in the top 4. We had a few decent moves to come. There's Phillips on Harrison. Phillips was really pushing at this stage, and there's Flusha getting alongside Bishop. That's an open invitation, that's a door open. Vinnie Phillips was going to walk through it, marches through it with Bart Harrison. Bishop parks the bus on the inside. Vinnie Phillips is ready, and he's going to make his launch forward. It was an excellent little duel for position, and Vinnie Phillips made his lead count when it was able to. But then it all started to come undone. It was still really forceful with Marcus Luzio up in a 4th position, and then started to close up on the drivers around. At this point, you never would have thought Gabriel Stilp would be battling for the victory, but then his move to retaliate on Luzio, very, very stern manoeuvres there. Harrison on the inside of Macaulay Bishop, and then comes the charge to close up on Vinnie Phillips, and that was where things really started to come undone. Harrison, a big launch on the inside to take the lead away from Vinnie Phillips. Phillips was able to get it back again, of course, but then some big launches forward. That's Stilp on Bishop, and then we saw Stilp take the lead. Absolutely amazing. And that was all that we needed to see Vinnie Phillips just fall away. It was unfortunate that the former pole sitter just fell away from the pack. Such a difficulty, but it was a great race and a great win for Gabriel Stilp. Harrison getting himself into as good a position as he possibly could, but it was absolutely monstrous right from the get-go. Well, the Senior X30 drivers are getting out onto the circuit as we watch Gabriel Stilp take the checkered flag in his heat. And it's now Senior X30 time. Qualifying heat A versus E. And it's going to be Callum Bradshaw and Teresa Babachkova on the front row of the grid from Federico Rossi and Christian Comanducci, Mark Kimber and Gus Lawrence from David Locatelli and Sita Van Meert, Marlo Bollier and Lucas Bonanovic. Then it is Manuel Sconomilio and Yanis Steven Haydens from Oliver Greenall and Lucas Talman, Noah Maton and Andrea Stevatsoglu, Santiago Fabani and Maxime Marion, Samuel De Filippo and Christian Vagani, Valentina Baracco, Ianos Stantafos, Giuseppe Galliano, Guido Majamoan, Dario Vazzani, Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, Luna Claret, Laurie Lepper, Sean Hogan, Leonardo Longoni, Alex Bergqvist, Carl Mercieka and Luca Luongo, although I do notice that Carl Mercieka, the Maltese, has not come out onto the circuit for this one. So 12 laps. Can Callum Bradshaw remain unbeaten and head for pole position in the final? Let's find out. Lights go green. And Callum Bradshaw chops right across. But Babichkova is going to fall into fourth position, I think. No, third. She does a good job there to fend off. No, it's gone even further back as Kimber's made a better start. So Bradshaw holding on in front of, that is going to be Federico Rossi, and then round the outside, that looks to me like Mark Kimber. It's getting a little bit squirrely in the middle of the pack, and we've got 2 carts off in the background. That looks to me like the 484 having a bit of an issue there at the back end of the field. That's Guru Majamoan, who had an issue with the 484 of Sean Hogan, the Argentine. So already a few problems, but certainly it's been a tricky start to the race for them. But now we've got the racers well and truly squabbling away. But look at the lead that Callum Bradshaw has got. I think it's fair to say he's got pole position sewn up already.
Well, we've seen this time and time again. When Bradshaw runs away with the lead here, then he pulls a gap like this, and then it's pretty much impossible in terms for the drivers to try and catch on to the back of Bradshaw. It's a difficult thing to ask for, but Bradshaw, with such a launch there, he's managed to pull a nearly 1.5 second gap. 1.2 seconds is the gap which he's managed to pull over Federico Rossi, and Kimber in behind in that battle right now was up the inside. It's not going to be Comanducci anymore as Locatelli makes his way through, but it's all starting to kick off in this pack.
So now they will squabble away and duel for supremacy as they continue to squabble around. A very tricky manoeuvre there from Rossi, but somehow he manages to hang on to third place. That really was running the gauntlet. Kimber's through to second place. If anybody's going to catch Callum Bradshaw, it's going to be Mark Kimber, and he is going to be the one to take the challenge to him. Kimber could do with a decent result in this one to try and force his way further forward. So the battle continues on its way. Now, for some reason, Bradshaw is not showing up on the top of the interim standings, and I can't quite figure out why. But we'll have to try and look at that one. I wonder if he's had a result taken from him at some point, whether he's had something happen. I'm not entirely sure, but certainly he's not showing at the front end of the standings anymore. Callum Bradshaw certainly wanting to get 5 wins out of 5 starts over the course of this week without any shadow of hesitation. So this is obviously a very clear indication from Bradshaw that he wants to win and he wants to get a decent result on the board. He's well clear of Kimber. Comanducci is third, Locatelli is fourth, then it's Rossi, Lawrence, Greenall, Sconomilio, and Teresa Babichkova from Yanni Stephen Haydens. Very interesting run so far from the 2 carts in second and third. Kimber is trying to catch up to his teammate. Comanducci's dropped Locatelli, and now the battle for 5th place downwards is getting pretty spicy as everybody else wants a piece of the action, and it goes right the way down through the field. Lap 4, Bradshaw clear, Kimber 1.5 seconds back, Comanducci, Locatelli, and then Gus Lawrence giving chase.
This should be overall, this should be an easy win here for Callum Bradshaw. He has a 1.5 second gap back to Mark Kimber in second position, but still battling there. Babichkova gains a place as we come down the straight and across the line once again. You can see there, that is Kimber in second position. So that gap to Bradshaw there, just extending and maintaining the gap right now is Callum Bradshaw. It doesn't look like Kimber's going to be catching on to him anytime soon. There you see, going down into the hairpin, Gus Lawrence has a pack of drivers behind him as he goes defensive into the hairpin there, middle of the circuit, and around the outside. That nearly paid off there. But Bradshaw, once again, out in front. Kimber with a little bit of pressure from Comanducci behind, but up the inside, just behind Gus Lawrence there. That's going to be Federico Rossi losing a position there. So Rossi loses a position as everybody squabbles for position here, and I think that's Oliver Greenall gaining a position.
Certainly is. So Greenall continues on his way. And so we complete 5 laps. Bradshaw is well clear. Kimber and Comanducci tightening up. And then Gus Lawrence through into 4th position as David Locatelli drops out of the race by the look of it. So Locatelli, who was in P4, certainly haven't seen him come around again. With a 4.75. Let's have a look and see where he is. Yeah, I can't see Locatelli in that mix, can you? He certainly doesn't appear to be there anymore.
No.
So Locatelli, I'm afraid, who was in the top 5, is now out of this race. That is very unfortunate for the 4.75. The Italian was looking very good indeed in this one, but Locatelli is now well and truly out of it. He's dropped to the back of the field by the look of it. So it's a very unfortunate end to his heat there. Big slide up the inside. So we've got Lucas Tileman trying to get through on Federico Rossi. That didn't work out. And we now watch the 4.15. That's Maxime Marion trying to salvage something from this last heat before the finals. But this isn't going to be so easy. Bradshaw is 2.1 seconds clear of Mark Kimber. Christian Comanducci, Gus Lawrence, Manuel Sconomilio, Oliver Greenall and Lucas Tileman. But as it stands at the moment, there's already some very interesting battles coming. Callum Bradshaw still 2 seconds clear of Kimber and still pulling away. Look at that, absolutely monstrous pace. 6 laps gone and 6 to go, and nobody's winning this. Oh, there's a spin in front of him. A spin in front of him and getting back onto the racetrack again. Now, who is that that's had a bit of a moment there? He's going to pull off the circuit and let everybody go. I think that's Federico Rossi, you know. I think that's Rossi who's had a bit of a moment there. The was it 4.78? In which
Comanducci.
That would be Comanducci. So we'll double check as he comes through. No, Comanducci's still there. I think it might be his teammate. I think it's Federico Rossi, you know.
No.
So it's Rossi. So Federico Rossi has dropped out of the top 6.
4.74.
So he's had a moment there on the exit of, I think that was on the exit of turn 4. He ended up spinning off the circuit and cutting across the runoff. So he's missed half the track.
Well, you can see that he slowed down to try and let everyone past all the drivers that he'd maybe got in front of by making that mistake. Slows down to let them go back past once again. But we look back to the front of the field here. That's Mark Kimber and Comanducci in 3rd position right now. I just said that he spun off earlier. Well, he clearly hasn't right now because he's all over the back of Mark Kimber right now as they make their way down the home straight once again. Look at the gap that Callum Bradshaw has over Mark Kimber. 2.4 seconds is the gap that he's managed to pull. It was 1.2 seconds on the first lap, and he's managed to pull double that now.
Yep, there's an investigation into the 4.74. Federico Rossi, that's obviously going to be based on him spinning off the road and missing half the circuit. Despite giving the places back, he has still missed a fairly decent chunk of the circuit, hasn't he? He's missed turn 5, 6, 7 and a portion of 8. So obviously a very difficult decision for the officials to make there, but it's under investigation anyway. So Callum Bradshaw looking for win number 5 out of 5. And so far, so good for him, as he will run at the top end of the field. Mark Kimber in 2nd, Christian Comanducci in 3rd, from Manuel Sconomilio, Gus Lawrence, Oliver Greenall, Lucas Tileman, Yanis Steven-Adens, and Teresa Babachkova. There is Kimber under massive pressure from Christian Comanducci. Comanducci looking for 2nd place at least in this one. So now let's see if this is going to be a tough battle for the drivers out front. Now, Teresa Babachkova has just been given a warning flag. That's the 4.70, so Teresa Babachkova with a warning flag for something, not sure what it was. She's currently dueling with the likes of Yanis Steven-Adens and Sita van Meer, the 2 Belgian drivers. But now with 3 to go, Comanducci might want to get one over on Mark Kimber here. Kimber just cannot ride with Callum Bradshaw at this moment in time. There's the confirmation on your screen for Teresa Babachkova getting the warning flag. Didn't see what it was that caused the issue there, but certainly it's all done and dusted now as Bradshaw goes on to lap 11 out of 12, 2.6 seconds clear of the rest of the field. That is absolutely astonishing.
How has he managed to do this? Mark Kimber, the reigning champion in this class, is getting dropped by Callum Bradshaw. 2.7 seconds now is the gap. Nearly 2 or 3 tenths a lap quicker is Bradshaw than Kimber in 2nd position right now. Kimber under pressure from Comanducci. Comanducci will know that this is the penultimate lap right now. If he wants to get himself into 2nd position, then he's going to have to work hard over the remainder of this lap and obviously the next lap as well, as he's close to the back of Kimber, but just not close enough. He's not within the overtaking range.
Well, this is a fabulous week for Callum Bradshaw, the way things are currently going out in the front end of the field. Mark Kimber, his teammate, trying to catch him in 2nd place, but the gap has opened up. Look at that, to nearly 3 seconds. And Callum Bradshaw out in front. For me, this is back to World Championship winning ways. It's been a tricky year for him in IAME X30. He's obviously wanted to hold on to his best in the world status in Senior X30. They didn't have a World Finals last year, so he wasn't able to prove himself as the king of X30 in the world. In this season, though, he's had his moments, as he did last year in the run-up to his World Championship. He's had a couple of moments with a front fairing or two here, there and everywhere. But you know what? This week, he has been absolutely exemplary. He's been a genius. They set the kart up perfectly in qualifying. He's led every lap of every single race. He's only lost the lead briefly in one race for a corner and a half. And that's it. Callum Bradshaw is going to sweep to pole position. What a brilliant run here. 5 from 5 for Bradshaw, the king of the week so far. Absolutely astonishing. And if anyone can take it away from him in the final, the way things currently stack up, I'll be very, very impressed. Absolutely amazing work. Kimber in second, Comanducci in third. Manuel Sconomilio, what a drive from him. Fastest lap of the race on the last lap there, a 51.0 from him to get into fourth position. Gus Lawrence in fifth from Greenall, Talman, Stephen Aidens, Van Meert and Babichkova. But Callum Bradshaw, he really, really has been the class of the field in Senior X30 this week. You can't take anything away from him.
Nobody has been able to dethrone Callum Bradshaw. As you said, only lost the lead in any of his races for just over a corner. Now, how amazing is that to be winning every single race and leading pretty much every single lap?
Yeah, doing exactly what all drivers do in that circumstance, coming into the pits, trying to pick up rubber. They always do. It's nothing wrong with that at all as they come into the pits at the end of the race. All racing drivers do it in all categories of motorsport, so it's nothing new. Callum Bradshaw and Mark Kimber separated by 2.6. Comanducci third from Sconomilio, Lawrence, Greenall and Talman. Then Yannis Stephen Aidens and Sita Van Meert ahead of Teresa Babichkova. Malo Bollier and Noah Maton ahead of Valentina Baracco and Maxime Marion. Lucas Pedanovic and Laurie Leppa from Samuele De Filippo. Dario Vezzano and Rivaldo van der Westerleken. Santiago Fabani, Andrea Stevezzoglu, Giuseppe Galliano and Alex Bergqvist. Lune Claret, Leonardo Longoni and then Christian Vagani. Guru Majamonen and Luca Luongo from Yanis and Tafos and Kyle Mercieka. The retirements were Sean Hogan, Federico Rossi and David Locatelli. So an interesting one, but it certainly looks pretty good for Callum Bradshaw. 5 races, 5 heat wins. Absolutely superb. It's very, very hard to begrudge him the performance that he has been able to produce so far. He really has been exemplary out there on the course. There is one more X30 race to come, and that is before this rotation. That is C versus F. They will come out onto the circuit very shortly indeed. And again, let's look at the highlights. Look at that start from Bradshaw right from the first corner. That race was already won.
Yep, after that first lap with that 1.2 second gap, we've been saying it over and over again over the course of this weekend. As soon as Bradshaw gets into the lead and as soon as he starts to pull a gap, especially if he pulls a gap of such size as well, 1.2 seconds, that's a massive gap that he's been able to pull there. As we see battling the midfield, Kimber just ahead of this as Comanducci and Federico Rossi, who unfortunately we saw spin off later on in this lap. He manages to get himself up to the front of the field here, but still battling for position. There's Gus Lawrence and the rest of the field in behind. And that was a move there from the Fusion driver of Oliver Greenhall making his way through the field. But off in the distance, that will be Callum Bradshaw somewhere, as nobody is able to get close to him in this race. Nearly a 3-second gap was what he won by. A 3-second margin was what he won by in this heat. There's Mark Kimber and Comanducci in third position. And crossing the line there, you can see visually how big the gap is. And that was Bradshaw around the first corner, even before Kimber and Comanducci had crossed the line. Callum Bradshaw, not the most difficult race he's ever had, but definitely a dominant one as usual.
It was definitely very exciting to see what he could produce despite the pressure of some of the competitors out there. He's never really lost focus, never really lost pace. And for me, having watched the World Championship last year and watching the IAME World Finals week this week, I actually think this is a better week for Callum Bradshaw. I think he's actually found another level. He's actually stepped up even more from the attack. Yeah. And this is, for me, thus far, this is actually the best week I have ever seen Callum Bradshaw drive. He is one of the world's best kart racers. There's no two ways about it. But this week, he's actually found another level. And I think this week, he's actually been close to perfection which is very hard to say about anybody. Danny Cananini and Eduardo Vila in the starting grid for this one. Sebastian Hedin and Maximus Meyer from Bo Heijmans and Thomas Fleming. Eberts Moore and Itu Alakulpi. Arnold Malizia and Louis Westover from Andrea Barbieri and Harry Platten. Emil Karjalainen and Jan Kalmet. Sam Balota and Alessandro Tedesca. Thiago Diaz and Tanya Muller. Matteo Salomon and Delano Velds. Charles Roussan and Darius Magadampor. Patrick Dabatista and Alex Stanfield. Patrick Janssen, Sergio Rodriguez, Una Oksanen, Alex Kobe, Almiguel Caninos, Axel Wingard, Senevan Solon, Emil Tangard and Robin Afolta. So a very tough grid of drivers once again. I think it's fair to say that we already know who's going to be the pole position sitter from Senior X30. Certainly in terms of the race results, 5 wins from 5 starts for Callum Bradshaw. Any further updates you can get from IWF.IAMEkarting.com. For the moment, though, it's about Danny Cananini, as we will see who is going to go into second position. It is confirmed after the 5 races for Senior X30 drivers. Nobody can catch Callum Bradshaw. 5 races, 5 wins, pole position. Who's going to be alongside him on the front row? That's the next big task, and there are 3 big contenders for it at the moment. Danny Cananini, Ellie Goldstein, and Aaron Walker. So far, so good for Danny Cananini, but he has to thwart the pressure that he's going to get from the drivers in this one. He has to stay at the front. He's stayed in first position for all but one of his races. So at the moment, Danny Cananini just needs to do what he's been doing so far. Engine revs rise. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Up to the first corner. Good start from Cananini. Vila's going to go alongside. Gets a little bit of a wheel on the grass there, and that's going to be Sebastian Hedin through to second position, but Vida's going to hold it right round the outside and try and get back into second position as Alex Kobe runs very wide out of the second hairpin. That's such a shame. She was looking good off the start there initially. Now Hedin in second, Vila in third, Cananini getting a wide berth through turn 4. As a very tricky start to the race for several drivers in the field there. But they're all trying to get themselves up. My goodness, Alex Kobe just made up 3 places in one corner by trying to stay around the outside. So a good run from the Irish racer there. She got herself up the order. But Danny Cananini, Sebastian Hedin, and then it is Eduardo Vila. So they come through turn 9, through the flick, and Danny Cananini leads the way. Hedin in second, Vila in third. This could be quite a battle between these 3.
Yep, this really could be, and it's been a great start there from Cananini. He is currently second overall in the overall standings. He's got 2 points. Goldstein has 4, and then there's Aaron Walker. Aaron Walker and Eddie Goldstein are both not racing in this heat itself. So Danny Cananini, if he finishes in this first position, needs to finish first or second. Second will tie him on points, and then it will go back to count back on what the results have been for Cananini and Goldstein. But if he wants to stay safe, Cananini needs to win this race.
And if he were to finish second, it would be interesting then, because they would be tied for results as well. And there goes Hedin on the inside, and Vila's going to go with him. Oh my goodness, this is a big one for Cananini. He has to give best. Vila gets through, but he's going to come straight back at him on the switch. So Cananini will be alongside him, and he has to bail out. So he's down to third. So Hedin, Vila and Cananini, and that's going to put Goldstein on the front row of the grid for the final if it stays like this. So Cananini, it's not altogether a big problem for Cananini. He can't panic about it, because if he does stay here, he'll be third on the grid. And that was actually, overall, thinking about the momentum going into the second row of the grid, not a bad position to be in. But the thing is, he won't be doing the maths about that. He'll just want a big result. Vila, big slide again, on the way to the inside line, and he dives through. You've got to love what Eduardo Vila is doing at the front of these fields. Any chance he gets, any whiff of a gap, and he will stick the TB kart up the inside. Beautiful lunge from Eduardo Vila. And you can see that Vila is absolutely fired up and full of guts and determination in this one. Vila leads. Hedin is second, Cananini is third, and they're closing in on him pretty quickly. Vila parks it on the apex. Watch out. On your 6, it's Louis Westover. He is charging. Hedin on the inside. Cananini's there. Westover's there. Vila's on the curb. Vila shuts down Westover. Westover comes back for the inside, up to third position.
What a move there from Westover. Vila squeezed him off the track.
Oh no!
Contact.
Vila and Heijmans get together, bang wheels, and that's dropped them both back down the order. I thought that was going to be a bigger accident than it was, because they were both really struggling to hold it together. But Bo Heijmans and Eduardo Vila. They tangle wheels and they've dropped back about 5-6 places. There goes Vila's chance of the win. It's all over for him now. It's going to be between these two, Sebastian Hedin and Danny Catanini. But Louis Westover and Thomas Fleming want a piece of this action as well. Maximus Meyer is up to 5th, Vila 6th, Bo Hyman's in 7th.
Fleming and Westover, we've seen these two drivers work together, obviously good friends off track in the same team as well. They both work together very well on the circuit. Let's see if that's going to be the case this time round though. As up the inside, that's going to be a move, and it's going to be 3 wide on the exit. Is that going to work there for Harry Platten? Platten did manage to, what looked like, secure the overtake there. Couldn't quite see what happened on the exit, but Platten looked like that was a very nice overtake into the hairpin. Had to hold it around the outside and nearly went 3 wide as diving down the inside. Couldn't quite catch who that was as we cut back to the front of the field now. As Catanini still in 3rd position right now, not able to catch on to these two leaders. Sorry, not able to catch on to the leader right now. Sebastian Hedin is doing a great job at defending from Catanini, currently in 2nd position. Watch out for Westover, is catching on to the two leaders right now as we go down into the hairpin. Will Catanini try the inside? No, he won't. But you know who will try the inside? It's Max Meyer. Thomas Fleming will now drop down a position as Meyer promotes himself up through the order. We'll have a look back at the front end. Always checking behind him is Danny Catanini. I think that's 3 or 4 times now he's checked behind him.
I think he's trying to fire up a move, you know. He's trying to figure out just how close Westover is. He's trying to read the situation. Welcome back, Eduardo Vila. Straight back on the inside of Thomas Fleming. And he wants to move himself back into position. So that's up to P5 for Vila. So it's going to be an interesting one as now we've got 6 to go, having done 6. Sebastian Hedin leads the way for Sweden. Danny Catanini 2nd, Louis Westover is 3rd. 4th place for Max Meyer. Then it is Eduardo Vila in front of Thomas Fleming, Erwald Moore, Harry Platten, Bo Hyamans and Arno Milizia, who sets the fastest lap of the race in 10th. But still, Danny Catanini has the feeling that he can pull something out of the bag here to get past the Birolart in front of Sebastian Hedin. What a season they've had, of course. The Birolart factory team, they've had an amazing year thus far. Plenty of excitement and drama from them. They won the European Championship on this very circuit 2 months ago, and now they are doing their best to try and wrap up a win in the IAME World Finals with their man Sebastian Hedin for Sweden. So let's see if he is going to get the job done across the line. 5 to go. This is going to be a tough one for Catanini to overhaul, but tough is what he eats for breakfast. Will they come again on the inside line? Is there going to be a charge forward? Going to see some interesting battles from them again as they continue their charge forward. Going to see some interesting quests and battles all the way through this race now. They continue again up to the top end of the field. And we will see some very interesting maneuvers from the drivers as they continue to put pressure on each other on the far side of the course. So this is all going to be about decent apexes, decent pendulum swings in terms of momentum. Here's Westover having a look at Catanini, and he's through. Louis Westover in a 2nd place, and he is in prime position to work with Catanini to get after the leader Sebastian Hedin. There's time, there's opportunity. 4 to go. Westover might have a chance of another win.
Yep, Westover definitely has a chance of another win right now. Currently in 2nd position. So that does mean that Catanini is tied on points for Walker, but on countback, Catanini has better results. So we go down into the hairpin. Catanini not feeling brave enough to try and dive down the inside of Westover right now. So Westover just holding on to the position for the time being. It'll just be a matter of time before we try and catch on to the leaders, but that was a move in the background there. That looks like that was going to be Maestro Moore, who's making an overtake there, and that's going to be Eduardo Vila as well. Both drivers make their way past Max Meyer, so Vila and Maestro Moore both make their way back through. So we look back to the front of the field once again, and a little bit of a gap forming there between Westover and Catanini right now, but a gap has also formed between Westover and Hedin. It's going to be difficult if he wants to cut down this gap to the leader right now. We're currently on the 10th lap of the race, so only 2 laps is remaining, and Westover's got his work cut out for him if he wants to catch on to Hedin.
So this is definitely going to be a tricky run as the competitors continue on their way. Are we going to see a big charge from Westover, or is there not going to be enough time? Half a second still to make up, but with Caronini in behind him, they might be able to work together to close up on Sebastian Hedin. Eduardo Villa looks quite hungry to go for Eberts Moore in 4th position as well, so there's definitely going to be some strong race moments to come as they continue this battle down the straight. We are in for an absolutely exceptional race battle in the last 2 laps between these two. If their previous pace is anything to go by, don't expect this to be easy. Don't expect this to be solid, because there is going to be some pressure from Westover and Caronini on Sebastian Hedin in these last 2 laps if they can have any say in the matter whatsoever. Through turn 4, back on the power, up through 5, close into the apex. Dash of curb on exit. Braking zone, slide the kart in, carry the speed, kiss the apex, tuck the kart out, left-hander, little bit of rumble strip, back on the curb through 8, and then into the braking zone. Keep it slightly left, turn in for the right. Some great driving from these guys as they're trying to get this gap down, but Sebastian Hedin is too solid, too smooth in the 1st and 2nd sectors. He is equal to Louis Westover. So I don't think it's going to happen now. Final lap, and this is going to be about Caronini getting into 2nd. That's the way it's going to go, and Louis Westover already knows it. He's seen the cards on the table, and he wants to keep Danny Caronini behind him. So Caronini is in danger of slipping to 3rd position, but he may end up actually not too disappointed about it. If he can stay in position, he will end up 3rd on the grid for tomorrow's final, and that's not a bad place for him to be at all.
Nope, 3rd place would be a good position for Caronini right now. So even if he does finish in 2nd position right now, it will not affect where Caronini starts for the race. As based on countback, Goldstein... Actually, no, will they... Goldstein and Caronini have had the same results, so it'll go back to qualifying.
Exactly, so it's quite critical. Let's find out what happens, though, as the checkered flag flies. It's a great victory for Sebastian Hedin. The Swedish driver comes through. Finally, he takes his first heat win of the week. He's been threatening to do it all week long, and he gets a terrific victory right at the last. Amazing work from the Swede. Westover in 2nd. 3rd is Danny Caronini. From Eberts Moore, Eduardo Villa and Maximus Meyer. There is your man on top, Sebastian Hedin from Sweden. Excellent, exceptional, superlative from him. All week long, he has been threatening to get this win, and now he finally gets the chance to secure it, and he made it look pretty sensational.
Yep, that was a great race there from Hedin to get himself that race win. Louis Westover, though, what a fight through the field to get himself 2nd position, and then have to defend from Caronini on that final lap to secure the position as well. So the drivers make their way into the pit lane. Westover and then Villa seems to have overtaken Caronini on the in lap. So all the drivers make their way in, and that was a brilliant race there. Sebastian Hedin will take the win there from Louis Westover, Danny Caronini, Maestro Moore, and in 5th position it will be Eduardo Villa, who we saw actually drop back very far if we go in comparison to the races earlier on. No, sorry, not the races earlier on, the earlier laps in this race. Obviously, he had that collision and dropped him back to about, I'd say about 7th or 8th position. So makes up a couple positions, and here are the full results.
Sebastian Hedin taking the win from Louis Westover and Danny Caronini. Eberts Moore and Eduardo Villa from Maximus Meyer, Arno Milizia, Bo Heimens, Thomas Fleming and Harry Platten. Andrea Barbieri in front of Itu Alacalpi from Sam Belota and Jan Kalmet, Delano Vellens and Emil Karjalainen, Tanya Müller, Alessandro Tudiska, Charles Roussan, Darius Mogadampo and Alex Kobe, Patrick Janssen, Emil Tangard, Senna van Solen, Sergio Pereira, Thiago Diaz, Axel Wingard, Alex Stanfield, Patrick De Batista, Robin Afolta and Al Miguel Quinones. The retirements were Matteo Salomon of France, 3 laps from the finish, and the non-starter was the Finn Una Oksanen. Unfortunately, she couldn't get out onto the circuit. She had a mechanical failure there. You can see it actually on the start in the background. Una Oksanen pulling off before the race even began. Such a shame for her. So hopefully we will see Una Oksanen in the later races of the week. But this was an amazing battle between Sebastian Hedin and Eduardo Villa. Look at him just force the issue on the inside of Danny Cannonini. And at that point, Cannonini probably wasn't aware of the fact that the race wasn't going to be his. He probably felt at that point he still had a decent card underneath him. Eduardo Villa, so unlucky in this race. We know how feisty and fast and furious he can be. And once he got into the lead, we kind of all thought, well, maybe this is Villa's for the taking. But Sebastian Hedin definitely had other ideas. And he's saved his best very much till the last here, the Swede. Great racing from Westover as he forced the issue with Villa. This is where Villa's race came undone. Whoops, they both drifted out wide, Bo Kjymans and Eduardo Villa. They just connected wheels, and that was enough to force them both wide. So Villa was out of the hunt for victory at that point. But Sebastian Hedin just keeping it nice and sturdy in front of Danny Cannonini, never really feeling too much pressure up to that point. Eduardo Villa still cutting through on Thomas Fleming when the opportunity arose. So some good racing from the Italian. Unlucky, really, to fight his way forward for a better position. But a great drive from Sebastian Hedin. Good work from Westover to get in a second and keep Danny Cannonini at bay to the flag. But that was the results pretty much sorted after that point. Fleming and Meyer had a good run with Eduardo Villa, but it was Erbertsmoor who came through for the win in position. And a great drive from Sebastian Hedin. He's been threatening the win, and he certainly deserves it. He's earned it and put in an excellent performance. So the Birolard driver is done for the moment, as are the Senior X30 drivers for the moment. There will be one more heat for them before the C final later. But now it's X30 mini time, and it's qualifying heat A versus D. And that's going to put Dan Calleja and Zach Drummond on the front row of the starting grid, with Kilian Josseron and Filippo Sala currently tied at the top spot. So Dan Calleja and Zach Drummond from Kilian Josseron and Tyrone Kennard. Filippo Sala and Luke Tahl from Jacob Ashcroft and Noah Baglin, Gino Rocchio and Jensen Graham. Denny Babacek and Ty Buckley from Bogdan Kozma and Timo Koopmans. Rodrigo Seabra and Thomas Pradier from Ben Smith and Gioli Carrera. Thanos Zakos and Manoa Chebonnier, Ricardo Salemi and Antonio Giulietta, Quinten van Leuven and Thomas Genda, Roberto Mas and Alexis Genolay from Panetta Bautista and Alberto Junior Folgori, Frederick Steen, Dario Mifsud and Leonidis Baruzzi. Looks as though Frederick Steen has 2 damage to KART to start this race after his big accident earlier. So Frederick Steen is not out on the circuit from what we can see. Hopefully they'll be able to repair his KART in time for the later races of the week, but it's certainly looking pretty destitute for him at the moment. But this is a big race. This one has all the big players. Calleja and Drummond on the front row of the starting grid. Kilian Josseron and Filippo Sala are tied on 3 points apiece. They're racing each other. One of them's got to beat the other to get pole position, but they may not be the ones to do it. Green, green, green. Let's find out who this is going to go the way of. Great start from Calleja again. Josseron trying to beat it to the first corner, trying to beat it to the second corner. No, you don't, says Dan Calleja. He hangs on to it this time from Josseron and Sala. So the Irish driver is definitely keeping it very much in his sights. They hop over the curbs. A few drivers getting a little bit loose and wayward. But so far it is Calleja who leads from Josseron and Sala as the field continues on its way. And it's a very tough break up at the front end of the field, but here comes Josseron and Sala. They both manhandle their way past Daniel Calleja. The Irish driver has to concede, and into third position he drops, but there's still a long way to go in this one. If he can beat them both, then he will get into pole position for the final. So this is, well, the pre-final, I should say. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one as they continue to battle their way through onto the final turn. Charging forward, over the line. And still big battles, still big pressure, but Josseron leads Sala, Calleja, Ashcroft, who's come up to 4th position, and Tyrone Kennard and Jensen Graham from Zach Drummond, Noah Baglin, Luke Tahl and Denny Babacek, with Rodrigo Seabra moving his way up into 11th place and still making moves.
Yep, a good start on the front of the field there from Josseron. This is the exact result that he needs if he wants to finish in this position. And a great move there from the 159, that's Noah Baglin making his way through the field. So gaining a few positions there as he makes his way through. And it looks like that's one of the Fusion cars there, the 115 of Zach Drummond making his way through. You can tell from the Scottish flag on the helmet. And up the inside.
That's the lead.
Yep.
That's
so
Calleja.
That's a move for the lead there. Calleja makes his way past Josseron. And then obviously Sala in behind that. So this pole position fight is really down to who beats who, Josseron and Sala.
And of course Calleja, because he is in the mix as well. So because Calleja was only a point behind them both. So these three are the ones contesting the pole position. So Dan Kalea, now that he's in front of them both, is going to seal the top spot in the qualifying heats if he beats these two. So these three are the favourites for pole position for the X30 Mini. So now they have got to quest it with each other. This is a very tricky battle for them all. They know how tight it's going to be, but Kalea is going to have a run. There's Sala on the inside. So Sala gets into position past Kilian Josseron. So Sala into second place. He's felt, well, you've had a go at Dan Kalea and you couldn't keep him back, so now I'm going to take him on. Fourth position, here's the move from Jensen Graham. What a charge he's on, and Zach Drummond's going with him. Jacob Ashcroft down to sixth as Taron Kinard is trying to hold on to his position. They come off the final turn, and Kalea has actually got a bit of daylight between himself and Sala. Josseron is there in third. Fourth place now is Jensen Graham. No, it's Drummond. Drummond has got past Graham. So Kinard, Ashcroft, Babicek, there go the Italian boys. Sala leads, Josseron is second. And then in third position, it is Dan Kalea, but not for long. Kalea's going to split them again. Dan Kalea with the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 57.024. He still feels this is game on, and the Irish eyes are going to be smiling by the end of this one if he's got anything to say about it.
Yep, Kalea dives down the inside then, gets himself into second position. If he wants to be starting on pole, he's going to have to beat them both and get himself that very crucial win here. So it's between these top three drivers. We've seen this battle unfold before, but watch out for this pack in behind Zach Drummond, and Jensen Graham will be leading that one away. Two very quick drivers, where if anything goes wrong in this front pack, if too much battling starts to unfold, then I'm sure there will be nearly a 15-kart train all over them.
So Sala, Kalea, here comes Kalea on the inside. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to take the lead away from you, mate. So Dan Kalea gets into the lead of the race. Filippo Sala down to second. Kilian Josseron is in third position. The teammates have got to work together and then go rogue if they want to be the one on pole position. This is a tough dynamic for the drivers to settle out between themselves here, but Dan Kalea is doing a great job of holding off the charge from the Cetelar Racing Kart Republics. Then we've got Zach Drummond and Jensen Graham leading the cavalry behind. Taron Kinard, Jacob Ashcroft, Noah Baglin and Rodrigo Seabra up in the 9th position. What a charge through from the Racing Wolf. He's clearly hungry like the wolf at the moment as he's taking off prisoners one by one and climbing up the ladder. A great race from Rodrigo Seabra, finally able to prove what he can do as he fights back into the top 10. Kalea, Sala, Josseron, Drummond, Graham, Kinard, Ashcroft, Baglin, Seabra and Ben Smith. There's the move for the lead. Through comes Sala, through comes Josseron. So Kalea down to third, but it's the same move again. Kalea splits them once again, just as he did before, and Dan Kalea in a second position. You've got to shut him down because Dan Kalea is not going to hesitate. If you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile, and he's through in a second place. Watch him as they come up to turn 6. Kalea's on the brake. Here he goes, inside line. I'll have it back. Thank you very much. Dan Kalea is not going to be intimidated, but here comes Sala. Sala gets through on the inside. Josseron's now going to squeeze Kalea. Kalea's going to keep his foot in, side by side. And Sala's going to hold it. Kalea maintains second position. This race is going to get so spicy. And look at the queue behind them. They are now closing up. This race is anybody's.
Yeah, this is anyone's race to take here, as everybody is now invited to this party and invited to this battle. Ben Smith sets the fastest lap as these drivers are defending a bit of second.
Oh, Kalea!
And there's a mistake there as Kalea gets himself into lead. Sala just opens the door a little bit, but he gets straight back in there. Kalea's going to go all over the bumpy stuff, and now Sala's getting squeezed across, now pulling back across. Drummond's opened the door here as Kalea, is he able to hold it, or is Drummond able to get in? No, he isn't. So Kalea holds on to second position for now, but Filippo Sala still holding on to the lead for the time being. Drummond up the inside gets himself into second position as it's all gone wrong here for Kalea. Dropped down into third position, but where has Josseron gone? He's dropped way further back as Kalea's back on the inside once again. Drummond back down into third position. These drivers are switching positions left, right, and centre.
Watch out for Jensen Graham. He's looking pretty feisty in 4th position with Tyron Kinnard in tow as well. The Oliver Ronan Motorsport teammates in the background need a team up here. Noah Baglin and Rodriguez Seabra. They've got Ben Smith and Denny Babicek on their tail. There is Kilian Josserand. He leads the race. It's Filippo Sala that's actually dropped back into 7th position at the moment. Here's the move for the lead from Dan Kalea. Gets it back again, and now Zach Drummond is getting up alongside Kilian Josserand. Can he get the move? Yes! Drummond is through. Tyron Kinnard trying to follow in behind as well. We're on the final lap, and this is Dan Kalea looking at pole position for the big race later. This is a great run. Zach Drummond hanging on a second. Watch for Graham. He's up alongside Tyron Kinnard. This is excellent stuff. They keep pushing on a charge and running wide. That is a problem for Jacob Ashcroft. He's ended up back at the tail of the train. But a break for Dan Kalea. He leaves them all to scrap amongst the scraps for themselves. And it's going to be a brilliant victory. The Irish eyes are smiling. Dan Kalea wins an absolute thriller. Josserand, Drummond, Graham, Salah, Kinnard, Ashcroft, Baglin, Seabra and Smith in the top 10. Wowee! I love it when Mini X30 bring their best. And everyone in that top 10 was absolutely on it.
Wow, what a race there from Dan Kalea. Battled his way through the field and then battled his way through to the front and earns his position there as well. He'll take the win there, and Dan Kalea, after a long race of action, will take that one under his stride. And
he will also win the qualifying heats battle.
Yep.
Absolutely amazing. He takes 4 points from the heats compared to Josserand on 5, Werrell on 7. He can't score fewer than that, and Salah on 8. So whatever happens, Dan Kalea will be top of the tree. That is absolutely awesome from the Irishman. His first time out of Ireland, and here he is in continental Europe in the IAME World Finals, and he's at the top of the table. That is absolutely mega. Dan Kalea takes the win from Kilian Josserand and Zach Drummond, Jensen Graham, Filippo Sala, Tyron Kinnard and Jacob Ashcroft, Noah Baglin and Rodrigo Seabra. Ben Smith just into the top 10 from Denny Babicek and Ty Buckley. Then it is Bogdan Kozma from Gino Rocchio and Thomas Bradier, Manuel Chabonnier and Luke Tal from Quintin van Leuven and Leonardis Peruzzi, Riccardo Salemi, Roberto Bas, Bautista Panetta, Thomas Gender and Temo Koopmans, then Gioli Carrère and Alexis Genolay from Antonio Giulietta and Thanos Zakos, Dario Mifsud and Alberto Junior Folgore. The one non-starter, of course, was the Norwegian Fredrik Sleen. Wow, Dan Kalea then securing the top spot in the X30 Minis, whatever happens in this next heat. And that is obviously going to be very a big moment for him, and a big moment for the entire Fusion Motorsport team, as they know they have secured pole position for one of their young stars. The race that comes after this one, of course, is B versus C, and then the race after that for X30 Mini is the B final. So that is critical that Dan Kalea has got that one in the manner in which he's done. Let's look at it and how it all played out. This start was absolutely critical. Kalea had so much pressure from Josserand and Salah, but he managed to hold on to his lead perfectly comfortably in the end. But he got pretty feisty after that point. And every time Kalea lost his lead, every time he lost his position, he went, okay, fair enough, you've got me there, I'll just come straight back. And he was very, very strong to put himself back into positions. There were some great moves from Jacob Ashcroft in the lower end of the top 6 there, and for Rodrigo Seabra to fight his way back from the middle of the field to get himself into the top 10 as well. Those ORM boys may not have the pure pace, but they're finding it, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are, and they're doing a good job at it as well. ORM, they've been looking strong, a little bit of a smaller awning than usual, and less drivers than we're used to seeing, but ORM, they're good at putting up a fight and good at what they do. But Fusion have been looking very, very strong in all categories over the course of this weekend, and we see even more battling here. There's Drummond and Kalea getting his position back as we go down through the final section of the lap. And there's the position where Kalea got himself into the lead. Drummond now on the attack, and this is where Kalea now disappears from the rest of the field.
Well, it was pretty sensational, and Dan Kalea securing the run to the victory, which puts him at the top of the table, and that will put him pole position for the final tomorrow. It's looking good if you're Irish. So now comes the last X30 mini heat before the B final later this evening. and it's for B versus C. So let's see who's going to come out on top. Spain's Luna Flusha will start pole position from David Kozma of Romania. Then Lewis Werrell and Dean Hugendorm, Roman Kamyab and Tiziano Kuznini, Mile Lamarchand and Noah Wolf from Marius Barryberg and Jesse Phillips, Sebastian Letimaki and Jason Bralic, Devon Hagelen and Dan Aleman from Melvin Kaluzdian and Giovanni Tozzo, Pietro Baguti and Stilianos Kolovos, then Mariano Lopez, Santino Panetta, Senna Munier and Luke Agnew, Gerasimos Vasilopoulos and Maxim Bobrashov. Then it is Alexander Dahlstrom and Mick Blankenspor, Eloan Bianame and Walter Schultz, Antonio Svoros, Kimi Alanko, Martin Saar and Joel Taipali. And I'm afraid that also Kimi Alanko, after his incident earlier on with Frederick Sleen, he has not been able to start his heat either. And so hopefully we will see them out in the B final later, but there is a good chance that their week has already ended.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that was it's a shame that it's all over there. Lewis Werrell, though, he has got a mission on his hands, 7 points overall so far. So 3rd overall so far. Let's see if he's able to win this race and keep it that way.
He needs to stay 3rd. He can't get 1st or 2nd. So let's see what Werrell can do. We're away and racing, and he's already tucked in behind Luna Flusha. Good start from the Spanish racer. She leads the way as they come through to the first hairpin. She's the only woman in the race, and she is out in front. Luna Flusha leads it. 2nd place, Lewis Werrell trying to make a push to pass through already, but up to 2nd place has come Roman Kamyab. So Kamyab has already broken through into 2nd position. So a good start from Roman Kamyab. Oh, karts all over the place at the back of the field there. That's damage. And that is Martin Saar, Walter Schultz, and the 104 there as well. That's Maxim Bobrashov. He's already had his fair share of bad runs. And that's Kamyab into the lead. Flusha's having to defend from Werrell. Werrell's coming through in a second, though. Good move from Lewis Werrell into P2, and now charging through. Who's that coming through into 3rd position? That looks like David Kozma, the Romanian. So David Kozma breaking through. Already some solid starts to the race then as they come across the line to the end of lap 1. It is Roman Kamyab that leads from Werrell, Kozma, Flusha, Hugendorn, Lamarchand, Barryberg, Kuznini, Noah Wolf and Melvin Kaluzdian. Here's the lead though. Werrell on the inside. He gets through past Kamyab, and Kozma's going to try and get alongside his teammate as well. But here comes Luna Flusha. She gets into 3rd place instead. As over the curbs goes Kozma. Dean Hugendorn is going to get up the inside, and from nowhere, Mile Lamarchand puts himself in the mix. Up into 4th position. Hugendorn just about hangs on though. My goodness, that was very defensive from Dean Hugendorn. He needed to. As now up the inside, Kozma comes back into 4th position. Hugendorn still trying to get back into the top 4. But that was well read by Dean Hugendorn. He didn't panic. He didn't let Lamarchand being up on the inside phase him. He just got himself together again as Noah Wolf is now struggling with Mile Lamarchand. So they come through out of the final turn. And it's still Lewis Werrell who leads the way, having taken it into turn 2 of the previous lap. So Werrell leads. Kamyab is now 2nd from Flusha, Kozma, Hugendorn, Kuznini up to 6th. And then it's Barryberg, Lamarchand, Wolf and Bralic.
If Werrell does not win this race, then if Werrell even finishes in 2nd position and up the inside, talking about 2nd position, he's there now as Roman Kamyab makes his way up the inside to get himself into the lead, and it looks like the Fusion train is going to follow through as well. Flusha makes her way past, and so does David Kozma. So Lewis Werrell now very much on the back foot. He's currently in 3rd position, so managed to get that one back, but Kozma's back on the inside. And also watch out for Dean Hugendorn, who makes his way past.
And Kuznini. Kuznini got there as well, so he's in a 5th position. This is bad news for Lewis Werrell. He needs to win this race to keep 3rd position. He cannot afford to finish 2nd, otherwise it's going to go the way of Filippo Sala. He will get 3rd position on the grid instead. So at the moment, it is now Kamyab from Flusha, Kozma, Hugendorn, Kuznini, Werrell, Wolf, Barryberg, Lamarchand and Dan Aleman, with some big moves coming in the midfield. Jason Bralic is battling with Jesse Phillips, who's on the rise. Phillips is up to 12th place. There's the move for 2nd. That is the overtake from David Kozma. So Kozma gets past Luna Flusha. And here comes Dean Hugendorn. Good move from Hugendorn, the Dutchman. Up into 3rd position, and a great run from him so far on the Alonso kart chassis. I tell you what, he is having a great run of it, Dean Hugendorn. And there goes Kozma for the lead. The Romanian takes the lead of the race here. So David Kozma is now out in front, having a brilliant race, and he looks pretty strong here. Holding the position, holding his nerve, and it looks very good indeed for the Romanian, David Kozma, who has got the advantage here in the last heat of the week.
Yep, this is going very well in the favor of David Cosma. We weren't really expecting him to see up at the front. We know that he's there or thereabouts, but leading the race now, all he has to do is defend for the remainder of the race. So remember, these races are only 8 laps in comparison to the 12 laps which we see from the remainder of the categories. So 4 laps left, which means that is 4 laps to defend. Can Cosma do it? Or is that going to be a move there from Hugendorn to get himself into second position? Yes, it is. Hugendorn is on a charge right now. Luna Flusha trying to follow through. Didn't quite work there as Kamyab goes defensive. But Kamyab straight back on the attack now. Hugendorn loses the position straight away. Back down into third. Flusha tries to get there. Doesn't quite work. Now Werrell's on the switch backing up the inside. Werrell's making his way back through now. And watch out as Lewis Werrell makes his way through. Watch out, Tiziano now trying to make his way through as well. It's all kicking off now at the front end. David Cosma starts to pull a little bit of breathing room back to Roman Kamyab after that battle that he had with Hugendorn going up to the second corner. Is Hugendorn going to work with Kamyab now to try and push forwards to catch onto the back of David Cosma, or is he going to go straight back in for that second position? Because every position counts right now. Lewis Werrell trying to push forwards onto the back of this group. Luna Flusha seems to not be on the attack right now, trying to work together, sitting in the slipstream of Lewis Werrell right now. Clearly not that aggressive at the moment.
So this is going to be an exciting battle for all of the competitors as they run on. 5 laps done and 2.5 to go. Is this going to be a win for David Cosma? Can he hang on? Well, Lewis Werrell is fighting back, not for the want of trying to fight his way back through. Werrell is really giving it everything. Up in a third position. He can hang this out and get himself back into third position overall. So getting into third place in the race has definitely done him the power of good. Werrell is 4th overall at the moment. If he can get past Cosma and Kamyab in the last 2 laps, then he will be 3rd overall and looking for the inside of the second row. So there is a penalty going out apparently for the 150, and that's a 3-second penalty for the 150. Now, who is that going to be?
Alleman.
Down the order, that is going to be Dan Alleman, the Swiss. So that's unfortunate. But Dan Alleman apparently has got a 3-second penalty. Now that would probably be for putting one wheel out of the tram lines at the start. There's the move from Roman Kamyab. He gets the lead, but he can't get second away from Cosma. Can Werrell? So Werrell is going to have to try again. Now he's going to launch on the inside. That's second. He's got a lap and a little bit to try and close up on Roman Kamyab. Can he get there? Can he get 3rd overall? It's not going to be easy, but if anyone can, it's going to be Lewis Werrell. He's going to use the slipstream now. Final lap to close in, to close in, to close in on Roman Kamyab. Is this going to be it? Can he fight back to the win? He's going to look at it in the hairpin. Kamyab stays strong. But this is not going to be easy. Werrell with the fastest lap of the race in the penultimate lap. He needs to fight his way back. Can Werrell get past Kamyab? If he can, he'll be on the second row for the final. On the inside line, the best chance possible for Werrell to win the World Finals. He's fighting to save his bacon and get himself into the best possible position to make this happen. Kamyab is defending. Werrell is still there. Kushnini and Flusha are side by side as they duel over 5th place. Werrell's got one last attempt here, and he knows it. He's got a chance. He's got a real chance. He's going for it on the inside, and he's there. But there's going to be a chance from Cosma round the outside. Werrell's got to stay in there. Stay hungry on the outside. Werrell's got it. Lewis Werrell is going to take the victory. Brilliant comeback. One of the race drives of the week from Lewis Werrell. He bounces back in style, and he secures 3rd position on the grid for tomorrow's final. What a comeback from Lewis Werrell. Amazing.
What an amazing comeback drive there from Lewis Werrell to get himself the win. I'm sure he will be shocked and also very happy with himself over that one, as he will take the win after in an intense final lap. The smallest of gaps, Lewis Werrell dives down the inside and gets himself the win. Brilliant race.
He fell as low as 6th position in that race at one point. Only the win was going to be good enough to get 3rd overall, and that's what he has achieved. Now he'll be on the inside line of the second row of the grid. An amazing chance to fight for the victory in the World Final tomorrow. That is absolutely awesome from Lewis Werrell. That is without a doubt the most important race win he has ever had. He beats Kamyab, David Kozma, Dean Hugendorn and Luna Flusha. Tiziano Kuznini 6th from Noah Wolf, Pietro Baguti, Jason Bralich and Mile Lamarchand. Marius Barry-Berger ahead of Jesse Phillips, then Sebastian Letemaki and Eloan Bianame, Melvin Kaluzdian and Giovanni Tozzo from Mariano Lopez and Santino Panetta, Senna Munier and Dan Aleman from Mick Blancasport, Devon Hagelen, Stilianos Kolovos and Gerasimos Vasilopoulos, and then it is Joel Taipali from Walter Schultz, Antonius Vodos, Maxim Dobrashov, Alexander Dahlstrom and Luke Agnew. The retirement was Martin Saar, the non-starter, Kimi Alanko. Wow. Just wow. I mean, I genuinely didn't think Lewis Werrell had that in him. I know how good he is, and so do you, Kai, but I genuinely did not think Lewis Werrell had that comeback drive in him. To fall as low as 6th and then push on, dig deep, and bounce back for the win, that's mega.
That was such an amazing race there. It was looking like such a low moment for Lewis Werrell when he was dropping back place after place and then made his way to the back of the field, and it just wasn't looking good there for Werrell. He was going to fall down into 5th position, but he fights back every single position once a lap and then gets himself into the lead, manages to hold on to the win after some very close moments in the closing stages of the race, and takes home the win, puts himself 3rd overall.
Without a doubt, Mini X30 is going to be one of the most open finals of the week. Let's look back over the best bits of X30 Mini B versus C, because that was absolutely mega from Lewis Werrell to fight his way back into contention. Here is how he did it. He had to obviously get a good start after Luna Flusha. So that was always going to be a very tough one. Just held in behind her, let the Flotsam and Jetsam happen on the first lap. 3 or 4 karts wiped out in that one, unfortunately. But this is how it all started. Werrell followed in alongside Luna Flusha to battle it out with Roman Kamyab. But Werrell had one thing on his mind. He got to the lead. It was looking good. But then obviously the other drivers wanted a piece of it. And Lewis Werrell realised that this was going to be one of the toughest races of his life. But this is how the comeback really happened. Even at this stage, we thought Werrell is going to have some tough opposition. He may drop to 2nd or 3rd at worst, but it was about to get so much tougher for Lewis Werrell.
Yeah, it was a really difficult race for him, but he took the challenge head on. There was when he dropped down into 2nd position. This is when it all starts to unfold. 1 goes through, 2 goes through, and then a 3rd goes through as well. That's when Werrell hit the back of the pack. Now he's on a charge. He's looking forwards. He sees all the drivers ahead of him, and he's thinking in his head, keeping himself calm and collected. Now he needs to pick off these guys one by one, and he just managed to do so. We'll see here with Flusha, Werrell pushing forwards and into the hairpin now, still sitting in behind, waiting for something to happen here. Flusha dives for the inside, and now does Werrell, gains another position, gets himself up in a 3rd, head down, and now will follow through to get himself into 2nd position. Didn't quite work out this time round, but Werrell, one of the best drives I have ever seen from him, and also in the Mini X30 class. These were the closing stages of the race, and what a move there from Werrell. Opportunistic at its best, but to get himself the win.
This was important. He had to keep it in there in front of Kozma. He had to back him down. The final corner, the final lap, the final race. Epic. Absolutely brilliant from Lewis Werrell. You can't really get much more last-second gasp effort than that. That was absolutely amazing from Lewis Werrell. Well, out on the circuit at the moment, we've got a couple of warm-up sessions still to go on the circuit because the X30 Masters and the KZIs are out on circuit. We're going to take a pause in proceedings at this phase because we've obviously been flat out for a very long time. We'll give the crews a chance to have a little bit of a breather, a quick swig of water, and then we'll come back. When we do come back, it's really serious business time. There's only one heat to go in X30 Junior and X30 Senior. That will set the grid for the C finals in both categories, and then we're into finals time. The 4th and final heat for X30 Master and ZI, and then we will have the B final for X30 Mini, the C final for X30 Junior and X30 Senior, and then of course the pre-final for the ZI and the Master X30. Still a fair bit of racing to come, so don't go anywhere too far away. We'll be back.